Hello and good morning, and thank you for joining us here at day 2 of the 2023 Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. My name is Leo Fondriest, and I'm a first-year MBA student at MIT Sloan. And it is my pleasure to introduce our opening panel this morning, Sharpening Your Edges, the Role of Analytics in Sports Betting and Fantasy Sports. Our panelists today are Dejan Mikovsky, VP of Data Analytics, FanDuel; Andre Snellings, Senior Writer, ESPN; Megan Chaika, Founder and CEO of Stathletes; and Grant Cloud, Senior Director of Data Strategy, PrizePicks. Our panel will be moderated by Lisa Kearney of FanDuel. Our panel will run for about 45 minutes, followed by 10 minutes of Q&A. Please submit your questions via Twitter using the hashtag bettinganalytics. Those questions will be submitted, and then we'll filter them through to Lisa, and she will select questions to ask the panelists. And with that, I'll turn it over to Lisa.
Well done, Leo. Thanks for getting us started here this morning. Good morning. I know it's early. Thank you for being here. There's no better way to start your Saturday, by the way, than advanced data, statistical strategies, analytics. Let's get fired up. Hope you all had your coffee. I'm thrilled to be here. And as I started to think about our conversation here and where to take this, I keep going back to that cat and mouse game that we talked about that's playing out in front of us between sports betting companies and bettors, and how both are pushing and continuing to push each other to become more and more statistically sophisticated. Now, as we know, not every single bettor out there is leveraging those advanced analytics and those tools, but we are seeing that the common consumer does have more and more access to that data, to the analytical tools than ever before. So what we're going to dive into here is the modeling that goes into setting these lines with a particular focus on risk assessment. I know we'll get into that, and as well as management. And then also we're going to lean into the real-time decision-making that goes into those lines. We're talking about live sports. We're talking about live odds. We're talking about player prop parlays. We're talking about same-game parlays and live same-game parlays that FanDuel rolled out the NFL season this year. We're going to talk a bit more about that. So excited to be here. Thank you again for being here. And as Leo mentioned, we'll take about 45 minutes to get through the conversation. As questions arise, please go ahead and hit up Twitter using that hashtag, so we'll get to your questions at the end. So let's open it up. Let's kick this thing off. And I think because we each come at this conversation from such different perspectives, I think it's best to just kind of give you an open floor to say who you are and how what you do impacts our industry. So Dejan, you want to start us off?
Yeah, my name is Dejan Mikovsky, Vice President of Data Analytics at FanDuel. And so my team works on the analytics side, the data science side, and the data product side. Just making sure that we have all the right information, all the right data in-house, right? Supporting our risk and trading team, supporting what lines we make, how we go to marketing, how do we commercialize our products. So the more information that you can get, the better you can do it at any models that you have, any type of statistical models that you have, or any outputs that you have.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm Andre Snellings, Senior Writer at ESPN. But my background, I'm a PhD in biomedical engineering from Georgia Tech, University of Michigan, and I was a brain researcher. I used to do brain experiments. But a lot of what I worked with dealt with mathematical models and data analysis. And so when I converted into doing sports analysis, I started off by applying those kind of numerical methods to fantasy sports, and that was my entry into ESPN. And as it turns out, I had just got to ESPN when the Supreme Court case came through that made sports gambling potentially legal in America. And they spoke to me and said, hey, you have numbers. You ever thought about betting? And so what I do now is a lot of betting analysis. I apply numerical models as well as scouting, and I guess I give advice on the daily to people that are interested in sports betting, that are making sports bets. So I kind of reach the audience that's either just coming in or that maybe has been doing it for a while and likes the advice and prognostication that we give.
Andre, that's a really awesome background. I didn't know that. Amazing. And I come from a bit of a different background too, much like probably a lot of people in the room. You know, started athletes in graduate school and was going through a very specialized like finance degree. And of course I graduated in 2008, right? The worst time ever to graduate. And they were like, oh, sorry, you have now no jobs. So figure it out yourself. And that's kind of why I became an entrepreneur, is like, you know, if there's not something for me, then like making a company, doing pitches, whatever is sort of my path. And we actually won a pitch in Louisville, Kentucky, where there's supposedly no hockey arenas anywhere around there. But they said, yeah, NFL loves data. Why doesn't, you know, the NHL and hockey have more? And that was like 15 years ago. So, you know, going through graduate school, building a company that's very like data focused. We always thought we'd be more like data API, just deliver it at that level, and realize that there's a lot of like products that are needed and different touches and media and betting and digital. And I think the landscape in general has changed a lot from, you know, watching linear TV to now like engaging with data and all these products and like FanDuel as well. So service a lot of different types of clients. You know, FanDuel, do some spots on TSN every week for FanDuel. It's really exciting, you know, incorporating stats, but also bringing in the better too. So it's not like, you know, the sportsbook is competing with them, but like empowering them to get like more excited about what they're doing and the game and follow stars. And especially for hockey, you know, we don't really promote those stars. So data is one way to like tell better stories about them and to understand the game better. So, you know, I come at it from a bit of a different angle, but I feel like we all use data in unique ways to interface with betting.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome introduction, Megan, and I'll do my best to follow up the intros that you guys just had. But my name is Grant Cloud, guys, and I'm currently the Senior Director of Data Strategy at PrizePicks. For those who aren't familiar, PrizePicks is daily fantasy sports made simple. We're focused on building the easiest, most fun, and exciting daily fantasy sports viewing experience. In 2022, we served nearly 1 million Americans in over 30 US states and a majority of Canada. My current day-to-day, I'm overseeing our data engineering team, sourcing all of the data that we're leveraging throughout the business, our business intelligence team, which works with our stakeholders to solve business problems and realize that value from the data we collect, and our data science team, which everyone loves to talk to. They make some really fun predictive models, and that's where you see a lot of the player projections that appear in our app.
So let's get our money's worth having these brilliant panelists here, right? Let's dig in. Because as I mentioned, that cat and mouse game and pushing each other, because the sports betting companies and the bettors, they have both have access really to data, tools, strategies, all these different things. So, and Grant, I'll just come back to you. Where are you seeing that both are finding that edge? Where are they gravitating towards?
That's a good question, Lisa. I think a lot of the sharps who are trying to find edges are really looking in new game types and looking at the innovation that's coming into the industry. I think when you look at a lot of the different operators in both fantasy sports and sports betting, you're seeing a lot of new markets, new game types, and new formats that have never been tried before. That creates a great user experience and member experience for new members who are coming into the space. It's really innovative and exciting. On the flip side, that's a new opportunity for a sharp player to find an edge. And I think the operators have to be really, really cognizant of that and cautious when they're trying to launch new features and products.
We'll get into that a bit more, and maybe we should just go there. So when you look at the risk that comes with these new products, how much are you taking a step back before saying, okay, public, have at it?
Well, I mean, it has to be quick, right? Because people have real-time betting. As the game changes, the bets change, and our risk and trading team are cognizant of that, right? So if you're in a game, right? If there's a football game and Patrick Mahomes has an ankle sprain, the line changes, but that line has to change immediately, right? And they talked about it yesterday about the latency of data and how fast data gets in, because if it doesn't get in fast enough, how many bets are you taking between this ankle sprain and when the line actually changes, right? And that's a liability for you. And so we monitor those liabilities constantly of saying, where's the exposure coming in? And how fast can you update your products? How fast can you update your lines? Because all of that's going to have first off, it's a bad user experience. It's always going to start with the customer, right? And if you're trying to make a bet and the line doesn't change when you think it's supposed to change, right? It's a terrible experience. But secondly, from a business perspective, again, you get exposed, right? And so for us, it's about how quick can you get that information in? How fast can you get the information in? And how fast can you turn around your models and then update your apps?
Andre, where are we seeing the two learn from each other? You talk about, it's not a parallel universe. I mean, we're seeing what they're doing, they're seeing what we're doing. What are they actually learning from each other?
Yeah, so where I fit into this ecosystem, I was listening, Dayan was talking about kind of like real-time instant responses. Well, I'm giving advice in articles that we might be writing in the morning, or on shows that might run, say, at 4 or 5 p.m. And so I'm trying to give advice before these things are happening, and it needs to be agile enough to adjust. So, give an example of yesterday. In the morning, I work on an article. It's a daily notes article. It's 2 kind of analysts that might either look at trends in general for betting, and the other looks at trends for the teams that are playing that day. And then I and another analyst will go through each game and make our own picks for what we think is a good thing. That runs, we have to get it in, and it runs at 11 in the morning. Well, then yesterday at 4 p.m., I did a show called Bet, where I was on there giving some of the picks that I might have written about. All the lines were different. I mean, way different. Like, so.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I made a pick for one game in the morning where I think it was Bulls +6. By the time the show started, it was Bulls +3.5. I'm a lot less comfortable with that, but you have to be agile enough to take in, okay, what has changed since the morning, and am I still comfortable at 3.5, but I'm locked in because I've already given them the script, so I can't change my analysis on the fly. So my job is essentially to take in these fast changes and try to give that information to our customers in a way that still helps them. But I'm not at the second to second, unfortunately, the way that some of the others up here are.
Well, you're like, let me just give you context. No, there is a narrative. Let me tell you why.
Exactly.
Think about the proliferation of data, right? 90% of the world's data has been created in the last 2 years. 2.5 quintillion data points are created daily. Okay, it sounds made up. It's 2.5 with 18 zeros behind it. Every single day in the world, okay? So yeah, the line changed. Something happened. It could have been someone on the Bulls, again, sprained their ankle. It could have been someone got sick, right? And you have to source as much information as possible. And we're talking sourcing data. We look at betting patterns. We look at historical games, right? We look at how do these teams play against each other. Are they at home? Are they not at home? And you're looking at other things, right? You're also looking at social media sites. Yeah. I'm not saying it's part of our models, but we're aware, right? And it's the vast amounts of data that comes in, and it's about how fast can you sort through it. And then how fast can you take something and actually do something with it, right? And that's where it can be challenging in maybe Andre's world where he has like a deadline to meet and then a show in the afternoon. But then in the middle, you also have to be aware of everything else that's happening, right? Because the bettors are aware. Because like you said, we have sharps out there. They know. They know what's happening, and they're going to make a bet. They're going to post it on Twitter, or they're going to post it on some distro, and then their followers, and all of a sudden, that's when the bets change.
Yeah, and that's right. One bettor can come in and move it half a point.
That's right.
So that's a great segue because Megan, I want to get to you and you talk about the momentum of the industry and just how fast it's scaling and rapidly growing. How has that changed from a data collection standpoint, the type of data that you're sourcing?
Definitely, like the data, the breadth of data is amazing to see now in the industry, but also like having those insights and being very focused about what matters, what doesn't matter, what's predictive, what's more descriptive, and how to weave those assumptions, and whether it's a variable change or an injury, knowing what sort of triggers that movement so that you can speak intelligently, whether you're giving content or you're just trying to make modeling in the background to understand your own risk, I think. That matters to be focused, have really smart people. The great thing with the boom in sports betting is I feel like we're dragging people over from traditional tech spaces. So the talent is incredible. They're well skilled to begin with in analytics. So shipping them to sports betting, it's just, same technical skills, a little bit of a different market, a little bit of a different job, but in general, I feel like they're not missing a beat. And in many cases, I think that they're making the industry just really savvy and cool. And the Sharps competing against these books now has a really fun dynamic where I think responsiveness, like you're saying, does win. So if your sports book, if your content is reflecting any sort of shift, you look like you're in the know, right? And you're helping the industry and whatever sport you're covering progress. So I think it helps hockey in general too progress, be more exciting. It's a dynamic game to begin with, so add in another extra layer of some of these prop bets, and I think there's just an explosion in the amount that we can accomplish and what's already been accomplished in 2 years? Like, it hasn't been very long that, even in Ontario, I've been like, yeah, a year and a half, I guess we can bet. So I can't even wait to see what we do in the next 5 years.
Yeah, well, let me push on that for a second, just more broadly. The scale and the pace. Do you think it has helped propel forward the technology and the investment that you're seeing, being supported financially is really important to be able to say, like, I can give this to you, like, help me help you. So
Absolutely.
You say yes.
It's capital, it's talent, it's like that long-term plan that now people are really investing in these markets. And I think before, when Ontario wasn't legalized, hockey really wasn't on people's radar. But it is a big market. Canada's a big market. It's our #1 sport. So all of a sudden it changes dynamics where people are looking at that as like a 10, 15-year investment versus, quick wins in different sports. Obviously, NFL and fantasy has always been huge, but there's a ton of competition there. So it's nice to see like these other markets, sports turn their attention on as like new ground to gain.
Dan, you wanted to follow up?
Yeah, and you think about like what you're sourcing. And yesterday, Jonathan and Amy were talking about third parties, right? Is there room, is there opportunity in the space for someone in this audience, an MIT student, to come in with a new product? Absolutely. Because 5 years ago, do we have wind in one of our models? Hey, the wind's a factor in football, right? The conditions are a factor. What data source is that? Are you spinning up that data source, right? Can we ingest it? Is it real time? Right? And you have to think about all of the new ways that factor into the outcome of a sporting event. And if you can get as much of that information as possible, right? Like, we want it. We want to use it. We want to use it in our models. We'll test it and use it. But think about hockey, but in the question where it permeated from was all of the new sources of data, right? Because it's not only about in-house, your first-party data, because you have to marry it with so much third-party data to make it relevant.
That's funny you bring that up. And Grant, I have this next question for you. But I host our sports betting show on FanDuel TV called More Ways to Win. And last season, we started bringing in a weather expert because the snow games and it helped us inform not just the fantasy aspect, but like, this game is going under. He's coming in to tell us why this game is going to be under. And, it's really fun to have that extra layer, but it's kind of like we're the forward facing of the brand. You see us on TV, but it's behind the scenes, everything that we can possibly access to help us better inform our audiences.
Think about the narrative, right? Playoff game, Miami goes up to Buffalo, right? The narrative the entire week was Miami can't play in the cold weather. When's the last time they scored X number of points under this degree, right? When's the last time that they could walked in and marched into a stadium, right? And that's the narrative. That's what you're talking about. Yeah, I'm not talking about a player. I'm talking about cold fingers, right? And so think about that information, and that information's relevant though, because why? Because that's what the bettors are talking about. Right? And that's what you're going to post about. That's what you're going to write an article about. And that's going to swing how people bet. And we have to be aware of that as an operator, because we want to make a better experience, the best experience possible. If I'm not incorporating as much data as I possibly can into your experience, I'm just not doing justice by my users.
Yeah, and the articles are, so I mentioned just the daily timeline. You have an article in the morning and a show in the evening, but if the game is at night and something changes in the meantime, or the weather changes, if we're talking about football, then we're on social media. I remember for one of the football games, one of the editors emailed or sent a Slack blast to all of us, like, hey, weather says this is changing. It got there at like 6 o'clock, and we were all, 6:03. All right, yes, no, now we're thinking this as opposed to that. And so, you have to be agile, and you have to be ready to take in the data and disseminate it as quickly as possible.
That's the good stuff, the behind the scenes where everybody's like, oh my gosh, freaking out. Grant, I gotta ask you, so with the availability of all the advanced data and the sophisticated software, and has the general public, in regards to betting, has that been helpful to them in their success with sports betting, or has it actually been a bit detrimental because you can have the tools, but if you don't know how to use them, then you won't realize that success? Are you seeing that when you look at the numbers?
Absolutely. We have definitely seen a huge increase in just data literacy and an understanding over the past couple of years. And I think it's a big testament to everybody who's really educating members out there who are trying to play fantasy sports and sports bet. And you're starting to see it become very, very mainstream in a lot of places. You see PFF numbers on ESPN broadcast now. I scroll through my Twitter, people are constantly posting new lines, what's changing, what's updating. So I really do think it's becoming just a common part of conversation to be able to talk intelligently about the data and the numbers that are powering the game. And we've seen that within our product. We have specifically added various data points in places for our members to very easily see how is this player performing, how is LeBron James performing over their last 5 games. They want to feel educated when they're making their entries and playing our game. And we've actually seen that when we put those numbers in front of our members, they respond very, very well, and they increase their engagement with the app. So we think that's very, very important.
And it used to just be, we keep talking sharp bettors, people who are very good at betting, right? But it used to just be those sharp bettors would be the ones using analytics, using statistics, right? But it's not anymore. Now it's the casual bettor. Almost every other conversation I have with somebody when we're talking about a sporting event, they're like, oh, they're favored by, right? And that just might be my neighbor, who, again, isn't a statistician, isn't a big bettor, but that's just where the conversation is, right? And that's where the education, like I said, the proliferation of data, right? And allowing people to consume data, because we're putting it everywhere now, right? Again, almost every broadcast has a line. It's showing you the line. It didn't used to be on ESPN, but again, you can now see the line on the tickers, right?
We're progressing very quickly. Yeah, your neighbor's out taking the garbage out, dropping some historical ATS on you for the Lions over the past decade. I love it.
Asking me for some insider trading, but I don't give it to them.
Well, all of us sports fans, specifically basketball fans, I played basketball in college. Andre, we just got through the NBA trade deadline. A lot happened, but Boston Celtics are still the favorite. I think plus 280 right now. But I'm curious, because those lines shift so quickly, and you're like, the teams haven't even played together yet. So I think, the general public is like, how do you come to this? What analysis goes into setting those lines and seeing them change so quickly?
Absolutely. So I do a lot of work with ESPN Analytics, and we have a set of tools that we use. Our basketball power index that looks at team quality. So you mentioned the trade deadline. The way that BPI is built, it's built from the player up. And so if a team trades, say, Michael Bridges, Jay Crowder, and Cameron Johnson for Kevin Durant, who's thought of as the best, arguably the best player in the NBA when he's healthy, we have tools, say Real Plus Minus is one of the tools we use to evaluate player impact. And we can say, okay, KD is a huge name, but how much does his presence on the court correlate with changes in his team scoring margin? And the same for the lesser known players going the other way. And so even though KD was the big, splashy, sexy trade this year, according to the analytics anyway, and even maybe my eye test as well, the Suns may not have gotten as much better as we think they did. And they gave up a lot of value because Michael Bridges, and even though he wasn't playing this year, Jay Crowder, were two of the best defensive forwards in the NBA last season. And now they have to make that up. And you don't necessarily see that in the box scores. And so we have to be able to use those tools and let people know this is what we believe this team will look like when it gets out on the court together. And yes, don't just look at Kevin Durant's name and say, well, the Suns are going to, you know, whatever the line is, I'm going over because I know the Suns are going to. No, you know, these teams are going to have to learn to play together, and they gave up some value to get what they brought in. And so those are things that the average fan or the customer needs to be paying attention to before they put their hard-earned money down, as one of my colleagues likes to say.
Well, I hope you bought low on Devin Booker, because now he's wide open. All right, so what types of information, again, as the industry scales so quickly, in regards to fans, what types of data and information are they wanting to see? What are you sensing that they are really coming after? Yeah,
absolutely, and this actually goes back to what you guys were just talking about a minute ago. The casual competence of the consumer is so much higher now than it used to be. And I think back to a few years ago, 2018, I wrote an article about NBA super teams to run on the NBA page. And I talked about how Nikola Jokic was a megastar, but he wasn't winning MVPs yet. He wasn't even a household name yet. And my Twitter notifications were on fire with people like, Nikola Jokic, you know, he's not as good as Joel Embiid and all these other players. And I was using, you know, plus minus and other analytics approaches to make my case. Nerd, your pocket protector, you know, just, but then nowadays, my Twitter mentions are the other way. If I say that Giannis Antetokounmpo is the best player in the NBA, they're like, you obviously don't pay attention to, you know, the advanced stats that let you know that Jokic is really the best player in the NBA. So to answer your question, I feel like the casual competence has gotten so much higher that now the consumer wants that edge. They want to be at the far extreme. They want to know what's the next thing that's coming. I went on a show the other day and mentioned Real Plus Minus, and I had people, you know, getting at me on Twitter like, well, why do you use Real Plus Minus? You know, is it just because that's a product that ESPN generates, or is it really the best? You know, how does it compare with some of the other metrics out there? And so it's not good enough now to just have what used to be advanced. Now you have to really be at the far edge to really give the customers what they want.
Yeah, that social community is a special space there.
Oh yeah.
Megan, same question for you, because you're seeing it as well in day to day.
Yes, and I mean, it's a very sneaky way to learn or self-learn, you know, stats 101. I feel like everyone now that's, you know, into sports and is betting or is like interacting, they're great. You know, they understand like regression models and all sorts of like techniques that, you know, you would think, okay, I learned this in third, fourth year university. And just someone that is like, oh no, I took an arts degree, but like this is my passion now. And they're, you know, that's their full-time job, just like betting and doing sportsbook stuff on their own and making these models. So it's really cool to have like sophisticated people that engage in that space that sometimes, you know, their day job isn't as an engineer or, you know, doing something completely different than sports, but this is like their passion and what they like to, you know, log on to Twitter for, right? So I think that interaction makes the space that much better, and, you know, having that baseline just elevated every year. You see like more sophistication, and ESPN now has hockey, so it's amazing to see like these advanced metrics, whether it's expected goals, so what should the score be for like the quality of play, quality of shots, versus just turning on the TV and thinking, okay, my team's getting blown out 3-0. You know, but if it's the Boston Bruins, they're #1 right now for odds for winning the Stanley Cup, made a couple great trades. They might come back on any given night, and if you know that they're, you know, playing well, maybe you'll tune in instead of just flick it off. So it's really cool to see like the change of how analytics can help with more engagement, but also like the understanding of it is just way deeper than when I was here, you know, 10 years ago at this conference.
And I feel like that's really attributable to a lot of the sports data being open source and accessible. I think that's a great way to onboard a lot of people into the industry. I know that's how I personally got into the industry, just reading on Twitter and going out and pulling these data sets ourselves. As that bar continues to raise, a rising tide raises all ships. I really think the data literacy going up is really, really important. And you're going to see more and more conversations happening. What we've seen now that our members are more data literate is that they're engaging with each other, engaging with Andre and Twitter. They've all got their group messages and they say, I know I've got an edge tonight, guys. We all got to get in on it together. And now they feel like they have an edge and they're having fun socially and enjoying with their friends. So I think that network effect and people really searching out for more information, trying to find out who's doing what and sharing that knowledge is really powerful.
And you're right, because there is an educational component to all of this. We've talked so much about the savvy batter, the sharps, the guys that this is a profession for these men and women that are out there doing this. But FanDuel, we're live and legal in 18, almost 19 next week, 19 states.
Close.
We're barely there. We're just scratching the surface, and we're onboarding new bettors every hour, every single day. So while yes, there's that contingent that has been doing this a very long time, there's also the need to speak more of a 101, to bring people on and not have the barriers that exist for someone coming into something new. So Andre, and maybe your voice is so important to this, because I think you can lend yourself to help those come in without the stigma of like, I don't know what a line and spread and all these different terminology is. How do you kind of like, I guess, how do you kind of walk that line without dumbing it down too much, but bringing everybody along together?
Yeah, a lot of it is storytelling and how you get your point across. You know, you mentioned that you finished in 2008, which was the worst time to finish. I got my PhD in 2007, so it was the same thing. My plan was to become a professor.
We're here for a reason.
Exactly. You know, my plan was to become a professor, which was all about taking complex thoughts and translating it to a group of people and having them to be able to come on board with it. Well, I end up using a lot of those same skills now as a writer at ESPN, because yes, there are the far advanced, the almost sharps themselves, and they need to be able to get information from me. But I think about, like I said, I just started doing this a couple years ago. I had to learn what a parlay was versus a teaser. What's, you know, the over and under, the spread and how it changes. And just the basics like that are things that some of our customers, the leading edge of people that are just getting into it, they have to be able to understand this as well. So I'll have to write an article where I'll get into a conclusion that I got maybe from an analytics approach, and I'll touch on what tool I use to get there, but I have to casually toss in there that, you know, real plus minus is a way of scoring how a player's presence on the court correlates with their team's scoring margin. I'll have to put that into every article just so that someone that's reading it for the first time will say, oh, okay, that's what that is. That's not just another random number that's being tossed out there that you know, you don't want to over acronym or over number people to death, but at the same time, you have to be able to speak to both ends of the spectrum.
It's an important dialogue to make it digestible. What else do you have to add to that?
Yeah, I was going to just add on top of what Andre's saying. The media is such a huge factor now, right? Like I said, Andre, he's writing articles. You know, we have a partnership with Pat McAfee. I mean, he puts bets out there, and he's like, everyone make this bet, right? We have partnerships with Kenny Smith and Charles Barkley, right? And they, again, and Amy talked about this yesterday, right? They'll say on air and say, here's the bet that you want to make, right? And so even if you don't know what a same game parlay is, right? You're going to search it real quick, and you're going to find out very fast. So it's about accessibility, because the media is advancing how people are even thinking about betting, right? And they're I don't want to say pushing betting, but they're making it more accessible, the information more accessible, and then it allows people to do more research. And like you said, there's a lot of information out there, but you can reach that information pretty quickly, so you can educate yourself pretty fast.
It's that social betting. That's just fun if you want to start getting into it. Like, sure, open up the app. Charles Barkley told me to bet this. Yeah. Why not? It's Chuck.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think you hit on a great point, Dayon, and one thing we've been really cognizant of in our game is how we can make it as simple and easy as possible. So we've seen a lot of success in presenting our members just the player projections and letting them take more or less on that. It's a very casual conversation. It's easy to point to LeBron James and say, he's going to play great tonight. I know he's going to be on fire. He's going more. So just having that simple, easy way to get into fantasy sports has helped educate members and make them go even further. And now they're playing and they want to learn more and more. So that's been successful for us.
I mentioned when we started this that FanDuel, this past NFL season, we launched the live same game parlays. Dayon is like, that's been my life for the last 9 months. So that's been successful for us. But I'm curious to know, and Grant, I'll start with you from your perspective, what are the new and more popular betting formats that you're seeing?
Absolutely, Lisa. I think the coolest frontier right now that's happening in the fantasy sports space specifically is the proliferation of the in-game markets. You're starting to see more and more operators really condense the duration of some of these markets. You can get in and out a lot quicker. You can play more and more entries and lineups every single night as these things settle faster. So I think those are really, really challenging. As you decrease the duration, you're opening yourselves up to a lot more risk and variance, and you've got to be very cautious of those edges, but it's something that the members have made very, very clear that they want. They're excited about it. It's awesome being able to hop into an NBA game and play just the first quarter. I know my outcome, and now I'm playing again in the second quarter, and I'm playing again in the third quarter. So we've seen that be a great experience, and I really think the in-game, shorter duration markets are kind of the new frontier. It's really exciting.
What about us at FanDuel, Dayon?
Yeah, I think that in-game betting is one of the largest markets now that people are really excited about. But it's going to go back into a barrier. It's what data do you have and how fast do you have it, right? If you want to bet on the next goal scored, right? If you want to, right? If you want to bet on the next pitch, who's going to hit? Is this player going to hit or not hit the next pitch, right? Like you have to have that information almost real time, right? Real fast to then enable the user to enjoy the experience with the sport, because that's what we do. Right? We enhance this experience with the sport that people have, and they want to have it, again, more real-time, instantaneous, in-game, right? They want to bet on that next player, that next pitch, that next basket scored. Again, they talked about this yesterday. Like, how hard is that? How many what's the time between baskets being scored in a professional basketball game, right? And we have to now be able to do calculations and put it on our app about that next bucket. Right, and so
and they already scored, and they scored again.
Right.
And, now they're fast break. They scored again. The latency, it could be a real critical issue if that's not addressed.
And I feel like that is it may eventually kind of push people back towards live events. Like in recent, the last couple of decades, as television experience and game watching experience has gotten to be so much easier, it becomes, well, why should I go through the trouble of going to the live event and being, having to pay all this money and buy all these concessions when I can sit in my living room and get 7 screens and watch all the games? But you mentioned the real time. I think about, so I'm big into tennis. Like that's another sport that I both watch and analyze. And so I would be trying to do kind of the real time bets or parlays during a tennis match. And it might be, set to set, game to game, even point to point. Well, watching it on TV, there's a delay. And you might not notice it if you're not betting, but it's a few second delay. And so I've got my FanDuel app open and I'm like, okay, I see what Djokovic is doing right here. I think he's going to break him this game. And but I go to make the bet and he's already broke him because I'm a few seconds behind. And so the only way to, at least in current technology, completely get rid of latency and watching is to be there in person. And so I could see betting kind of working with fan retention to kind of get people back to the stands, if for no other reason, so they can be real time when they're making their
Andre just gave everybody an edge. We're going to see ticket sales start increasing now because people want to use it to their advantage.
Nice, well done. Let's talk about innovation. We have about 17 minutes left. So just a reminder, in about 7 minutes, I'm going to get to your Twitter questions. So if you have any have arisen as we've gone along here, please be sure to hop on Twitter and we will get to your questions in just a moment. But I want to get the crystal ball out. I want to look at the future. I want to know what innovation you are excited about in your different lanes here. And Grant, I'll start with you. What does the industry look like for you? Let's start a year from now. What's it going to look like?
Yeah, absolutely. I kind of touched on it already. I really do think some of these in-game markets are going to be the future. So I think there's a lot of innovation happening there. I think next year, if I were to come back right now, I think we're probably offering about 2,000 different player projections every single day. We've probably done about 80 leagues over the past year. I would love to be able to say that we've doubled that, and we are giving our members the optionality to play whatever unique player projection that they want to. On top of that, I'd like to say that we're better at personalizing it. And when a member comes into our app, maybe they have twice as much, 3 times as many choices of what they're going to play, but we're able to get them what they want to play in half the time as they currently are today. So it's really about giving them more optionality and then understanding what that member, and each member wants something different, right? So we really have to use the data we have to personalize that experience and give it to them in a super easy and intuitive way. So that's something that we're really passionate about over the next year, Lisa.
They're exciting. Megan?
Yeah, I think it's definitely making that more engaging content that has like that frictionless experience. So when we're talking about like even learning how to bet, you know, I travel around the world and there's so many countries that this is just a normal thing. Like in Australia, they're like, what do you mean you can't bet on that? You know, it's like a pigeon flying or something. I'm like, how is that even like a market? But they've just always had betting for so long. And I feel like as we mature, just creating more social, more digital, connecting it to that data where you can have advanced models, you can understand, you know, your team, follow along with players much better. And it's not just like sports betting and sports or media in like silos, but it's just this like entire experience, whether you are in the arena or we have better technology to have that real time. So now you don't have to be, you know, you can watch and engage and understand and follow along much better with like 10 teams instead of just your one favorite one. So I think it's, you know, condensing some of these experiences. I know like the rise of, you know, TikTok and all of these other like very, you know, 30-second sort of ingestible nuggets. I feel like that's where the analytics plus the betting side merge to this like really cool new world where we can not only engage, but like have some, you know, skin in the game, I guess, right? Some emotional investment. We were talking behind the scenes about how, you know, I'm a big Buffalo Bills fan, but if I made a bet that's maybe a different team, I'm cheering for them on that Sunday. And that's just something that wouldn't have happened without sports betting being a market.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think I was planning to kind of talk about, you know, what I just talked about the last time. So I'm going to go off the top of the dome. The last time I did one of these panels, someone in the audience was asking, well, what's your hit rate, you know, your correct rate? And so I've been doing these daily articles with ESPN for the NBA for the last 2.5 years now. Just started the football in the fall. And so I think at the time I was around 58, 59% on my NBA picks, and football was new, so it was a smaller sample size, but at that time I was up around 2/3. And so the guy said, well, you know, where I think the future is going is essentially the sharps, if you will. And I was like, I don't really think of myself as a sharp. He was like, yes, but if you're getting those kinds of percentages, that's good. He was like, we want to be able to bet on what you're betting on, you know, almost like a mutual fund. You know, he took it to like a Wall Street kind of feel where, and I think about how when I was little, I loved playing video games. With my kids come along, they love watching other people play video games on YouTube, you know, and it's kind of a similar concept of the consumer, especially those we talked about that maybe aren't as feeling like they're as savvy just yet, you know, like instead of jumping straight in themselves, they say, okay, well, we'll watch what an expert is doing and follow along that way and have that as maybe a bridge to bringing more people into either the sport or the industry.
Dr. Disrespect has made his name on just playing the game and people watching him play the game, and he comments on it.
I'm gonna piggyback a little bit about what Andre and Megan just said, which is the social aspect of it. And being part of a global betting company at Flutter, right? We have sister companies all over the world, and our Australian-based company, Sportsbet, they have a social aspect to their betting platform, right? Where you can bet with your friends, right? And that's, I think, one way that we're seeing the maturity in other markets then get brought back into the United States. And how are we exploring that? How can you get the more socialized? So I think the video game analogy is perfect. Like I used to play by myself. Now everyone has a headset on and is playing with 10 of their friends. Well, right now I bet by myself. But maybe I do want to bet with a lot of my friends. For me, I would say a second thing, it's about engagement with the sport, something I'm passionate about, which is sports betting is about how do you engage with the sport in which you love, right? Like you're watching Djokovic play, right? And you're engaging with the sport in a different way by making bets on that sport. So how do we advance how you engage with the sport, right? What's the content like within the app? Now, I mean, again, this is you have to peel away all the legalities and licensing. But imagine like on the app, if there's a different way for you to view the sport, right? That integrates sport betting into it, that integrates lines into it, that integrates any information that you want about your player, about your sport, about your team, right at your fingertips. Again, Jonathan said yesterday, augmented reality, where you could hold the phone up. And all of a sudden, we're watching Kevin Durant run up and down the court, and the line of him scoring this many points is changing in real time. Now, I don't see a world where everyone's just holding their phone up, right? But you can take that principle and bring it back and say, how can we develop something that is a little bit more disruptive? Maybe not that disruptive, but a little bit more disruptive of just, again, enhancing the user experience, because that's what betting is. Right? It's your experience with the game. So how do we bring that closer to you?
I love that you said that, in going back to the social betting and talking about pulling that from the CEO, Barney Evans there, who's done a fantastic job in Australia in bringing that concept here, because we love fantasy football. We have our leagues we go back to with the same people every year, our friends, our family. How do we bring that social aspect and that community to a sports betting landscape that makes sense and is user-friendly? So hopefully our crystal ball sees that, and that'll come to pass. Thank you for these great questions. There really are so many good ones. So we're going to get right to them. Hopefully we can get to most of them. But let's start here. How much do you consider social media sentiment and sports reporters when setting your lines, especially given the fact that these things will influence how the public bets? Who wants to take that one? Grant, you're laughing.
That's a good question.
In a good way, like, yeah, you're onto something.
No, it's a great question. I think people would be surprised how active the operators are on social media. Just scraping that data and understanding it, and really, really just trying to understand what the members are thinking and how are they approaching the game and what are they looking at, trying to put ourselves in their shoes and their perspective and get into that mindset. So absolutely, Twitter, Discord, Instagram, it's everywhere. I mean, everything has content on sports now, and we're definitely following that and thinking about tying that into the other processes and systems that we have. It's another great data point. We want to leverage that and make sure we're capturing that value.
Let's go here. Andre, how does the role of sharp bettors influence line movement in early lines and pregame lines, since your business is informing everyone ahead of time?
Yeah, it absolutely can move it, that I was talking about. Like, it can move a half point, a single big better can move it a half point. And these sharps a lot of times are the ones that are either the big bettors or they're informing them, and they're coming in on one side that maybe wasn't initially thought to be the favorite. And so, I'm from Dayton, Ohio. I'm a big Bengals fan. And I remember going into that AFC Championship game, the Bengals and the Chiefs, it seemed like the line was moving constantly, because Mahomes had just injured his ankle, and, the Bengals had been 3-0 against them. And so it was like, when it was first announced, I think it was Chiefs -1.5. By the next day, it was like Bengals +0.5. And so just trying to keep up with that, and what the sharps are doing, that's pushing the lines back and forth, is a big part of what we have to do.
By the way, if you ever see Patrick Mahomes with plus money, you take it.
A line moving 1 point over the course of the week for like football is a lot. A line moving 3 points over the course of the week without, and maybe there is a significant injury, but we've seen it, right? We've seen lines move quite a bit without an injury, without something happening in the game. That's the bettors, right? That's the better. And again, 3 points is a ton.
Okay, another one for you, Dayon. What does your team use to shift lines in such real time? People in arenas, live feeds, and then I'll follow up with a hockey question for you.
So our risk and trading team set our lines, and it's about probabilistic modeling. Right? You're always going to do the probability of an outcome coming out, and then which one is the most likely to happen, right? And so the information that we get, again, we monitor I mean, do we scrape Twitter? I mean, we're aware. Am I going to say that it's in our models? I mean, it's hard to model something like that, right? So you're going to take what you do core, but you're aware of what happens, right? And then our traders, they'll adjust, right? Because as they monitor, as they see conditions change, as they see things change, they will adjust, right? Because this is what they do. Right? And so they'll take as many data points and pieces of information as possible and make the most relevant outcome. Again, it'll change the probability of outcome happening. And then again, they'll tweak it to a point that is at a good liability rate for us.
To follow up on that, Megan, for hockey, for instance, a line will be off the board seemingly moments before a goal is scored live on TV. Line shifts are almost ahead of the gameplay at times. How do you reconcile that?
Hockey is tough because it's so dynamic and there aren't those stops and starts, right? You have like period breaks, but sometimes you can have long stretches before a face-off happens. So it's one of the more difficult sports in terms of understanding like what are great prop bets, what are new markets that you can create, how do you engage? So sometimes, you see even like there's no bets being taken for 2-3 minutes left in some hockey games, and that's normal, and that's just a way to deal with the risk of the game as well. So I think that's obviously a progression that needs to happen in terms of having more data, more real-time technology to, empower and improve the sports betting experience. But there are problems with hockey in general being, in arena, you have like ice, these players flying around, the puck's very small. A lot of times they're wearing white jerseys too, there's boards. So I think, in general, people are like, oh, why is it not like, baseball or basketball? It's just an entirely different sport and structure and technology needs. And, we work a lot to break down those walls, but it's, big investments too. So sort of a trade-off of like time, money, and like the type of sport to get some of these, ability to bet in that way, just more, a better experience, let's say.
All right, Grant and Dayon, this one is for you. When a sportsbook's model seems to differ from the sharps on a particular game, how often do books, quote, take a stand and swallow risk on an outcome because they have confidence in their numbers?
I'll say we're confident in the math in which we do, right? Again, we're aware. We're aware where the bets go. We're aware what people are doing in the marketplace. Again, is it the first thing that we look at? Well, no. Like we have data sets, we have data feeds, and our models are. We have some of the smartest people at our company, right? And so we stand behind the work in which we do. Could it shift? Again, because if a sharp makes a bet, and all of a sudden more money's one way versus the other, and then more people start betting that way because, again, in a Discord, we have to make some shifts, right? We might have to make some shifts, but I wouldn't say that it's like a variable that we're putting right into our models. We're just aware of it.
Yeah, I think we're very, very similar, Dayon. We spent a lot of time building out our game operations team, and luckily we have some amazing all-stars there. I think for us, you've got to trust your process. You've got to believe in your skills and what you're doing, and that ultimately, you're in the right spot, and law of large numbers is going to go towards the mean. So for us, we really, really have a lot of confidence in ourselves, and we trust our process.
This next question, I actually really love this question because I'm all about helping each other out, pulling each other up, working together. The collaboration is where magic happens. So how can you leverage relationships with actual teams to improve betting analytics? Are in-stadium sportsbooks the only and or best way to do that?
No, I think the best ways in partnerships, and I don't think like we've only scratched the surface, is sharing data. Right? There's a ton of information and a ton of data that sports teams have about their players, about conditions, they run the operations of the arena, they run the operations of the actual sport. And I think that there's a place where we can share data, right? I think there's a place where their data will help us from a business perspective, and our data will help them from a business perspective, right? And I think that, we're real new. Massachusetts hasn't even launched, right? Having a conversation with the Celtics about sharing data isn't even something that's on the table at this point, but it's something that we should probably explore more, and in the future I actually see it happening more where we're part of the experience. I go back to that experience. We're part of the sport viewing experience, and then eventually will be to a point where getting the information that they have that we don't have, because more information better, right? And sharing it back to them is going to be, it's actually going to help all the businesses.
Yeah, yesterday with FanDuel and Caesar sitting here, Tom and Amy were talking about their data, and Jonathan Kraft is sitting over there saying, oh yeah, if you want to send your data over here, we'll take whatever data you want to share. Let's get this going.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, so it's a great way to answer that. Any other input on
Yeah,
that?
I think that mutual, like working towards growing the sport, and data is a part of it, a huge part of storytelling, content. I mean, the shows you do are fabulous, right, to draw people in. So I think, you know, there's an alignment, right, of more data, smarter data, get it to fans, and have this like growth in just the industry is important for everyone.
I think that's really cool, Megan. It seems like throughout this entire panel, we've been talking about how a lot of different spaces in this industry all share a mutual alignment. And we're talking about consumers, operators, mutually aligned and wanting to raise their technical analysis and statistical skills, right? Now we're talking about sports teams trying to engage more with their fans. How can the operators help them and work together to create that win-win environment? So it's really, really cool that while there may be different players all coming from their own perspective, ultimately it seems like everyone is unified in creating what is a great sports viewing experience. I think we all just love sports and want to experience that with data.
I'm going to wrap it up with this. Our Flutter CEO, Peter Jackson, I feel like every single Flutter town hall, he always talks about leading the industry, leading gaming and sports betting into the future with the mindset, with the lead and the scale of a leader, but the mindset of a challenger. And I think that's never been more important to remember than right now as we continue to grow in this industry. Thank you for your attention this morning. Thank you so much. That is all the time we have. Brilliant job. You guys are awesome. Thank you for the insights today. Enjoy the rest of your day. Good job.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us at the 2023 Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. My name is Khalid McCaskill. I'm a first-year MBA at MIT Sloan, and it's my pleasure to introduce our panel, Leveling Up, How Basketball Teams Deploy Analytics to Develop Players. Our panelists today, Shane Battier, former Vice President of Analytics and Development for the Miami Heat, Dr. Catherine Evans, Vice President of Research and Information Systems at Monumental Sports and Entertainment, Mike Zarin, Vice President of Basketball Operations and Team Counsel for the Boston Celtics, and our panel will be moderated by Ben Cohen from the Wall Street Journal. The panel will run for 45 minutes, and we will leave 10 minutes at the end for questions. Please submit questions on Twitter using the hashtag BasketballAnalytics. Your questions will then be selected by the moderator. And with that, Ben, I turn it to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, everyone, for coming. I know it's early on a Saturday morning, so I just want to clear up any confusion. We do have Shane Battier in this room, but we are not in the Shane Battier room. That's next door. Although I think Shane might, you have to check out a few minutes early to go watch the golf panel before we're done. I think that's where you'd rather be, right?
Yes, that's where my heart is.
Yeah. So let's go back in time a little bit to 2007, which is the first year of this conference in a classroom on MIT's campus. Mike Zarin, you were on this very basketball analytics panel because you've been on every single one ever since.
I'm not sure that that's a good thing.
Kathy?
We dragged a bunch of desk chairs up to the front of the room. The 8 other people in the room wondered which of us were speaking on the panel. It wasn't like this.
And look where you are now. Kathy, you have a master's and a PhD in biostatistics. In 2007, you were an undergrad stats major at Harvard.
Yes.
Did you come to the conference?
Not as an undergrad. Okay. Not until I was doing my PhD.
And Shane, you were in your 6th NBA season, your first with the Houston Rockets. Mike, you were trying to trade from him when you were with the Celtics.
I got really angry at Daryl. He left the Celtics and got the trade done, and to Houston. I was like, trying to get Shane.
But that's where I want to start, because I really want to frame this conversation around all of the fascinating issues in player development right now. Shane, you are the only one of us who has played in the NBA, believe it or not. And so you've played, you've been an executive, you've had access to all of the advanced statistics and the crazy analytics that we have now and the hardcore data and every sophisticated system that players and teams are using. So I'm curious, what would you be doing today to develop that you did not do and could not do in 2007?
Oh, Lord. My mentor is the great Chip England, taught me how to shoot. And I tell him now, I saw him a month ago, I said, if we could go back in time, I would try to shoot 15 threes a game. And that's it. I wouldn't have stepped inside the three-point line. And I think about all the time I wasted doing things like step-back jumpers and trying to split pick and rolls, things I never did as a player, knowing what I know now. And look, in basketball now, there are 3 numbers that really matter, and you guys are free to disagree with this, but it's, can you make an open shot? All right, a no-dribble jump shot. Well, 2 or from 3, all right? How well do you finish, all right, once you get in the paint? Dunk, layup, I don't care. And how often do you draw fouls, okay? If you do all those 3 things, do them well, all right, you're a Hall of Famer, all right? Most all-stars do 2 of those 3 things at an elite level. And as an NBA player, you're probably doing 1 of those things above average. Is that fair?
Every so often, you should probably play defense, too.
Well, it's overrated.
Shane doesn't know anything about it.
Rebounds, yeah.
And so, thinking back on how I developed as a player, we didn't have that information, right? And you look at the development of coaches now, which is now a cottage industry, which didn't exist when I was, in the league 20 years ago. I think coaches understand that. Players, if you look at shot charts, much different than 20 years ago. And so it bears out. The data's bearing out, but I was telling these guys last night, it's kind of like telling your kids to eat vegetables, okay? Kids know that vegetables are good for them. They don't know why they're good for them, all right? Players today, they know that rim shots are good. They don't know why they're good for them, all right? And so the evolution of player development is bearing out in the numbers. I don't think players understand, how the sausage is made, so to speak.
Do you think you would have been a different player? Would you have been a better player?
I would have made more money if my parents would have waited to have me about 10 years. That's my biggest gripe. I think I would have been a better player because I would have focused, I would have taken a lot more threes. And I would have worked on my finishing a lot more than I did. The two most important skills. I was never a big foul drawer, so that wasn't never my game. But I would have been a better finisher and a better three-point shooter because I really would have focused on those things.
Kathy, I heard you say recently that when people ask what you do, you say that you use data and statistics to try to win games, which I love. It's a very simple and useful definition. I assume that by the same definition, if we think of player development, it's using data and statistics to try and get better, right, at basketball. And so, talking about three-point shooting and Shane taking 15 three-pointers a game in today's NBA, if you're looking at players, if you want to evaluate a three-point shooter, this might sound silly, but is three-point shooting percentage in a game the best metric to do it?
So I think this is it's kind of an interesting question, which is what am I actually trying to measure, right? Which is three-point shooting the best measure of how well this player has shot in games from three? Yes, it is the best measure. If that's the question that you have. If your question is, how well do we think he's going to continue to shoot from three for the rest of this season? How well do we think he's going to shoot from three next season, 2 seasons from now? That's a different kind of question. That is more predictive. It is not descriptive. And if it is just who is the best shooter?
Yeah, who is a good shooter?
I mean, but even that is lacking context. Is it just are they open in the corner, wide open, and they have a full second to take the shot, and they're not going to be contested? Is it pulling up off the bounce, heavily contested by a great defender? All of these things are really important. If you just look at their three-point shooting percentage, I mean, it tells you something. Again, it tells you what they have done in game. But in terms of evaluating their actual shooting ability, we're going to look at what was the quality of the shot in the game based off of what we have from the spatial tracking data. We don't have pose data, but that should be coming soon. And so that will give you a better sense of how contested that shot was. We also will have the shooting data from in the gym. We'll understand how well do they shoot on catch and shoots in the gym, how well do they shoot when they're sort of contested, although the contest level in the gym is going to be very different than it is in a game, so you have to account for that. There's also a question of what was the scheme? What were we trying to have them do? Was this three-point shot the result of the play that was drawn up? Is this what we were trying to do for this player? How are we using him? Has that changed over time? If his three-point percentage has gone down, is it because he used to just be open in the corner and now he's having to create his own shot? And let's account for that.
That's 23 questions.
Yeah. I should have asked all 23 of them. But even with all that context, make miss, is that too noisy? Are you looking at arc and depth and left-right coordinates? I mean, does that tell you more about the quality of a shot than just if it went in or not?
So yeah, so in theory, there's a perfect shot, which is at 45 degrees and 10 inches back and right in the middle of the hoop, and they call it that splash zone. But even then, for different players, they might have a sort of different splash zone. A really good example of this is in the WNBA. 2 seasons ago, we had Elena Deladon and Tina Charles, both of whom shoot very, 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 very well. Their shots look completely different from each other. And so if you just gave me their shots sort of without understanding the context, without understanding who was shooting it, I might look at one of those players' shots and say, this looks really bad. But once I know who's doing it, it tells me a lot more.
Yeah, we were one of the first teams to put the cameras in, and Ray Allen's shot was the flattest on our team. We weren't trying to tell people to shoot like Ray, even though we sort of wanted them to shoot like Ray. It's complicated, but as we get even more data starting next year, I think we're going to have 19 points on each player at 50 hertz in NBA games, which is a lot more data even than we have now. We'll know more, but you got to actually go through all those steps to answer all those questions.
And the old adage, good passes make good shots.
Yeah,
still true. That's another variable we don't even talk about. I used to cuss out LeBron James. I'm probably the only person to ever cuss him out because he would go in the lane and do something crazy, and when he knew he was about to get his shot blocked, he'd throw the ball, but he'd throw the ball to me and my ankles. And the shot clock's running down, and I have to catch the ball from here and try to make a three-pointer. And I said, LeBron, if you want a triple-double, hit me in the chest. All right, I didn't say it that nicely. And he go, my bad, Batman. But that's a variable that like makes a huge difference in your ability to make three-point shots. Where's the pass? Is it on time, on target, in rhythm, or is it messed up at your ankles?
I think a lot of people in Boston have cussed out LeBron James.
Well, fair enough.
He's cussed us out plenty too.
Mike, you mentioned like the information coming next year. Like, can you explain what is it and how is it going to change things?
So, I mean, the NBA's announced this publicly some. There's a deal with a different camera provider, Hawkeye, who does some stuff in other sports.
Tennis.
Tennis, most famously. The little animations that show you if the ball hit the line or not, that's from a Hawkeye system. The new system's going to not, right now we're getting the center of the player's mass 30 times a second on the ball for the games. And the new system's going to have slightly more frequent slices of data and also 19 points on the body. So we'll have people's pose, and it'll make a big difference, particularly in early, it will make a big difference in figuring out if a shot is contested well or not. Teams' shot models will just get much better because it's obviously very different if you're shooting if your hands are like this, if the defender's like this versus if the defender's like this. So I don't know that that'll make so much difference for shots around the rim because mostly guys have their hands up around the rim anyway. But
the contest level matters so much closer to the rim than it does the further out you move.
Yeah, no doubt. So we'll see. You know, there's going to be 80 other things that we can do with this data. A lot more interesting injury stuff, although we'll have to see how good the accuracy of the 19 points are. But I think, you know, we measure so many things. For the first, I don't know, 12, 15 years of this, all we could talk about is how we wanted more data. It's definitely getting to the point now where it's like, all right, what are you doing with the data? We've got lots and lots and lots of data.
Well, it's funny. There was a time, like maybe around 2007, when the Celtics probably did have more information than most teams. Like you could have a data advantage, and now it seems like it's what you are doing with it. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah, for NBA data, yeah, that's true. For other leagues, I don't know, maybe Kathy might know more about some other leagues, but for NBA data, I mean, you have your own team's practice data. That's very different from team to team. But in terms of what happens in game, yeah, the teams are sharing all the data. The second year we had the cameras in, there were 5 teams, and it was us and 4 Western Conference teams, and one of them said to us, because I just wanted to share, you know, the more games you have, the better, right? And this one team who has a relatively famous owner said, we'll share with you, Boston, but not the other Western Conference teams. Like, okay. But yeah, I think I don't know, maybe you feel differently, Kathy, but the data we have for NBA games is pretty similar across all teams.
Yeah, I would agree for in-game. It's a question of like, do you have an engineering team that can ingest it all? Can you get it all in like at the speed that's necessary? That's I think where the competitive advantage is going to come in like the short term, and then eventually every team will have it. We'll have the engineers that can do that, and then it'll be the next step, and the next step, and the next step, and you always try to stay ahead of, like, I always say, like, I don't need to be the best team at this, we just need to be, like, in the top 10, and really, like, the top in the Eastern Conference, like, if the Western Conference teams are doing really well, like, that's fine.
Well, Kathy, if you suddenly had the resources of a baseball team, and there's no salary cap for building, like, your staff, what would your ideal analytics staff be? Like, how many people, what are they doing? I assume that, like, 200 people is too many, and 2 people is too few. So like, where would you land?
Oh God. So I guess like starting with like the data level, you need like at least 1, probably 2, and if I have like 30 people, numerous data engineers. Your job is just making sure all of the data is coming in properly, on time, clean. On top of that, you want to have like your full stack software engineers who are, you know, have a dedicated DevOps person. Anyway, like the full software engineering team, completely separate from your like research team. So I would think of it as like research and development. So you want front-end engineers. I'd want at least like 1 or 2, somebody with a design background, so that the images that you're putting out, the reports all look really nice for the end user. So it's not just a bunch of spreadsheets. I'd want a couple of PhD level machine learning, PhD level statisticians, and then I'd want I don't know, 2 to 3 former players who have decided that they're interested in the analytics space and statistics, who know how to write like a little bit of SQL code, a little bit of Python, because I'm not Shane. I've never played basketball. I don't know what it's like to be down there. I don't know what's actually like important, what's going through people's heads. And so like, I think it's really key to have people who have played the game at a high professional level be in that room. So
you were looking for former NBA players who are fluent in SQL and Python and R.
I'm looking for the John Urschel of the NBA is really what I'm looking for, yeah.
Okay. Mike, does the shape of that staff sound right to you?
Yeah, mostly. I mean, I don't, if there's like one constant on this panel, it's that every year we say the communication is at least as important as the insights. And so I don't know that they need to be former NBA players, but you need to have a set of people who can interact with non-statistics. I mean, right? I said this once before, like the Venn diagram of people who know statistics, know basketball, and can communicate at all. Like there's not a lot of overlap in those three zones, and so that's the hardest piece actually. It's not hard to find these days. It isn't. You might have to, spend more because Google and Netflix and all these companies are hiring.
They're hiring all the basketball players out of Caltech. Like that was my dream.
I heard there are lots of people in tech looking for jobs right now.
That may be true. The problem is even the team, the size Kathy describes, which no NBA team has right now, that times 30 is not that many people. And so there's a lot of people in this room, and some of you want jobs. It's not a huge marketplace. And so that's the difficult part for people looking to get into this is most NBA teams have way, way, way fewer people than the set of people Kathy just described. And it will continue to get bigger, and the more data we get, the more people we'll need. But it's not an enormous industry.
So before we get back to...
Like Twitter's fired more people than the NBA employs in total doing data science across all the teams in the league.
I mean, probably by a factor of
a lot.
And Mike,
billion, right?
to that point, the number one thing I tell young people who want to break in, you have to mix in a behavioral psychology class. It's super important. How do you distinguish yourself? There are brilliant statisticians in this room. There are brilliant programmers, engineers in this room. All right? Do you have a high EQ? Right? The soft skills, that's how you differentiate yourself, all right? And so mix in a behavioral psychology course. It will pay off dividends when you're competing with each other for the jobs we're talking about.
Well, it's funny.
Kathy's like the data engineer who's doing the mapping of which Marcus Williams is it. I'm just saying, okay. Kathy's that person, she's not concerned about that person's EQ. I don't think. Maybe.
I mean, if you're going to spend a lot of time with somebody on your team,
So before we, I want to get back to development, but just like on a brief detour on the behavioral front. Shane, how did you communicate to LeBron the importance of analytics? You did not show him spreadsheets. What did you do the first time?
I got lucky. I was able to get credibility with LeBron. We're playing KD, and KD has at the time. It may be different now, but he had significant splits when he shot over his left shoulder in the post versus his right shoulder in the post. So we're playing him, and I went to LeBron before the game. LeBron knew I was pretty studious with my study before the game and my scouting reports. And I said, "Yo, Bron, if you switched on KD, just make him go over his left shoulder. He wants to go over his right shoulder. He's much, much better. It's like 200 bips better over his right shoulder than his left shoulder." And by the grace of God, LeBron got switched off on Durant twice, and both times he went over his left shoulder, and he missed both shots. And after the game, he goes, "Damn, Batman, that was great. What else you got?" I didn't have the heart to tell him, about variance, about sample size, about normal distribution, minor details. I'm like, "Bron, I got you, baby." So every game, I was able to tell him, we're playing, Carmelo, we're playing Ginobili, we're playing these guys. Hey, just force this guy left. Just trust me. And so, again, LeBron didn't care how we got to those numbers. He knew it worked. So I'm going to keep doing it. And if you show players that there is an advantage to be gained, and that's what we're talking about, using data to win games. All right, they don't care how we got to that point. They just want to know, oh, I can be better, I can gain an advantage against my competition. Okay, cool, bet. And so that's how I taught the greatest player of all time just a little something.
But this is a good point. Like the sound of the messages to the players haven't changed over this time. Maybe there's a little bit, the scouting reports you give someone before the playoffs might look a little different.
Yeah.
But for the most part, it's still the same language. We're just more, we're just right more often, I think, now. The players don't have any idea that you've switched from using some sort of logit to using a neural net to come up with the answer to this question, right? Like, they just know you're forcing them left.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that's the first time 200 bips has been used in a pregame scouting report. I'm curious, Mike, on that front, which player, I don't want to get you in trouble, so on the Celtics, has used information, data, statistics available to him most effectively? Like, can you think of players who have used this type of data to help their own development?
You know what's funny? Some players have been more interested in this stuff than others, getting it sort of directly. I think a lot about Brian Scalabrine was always asking for more information. I'm not sure he actually used any of it. He just wanted to quote the parts that said he was good. I'm not sure he actually used any of it to get better. We've had a lot of guys come through who want access. There's this platform Synergy that has a lot of tags and attached video to it. And we've had a lot of guys want Synergy accounts, and they'll come ask questions about, all right, is this meaningful or not?
Do you give it to them if they ask for it?
We have, yeah. And it varies widely how much guys care. We're always worried, right? Like, there's so many things that have really small sample sizes that will convince players that they should do something that they probably shouldn't do. But they made all 3 shots that they had taken when doing something that's generally not efficient. And so it's a little scary every time we give a player a Synergy account because you don't know what they're going to sort of glean from it. The good news and bad news about those situations, the good news obviously is someone wants to get a lot better. The bad news is oftentimes the team goals will be slightly different, from what a player might think when looking at that set of data. Yep. And in general, we want sort of one message to come from our whole group, the coaching staff, the front office, everybody else. We try to get on the same page about what we're trying to get every player to do. So in large part, we leave that communication to the players' coaches so that we don't send a bunch of mixed messages, because the worst thing that we can have is one set of people in our organization or some tool we give the players, giving the players one message and the coaching staff giving them a different message. That's a real danger. So, we're sort of a little bit more careful about what we give guys, but there's a lot of players. It's amazing now how many guys, points per possession is not an alien concept to the vast majority of players we have now. And when you were playing, that was like a totally alien thing for our players. So not weird to quote how good an offense is.
By efficiency and not points.
By 1 point, whatever, points per possession. All the players are used to hearing that now, and that's a little bit different set of communication than has happened in the past.
What about you, Kathy? Have you found players who are interested in this data or have actually used it to help their development, to get better at their jobs?
Yes, I'm reluctant to name players by name, but there definitely are players who, especially the cameras that we have in the gym, will really engage with understanding what their shot looks like.
In what sense? How?
Just so there's vocal feedback that can happen live when they shoot it, and they'll tell them whether they're short or long or exactly where they are. And so in the moment, they'll get that immediate feedback of what things look like. And I would say in general, the younger players get a lot more excited about understanding things. I think to some extent, player development is understanding what players are good at, what their skills are, and putting them into situations that allow them to thrive in that situation. And I think with younger players, they are trying to hone those particular skills and stand out so they can get their next contract.
So they are still developing. But younger players now, especially in the NBA, they are part of this Moneyball generation where the idea of using data and statistics is not, they didn't have to change their minds about that, right? That in some ways is the way they think about sports. Does that factor into it as well, do you think?
I mean, you'd have to ask them.
You're around that. I mean, but all of you guys are around. Has there been a generational shift in the way that players are willing to use data to help them get better?
I think so yes, but right. this stuff just doesn't sound alien. There isn't a resistance to hearing about numbers that they're
Yeah, it's not that they're more willing to do it. It's just it's become more ubiquitous. It's like these pieces of information are just now a part of the information that they're getting. I'm sure that the players wouldn't think that like, oh, we're this new generation that uses analytics. It's just the information that they're getting includes it, and like it's just commonplace.
10 years ago, trying to get someone to wear something during practice that tracked them was difficult with a lot of players. Now everyone's wearing it in college, and they show up, and it's weird if they're not wearing it.
I would say, like, I was actually a high school coach this year. I coached my son. I was a freshman down in
What was your record?
We weren't great. We're 9-15. So we struggle with size, talent, and athleticism.
Coaching?
And coaching.
Yeah.
And coaching. But it was a building year. No, we had great kids who worked really hard. We had a tough schedule. But like Huddle, Huddle is the platform every young player plays on. You know, and they're building their mixtapes, and Huddle actually has a pretty advanced for high school. I would have given anything to have this data when I was in high school. And so you can generate shot charts and heat maps, and you can dice the data in so many different ways just off of Huddle. And I think Huddle's doing an amazing job of propagating data. So we can go into a meeting and say, hey guys, we were only, when we ran half-court offense, we were 0.8 points per possession, and you don't have to explain it. They get it. And so I do think thanks to software and AAU and the EYBL and the leagues, way more advanced. And so the players have a much higher baseline they're starting from.
Yeah. This is for all three of you. I think Bill Simmons a few years ago was the first to report that Shane, your old teammate LeBron, spends like millions of dollars a year on his own body. And I'm curious if any of you think that like any player will ever get to the point, maybe not millions of dollars, but like significant amount of their own money on their personal data and statistics and analytics. Maybe not this, obviously like the leagues and teams are providing better information that they can get on their own, but like doing personalized stats. Is there a future in that, do you think?
Well, the one story I have, and it's apocryphal, and my favorite player to play against was Kobe, and we were frenemies, and I never spoke to Kobe outside the gym, ever, not one sentence. We had this like love-hate thing going on in the court, where he was icy one day, and then we were buddies the next day, and it was this cat and mouse game. And after the Lewis article came out, the No Stat All-Star, pissed Kobe off. Because essentially, painted this guy who's unathletic and slow actually has a chance against one of the greatest players of all time. And so the story I heard, and I'll never be able to verify this, is that after that article, Kobe hired a coach to watch every one of our possessions and figure out if I was doing anything special to slow him down. Because Kobe didn't believe it. Like, no way, Battier can't guard me. And so he was hiring someone to produce counter analytics against my analytics, which I love the story, and knowing the way Kobe was, it's not out of the question. But that's like, you're really, really looking at it for every edge. And I don't know if players are willing to go that far.
They're not. I mean, I think of basketball players as like ruthless competitors who are always looking for an edge.
There's only so many hours in the day.
I got to text Mike Procopio. I'm sure it was.
Yeah.
We'll see. I'll find out.
Like, there's only so many hours in the day, right? And so we talk about like messaging to players. A coaching staff only has X amount of messages to their players before they tune out. That's like all of us. We can only absorb so much information until like I'm done working today. I can't no more. All right, basketball players are no different. So what are the most important messages that we can tell our players to maximize their potential, right?
I think the answer to your question is it's going to happen in high school and college.
And then those players will come up.
Those players will come up and they'll ask us for the data that they're used to getting from, their dad installed the second spectrum tracking system in their high school gym because it's some really wealthy school. And then they're going to say, oh, we already got this stuff in high school. Can we get it for the NBA? It's much more likely to happen there. We've invested, our league has invested so much in data gathering that I don't, players may spend some on individual weight training or nutrition stuff, but we do a lot of that stuff in our facility too that we track also. New Balance just helped us build this great new facility in Brighton, and it's on the 5th floor of a vibration dampened building, and we've got force plates in the floor, And to do that, you can't have vibration dampening under a force plate. So the force plates are actually separately supported 5 floors down to the ground. We put a lot of money into this stuff. And it would surprise me if a player is going to think they can get better data on all of the stuff they're doing at our facility better than they can get it from us. So it would surprise me if a player wanted to invest in those things at that level. But it wouldn't shock anyone in this room probably to find that there are some wealthy parents who would want to do that for kids at a younger level.
I can see it like contract negotiation time to like really highlight the things that they've been doing particularly well.
I would assume that happens already, right? Mike?
Sure, of course.
Right.
Yeah, you get the packet from the agent when you're going to negotiate a deal saying, here are all the things my client does well.
You just don't have the high schoolers spending a lot of money. Like those players haven't trickled up into the NBA yet.
I think, yeah, I do think that's coming to some extent. I don't know how much, but the stuff's still not cheap to do. Yeah. The cheapest thing to do is like there's Home Court app, right, where you can make a shot chart from any basketball court anywhere in the world by just setting up an iPhone on a tripod. But there's like a whole array of tech coming that's going to democratize this more. But NBA players are going to get it from us, I think, just because we have it.
Yeah. More of it and better data. Yeah. Kathy, baseball has a facility like Driveline where players are experimenting with biomechanics and tweaking how they grip the ball and studying their own data. Is there an equivalent kind of lab in basketball? Will there be? Should there be?
There certainly are some that like exist, and you put on the like motion capture suits, and then you can get a full sense of that. And as the cameras come in, and we get that already. But the thing with Driveline is, as I understand it, and my knowledge of baseball is not as good as people who actually work on teams, is that it's about pitching mechanics, right? So it's about the like very precise pitching mechanics. And with that is a like purely physical thing, right? The pitcher is set. He knows what pitch he's throwing and where he's going to throw it. And so there's no sort of like decision-making process that happens once he starts his throw. In basketball, like there's a lot more decision-making stuff that happens on the fly. I would say like free throw shooting is like purely mechanical. Maybe if you're wide open and you have like a solid amount of time to like set, think about it, check your phone, and then take the shot. But for everything else, like there's a lot more that goes on than I think that what Driveline is trying to capture. I know that they're getting into hitting stuff, and they're now getting like bat positioning and all of that. And so like yes, I would say like some version of that. But I think the Driveline version of it, that like very, very, very precise mechanical thing, I'm going to be proven wrong, but I think that it's like most applicable in free throw shooting.
There are some facilities doing biomechanical stuff.
Yeah. Right.
So like, what are your
P3,
jump mechanics?
Yeah.
P3 is probably the most famous of those. But I think we're going to get the pose data from the games and be able to do a lot of that stuff with game data. But Kathy's right, it's just so much more complicated. We don't have such an isolated moment as a pitch or a swing in our game. There's just more moving parts.
I think even hitting, where there is some decision that's being made, and there's maybe adjustments that are happening once you've already made that decision, like it's still this really isolated event of the hitter by himself. There isn't anybody else trying to get in his business.
Yeah, I'm sort of thinking of like shooting mechanics, which vary widely. Like you would think that every basketball player on earth would try to shoot like Steph Curry, right? But they don't. And there's like,
but it's this thing of like, okay, so again, in free throw shooting, that is a fixed motion. You're going to do the same thing every time. Even if you're working on like a 3-point shot, and even if it's a pull-up 3-point shot, like I don't know, everything that's going to happen in a game is a lot harder to replicate in a practice facility. And so I just like that next step to, you're not like there's somebody there, there's somebody in the corner, there's like you're paying attention to everything that's all around you, and maybe you can replicate that really, really, really well in a facility, but like how we intention, drills should be aiming towards what it's going to be like in a game, and I think that's just a lot harder to replicate in basketball than it is in baseball.
I'm going to push back on both of these things a little bit though, and say it's coming with computer vision on your phone. There's already people doing some of this stuff for all sorts of exercises and games, where you can easily get pose data on an iPhone, and you'll be able to do that with your shot at home. But
I don't disagree. It's just that to do it many times, to have a contested shot many times in a game-like setting is very hard to replicate unless it is all of your contested shots over the course of a season.
I totally agree, but practice shots can help you with those shots, even if they're not the same.
I could see a situation where situation recognition can be trained.
That too.
Right?
Sure.
Okay, they're blitzing a pick and roll using computer vision. What is the play? Okay, knowing where my other shooters are. Okay, what do I have to do against this pick and roll, knowing they're going to blitz? Okay, and so pattern recognition in terms of defenses and maybe end of game situation. You know, whatever it is, you could see using computer vision to hone that and be able to recognize patterns quicker, which will help a player.
I think in terms of like development of like, here's a player in a situation, we're going to have a drill. Like, what is the goal of this drill? What is the basketball question we're trying to answer? How are we going to measure it? How does the, how do we build up from like the action of like him doing it on air versus him doing it with like kind of a coach versus him doing it in a, I should say he or she, because we do this for the Mystics as well, doing it in a practice game situation versus in an actual game situation. Like each of those like, building blocks, scaffolding steps, you're thinking about exactly what you're trying to measure, exactly what you're trying to teach. Why are you doing this? Why does it matter? Are you able to convey that to the player? It starts compounding immediately, and I just think of like pitching is just so simple comparatively.
And the pitcher is in control of his own situation, right?
Yes.
But you mentioned free throws. I mean, obviously there are only so many hours in the day. Guys have, and men and women have lots of parts of their game to train. But like, is there an excuse for someone like not being an 80% free throw shooter? Like, it seems like there would be huge value in like being able to tweak your own mechanics and study that and like get to the line and get 1.6 points per possession.
Yes and no. Again, it's a matter of time. All right, if I had 10 minutes, would I rather spend it on 10 extra minutes of finishing or 10 more minutes of three-point shooting versus three throws are such a small.
But you're taking 15 threes and not going to the rim anymore, so you can take all the free throws you want.
Shooter, but like even if I was a great free throw shooter, I wouldn't have scored that many more points per game because I was such a low volume guy. And the guys who do, and girls, ladies who shoot a lot of free throws, like are usually above average free throw shooters because they get those reps and it's just part of their game, right? So if I shoot 15 free throws a game, I find a rhythm. It's hard to find a really poor high volume free throw shooter across the board. There are exceptions, obviously.
It's also the case that when you do have one of those guys, it gets noticed and talked about a lot. And it isn't like those people aren't focused on that. If you talk to Shaq about free throw shooting, like he's like, I've had this conversation 50 times.
Yeah.
It's not. It's not like that problem's being ignored for the people in that corner of the graph where it's high volume but low percentage.
But again, the rate at which they draw fouls is more important than their actual free throw rate, I would argue.
Right. Okay, to get a bit existential here, Shane, at what point in your NBA career did you feel like you were the player who you would become? Like, what I really want to flick out here is like, is player development worth it? How much can a player really improve using data? All of these marginal gains are great, but like, how much can they really do?
See, what makes you a great athlete at the level, all right, WNBA, NBA, is an irrational confidence in yourself, okay? You always think you can do more. You never want to place limitations on yourself saying, well, I'm only a 3-and-D player, right? I can run some pick and roll. All right, you can post me up. I can do that stuff. And so that's what keeps you going, right? And so I realized that it's okay just being a three-point shooter and a guy who never dribbled, probably in my second or third year into Houston. I played with Tracy and with Yao, and I realized I was never going to ever run a pick and roll in Houston, ever, right? Because why would we? We want the ball in Yao and Tracy's hands, and they need me to knock down threes. And so I think a lot of it's situational. But I would say about 6-7 years in, you finally have the confidence to say, you know what? I am who I am, and that's okay. And that's okay. But as a young player, that's very, very, very difficult to accept. And we see a bunch of folks coming in from either Europe or the G League. They have a different mentality. They usually come into the league not as scorers. We're not going to the G League to get 20-point game scorers. Those players are already in the NBA, right? So you're a specialist if you're coming from into the side door of the NBA, right? And so the folks who are undrafted who sort of stick know what butters their bread, and they really, really focus on that. And then maybe you can expand your game a little bit.
Yeah, I think Alex Caruso told a great story about that on JJ Redick's podcast, where Sam Presti, spoke to him when he was in the G League and said, if I'm interviewing you for a job, like, I don't need you to be the CEO. I need you to be like the plumber, and I need you to be an amazing plumber. But like, that is that is how you're going to find a role in the NBA. Which brings me to Mike. Not about the plumber thing, but like a very simple way to think about it, players in the NBA, very simple, is like role players and star players, right? And the Celtics happen to have a lot of both. I mean, Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown are stars. Derek White is a classic role player. He's a glue guy. And I'm curious about
Eastern Conference Player of the Month.
Derek White?
Yeah.
He's great.
But weak month.
It's really good.
Maybe weak.
Might have been weak.
Yeah. But I'm curious about like how
he's better than most role players.
How those like two like breeds of players can use data to help their development. Like, is it harder to go from an undrafted player to a good role player, like a highly drafted player to a star player? Like, are the mechanisms different? Is one more dependent on good data, better data than the other?
I think the best players are all trying to get really good all the time. And almost everyone in the NBA is one of the best players. So I don't think there's really a difference there. I will say the best players that we've had on the Celtics over my time there have all been people who wanted to add something every year, even when they were older. And I don't, the more sort of distinctly defined your role is as a role player, and like I said, I'm not sure I'd include Derek White in that bucket, but the more distinctly defined your role is, the less you're going to have the opportunity to express something new in the game during the upcoming season, if you're thinking over the summer about what to work on.
Yep.
But the best players who have the ball in their hands a lot, particularly, or the best, the guys who are going to defend the best players, those guys have to be prepared to do a lot more different things. And so it's easier for them to find something new and add it than it would have been for Shane, whose job was going to mostly be to stand in the corner, shoot threes, and defend the other team's best player. And so it's not so much that there's different data that those people might use, but they're just going to have more opportunity to express something new if they develop it. And so why not develop it then? Whereas the other guys are, if a guy who's your field goal kicker wants to learn to throw a football, it's not going to be very useful. He's still just going to come in and kick field goals.
But a corner three-point
Maybe there's
shooter,
a fake.
Yeah. And I would add,
analogy breaks down.
The players that break out and create huge value for themselves, think of a guy like Chris Middleton, all right, made himself into an all-star player. You have to have two variables present. You have to have an extreme amount of athleticism, length. Okay, that's a huge differentiator. Middleton's 6'8", can handle. He's pretty gifted that way. And you have to have opportunity. Yeah. All right? When you have the opportunity to expand your game, you become more confident, and one begets the other, you become a better player. When I was a rookie, all right, I was a power forward at Duke, all right? But I shot a ton of threes, so I was kind of a stretch forward in college. Well, I got drafted as a small forward for the Memphis Grizzlies. Our third game into the season, our starting two guard, Michael Dickerson, goes down with a sports hernia. Okay? Painful injury, done for the season. So we're not a very good team, we're pretty bad. So Sidney Lowe's like, Shane, you're our new two guard. So I go from guarding power forwards a year ago to all of a sudden I'm guarding Iverson, Ray Allen, Ginobili, Kobe, and trying to figure it out. And so that opportunity, though, was the best thing that ever happened to me because I learned how to survive against those guys. And once I learned how to survive, okay, now how do I thrive? And so, not that I was like super athletic, but I had the opportunity to learn, to make mistakes, to fail, and grow as a player. And so, for those players that make that jump, whether it's a role player and or a star, you have to have a really good level of athleticism or raw physical skills and the opportunity.
This is a particularly hard problem for a team like ours, for the coaching staff right now. We need to make sure that the guys who aren't playing are getting better. Yeah. And, there's 82 games. We probably practice twice in the month of January. Now, those guys are doing a lot more in the gym. And when I say we practice twice in January, that means full team practices. The guys who aren't playing are playing all the time. in the gym and working on all sorts of skills. But it's hard. Those guys have to stay motivated. Those guys have to figure out what will get them on the court, and it may not be this year. And that's just really, really difficult for a young guy who wants to get better.
I think one of the things that, like, I don't know, people in my position sort of struggle with, or one of the like ultimate questions we're trying to answer, is what's the difference between who a player is and what they're asked to do, right? And I mean, this literally example story right there. And if you can understand who a player is and then like try to put them into a different situation. I can think of good examples. I don't want to mention players by name because I don't want to get fined for tampering. But there are key examples of players who like on one team had a specific role and then they went to a different team and they had a very different role and all of a sudden they look great. And it's like, well, that player didn't necessarily change anything about his game. Or if he did, it's on the margins. Like Mike's saying, like these are all the best of the best of the best of the best of the best. The changes that they're going to make are always going to be kind of like relatively marginal. It's always like who they were, and it's identifying what their strengths are and putting them in an opportunity to like have those strengths thrive. Yeah. And I think for the younger players, like we're not really sure. And so that's why like a lot of times that development is just like actually figuring out like, oh, this is what Jordan Goodwin's really good at. And then we can, convert him.
Sometimes we'll go looking for a player with a skill that doesn't get used a lot on their existing team, but would get used a lot on our team.
How do you find that? Like, how do you go looking for that?
We have data for that.
Yeah.
We're tracking data.
And again, it's as much as we're able to disentangle who this player is, like on another team, if you're going to trade or sign in free agency, of like who they are versus what they've been asked to do, and like what are the schemes that they've been in. It's like, oh, again, their three-point percentage has gone down. Well, that's because they're in this like weird situation. If we brought them here and they were just open in the corner, we expect it would be great.
Kathy, before you worked for the Wizards, you worked for the Raptors, and Nick Nurse tells this really fascinating story in his book about Kyle Lowry going through a shooting slump during the season they won a championship. The team analyzing the data from practice shots, seeing that his arc had dropped from like 46, 47 degrees to 41 degrees in the gym. So they knew exactly what they had to correct from the practice data, and then they did in the game. And I'm curious, like, how often does something like that happen in the NBA these days?
I can't speak to the NBA as a whole.
But in your experience, like...
There are definitely times where like we will be looking at the data, especially in the practice gym, and we'll see sort of like trends of things happening. And again, it's not that I'm going to go to the player and say like, hey, it looks like your arc is dropping. I might text the coach and say like, hey, it looks like insert name of player here's arc is dropping a little bit. Also probably talk to the medical staff. Like, is this a compensation thing? Is there something that's going on? Like, is he dealing like an ankle injury? And so therefore like he isn't able to get as much like push into the floor, and that's why there isn't as much elevation.
Opposite direction thing will happen too, where a guy's coming back from an injury and you want to see him get back to where he was before.
Yeah.
And are players receptive to that sort of feedback? Like if they say I'm like my percentages in a game haven't changed, I've played like but you're seeing something in practice data that hasn't manifested itself in a game yet.
I mean, I don't talk to the players, so I couldn't tell you how receptive they are.
No, do not tell me about my shot arc.
Really?
No.
But if we tell you like, hey, we want you to like take your knees out of the shot.
No.
Okay,
I want to be clear when I go into a game, and I want to play with my routine.
Even for you, like you used it, you understood and used it data better.
A player will, it's like a golf swing. All right, a player is always adjusting. All right, the shot on day one is not the same shot on game 82. All right, you're always making micro adjustments. All right, but I know my shot better than anybody else.
So then if as a like player development staff, you're trying to affect a change in a player, how much is it like we want you to talk to that player and say like this is a skill we want you to learn how to do better, versus we're just going to have a bunch of drills, and hopefully as a result of those drills, that skill is going to get better, and you're not really going to know that it happens until all of a sudden your arc's gone up.
I would be open. I'd be open to that.
Yeah.
You got good coaches, right? Like you have a good coach who can convince you to make a change in the way you're operating. That's
I'm saying like maybe it's not even about convincing it. It's just you're going to run a bunch of drills that are going to teach this skill that's going to incentivize that. Like, oh, it turns out that like kicking the ball ahead really helps us
convincing
score
happens
more
a bunch of different ways.
I'm thinking about, again, it's like a golf swing. The best golf swings, you just let it go. All right, the best shooting is you catch and you shoot and you let it go. If I'm thinking about launch angles, like that is
like ideally a game. That's
too
all.
Much. No, well, ideally, yeah.
Yeah.
So
thinking about the dedicated practice sessions. Like, what is the goal?
Chip Englund did something
the more,
with you, right?
Again, less is more. Once the game starts, I should not be thinking about anything but game plan.
But we're talking about practice, like shoot-arounds, practice sessions, between games. Like in the finals, there are 2 days off in between games, and
in the finals, no. I'm thinking about, dance with the person you brought, right?
Yeah. By the time teams gets to the finals, it's like,
yeah.
Oh God.
Hopefully, we're not tweaking people's shots now.
Yeah, exactly. Although I did before Game 7 of the NBA Finals, I did. I was missing.
Okay, hold on a second. You just said don't talk to me about my shot, and you're saying before Game 7 of the Finals, you are thinking about the mechanics of your shot?
Swear, I will go down saying this. Yeah, because I realized.
But everything you just told us violates that.
I had to figure that out.
Okay.
So it's different when you figure something out for yourself, right? So the way you change your mindset is you're presented data, you think about how it affects you, and you make a decision how you want it to change, okay? Now, if I had someone off Chip England who had the credibility with me, came up to me and said, Shane, you're missing everything left, I'd say, okay. Why? Because I had developed that credibility and that relationship with him. He had been with me my entire career, and so he knew who I was, right? Versus even like a coach. Chip was probably the only person I would ever listen to about my shot because he was there every day. He wasn't popping in and say, hey, Shane, your shot's flat. All right, see you in 2 months. Like, get out of here, right? Would you like it if someone came in, and said, hey, Ben, your use of, your conjugation of this verb is horrible.
Yeah, it's called an editor.
Yeah, exactly, right? And then they leave you alone. No, if you're there every day, that's the personal side of it. And so I figured out on my own, like, it was just coming off my hand funky. It just happens. And I was missing left, So I aimed right.
But this goes back to Kathy's point. You need to have someone in between who understands both the data and the human side of the coaching process.
Exactly. And just to be clear, this is when you were in Miami and Chip happened to be working for the San Antonio Spurs on the other bench.
How ironic is that?
Okay.
He didn't tell me my shot was busted, by the way. I had to figure it out.
He said your shot looks great. Keep shooting the way you are.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
We have about 7.5 minutes left, so I want to go to some of these very smart audience questions. Shane, this is an interesting question. It seems that most of the data development in basketball is focused on offensive improvement. And so what is the data right now behind individual player defensive improvement? Or maybe I should just let these two guys shaking their heads first go.
Please.
I mean, I don't.
Have you been asked that on every panel since 2007?
No, but I don't think that most of the data development in basketball has been focused on offense.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Disagree.
I disagree with the premise.
So you think it's on defense?
No, I think we spend a lot of time on both of those.
Everything.
Yeah.
Is it easier to improve offensively than defensively, do you think?
I mean, this sort of goes back a little bit to what Sue and Brad were talking about yesterday, that you can control what's happening on offense so much more than you can control what's happening on defense. And so we spend a lot more time talking about offense. Shane thinks that only offensive things are important in the game, but no, he doesn't. I know from the way he played that that's not true. I'm just making fun of
data. I think it's actually more actionable game by game on the defensive end than it is offensively. Offensively, it's more applicable, generally speaking.
Yeah, I mean, you need to, certainly in the playoffs, we spend so much time thinking about what the other team's going to do and how we can counter it. And so, I don't know if you count that as defensive data or not. Now, the question is a little bit more focused on individual defense, but individual defense is a lot team defense these days. The defenses, from the time you were playing to now, the defenses are so much more complicated now than they were then.
Yeah.
And the rotations have to happen so much quicker. The floor is spaced so much more. So we spend an inordinate amount of time on guys' defense. What counts as individual? You may think of individual defense just as what happens in an ISO.
Right.
But you're playing defense individually the whole time on a possession, and you need to know where to be. And we spend a ton of time on that.
Kathy.
No, nothing to add. Yeah.
Kathy, I've heard you speak about computer power and processing getting faster and cheaper. And I'm curious, this is an interesting question. What do you wish you had real time in games, and how would that alter decisions on the floor?
I mean, that's not a thing. I'm not trying to be in Coach Wes's ear in the middle of a game. Like, that's, oof. Like, it's this thing of like, what's this game day? Like, just let him go. Like, we're trying to set everybody up to succeed, and then at a certain point, you don't want to like overthink things. Now, Mike might have a different answer, but for us, it's like in-game stuff. Like we're not particularly concerned right now about having stuff live.
I went to Doc once and I said, like, there's a bunch of stuff we think you might want to have at halftime. And he proceeded to recite to me every play that had happened the whole first half of the game. Coaches get really good at this stuff. And that doesn't mean there isn't information that they want at halftime.
But whether or not they should
But like
challenge.
really, really complicated processing doesn't need to happen.
Can you say that again?
So whether or not you should challenge, which is like if we could immediately have the like spatial data and know like yes it was a goaltend or something like that, I suppose that would be very useful because that's potentially like a 3-point
That's just
swing.
going to get automated anyway.
I mean, yeah, sure, right, and that might just get automated anyway. But
how does that work now? In the NFL, there are people in the booth who are in the ear of a coach saying challenge that. It seems like in the NBA, people are turning around and looking at people on an iPad. Is that right?
We got a guy behind the bench, Matt. You actually should go back and watch the video of our challenge 2 games ago against Cleveland. Like the whole bench was cheering for Matt because he saw the way that Donovan grabbed Marcus's arm before they both flopped, and so.
And so in theory, like if you didn't have somebody who had eyes on it, the camera had, well, the spatial tracking will have eyes on it even if it's on the other side of the court, and so like you would know that.
Even the pose data we have though wouldn't have the detail that this video needed to have.
But maybe one day.
Someday, maybe.
What % of Matt's job is figuring out when Joe should use a challenge?
Not a large %, but it's a very important part.
And so he's watching the game on an iPad like this, or when a big call happens?
I'm not sure exactly. He's got a computer behind the bench.
Yeah.
But I can't tell you what's on the screen. I know the things he's thinking about. We've worked with him to figure out.
Train like that. There's
We've
like
spent
a
some time
strategy
thinking about when one should challenge and when one should not challenge. Yes.
Here's another Celtics question. This person is curious to know if Luke Cornett's closeout works analytically.
Not enough data yet. Sample size is very small.
And we need the pose data.
What's that?
You need
Porzingis is doing it now, right?
I wonder why.
Oh, okay.
Well, I think that answered our question, right? Well, and the pose data, you'll be able to have a better sense.
Because right now, if you're trying to look at it, it's
Luke's
like
theory is he's far enough away from the guy that he's not going to be able to block the shot. But if he's so tall, he can actually block the view of the rim if he jumps from 15 feet away. And so
with the pose data, we'd be able to tell, like, okay, his hand, where the player's head is, and like, are you actually blocking the rim? Like, we could get to that, sure.
So when are you getting the pose data?
Next season.
Next season.
And so I assume this is the very first question that you're going to try to answer?
Yes.
High on the list.
Yeah. What else do we have here? Is there maybe for Kathy or Mike or Shane, is there any data that that could help predict and improve player development that you don't have yet that you would love? Like if you, Kathy?
We can read their minds so you can understand decision making.
No, you don't want to read our minds.
You
don't want to know what's going on in our minds.
It's like evaluating decision making is a really interesting question, and it's a thing that's very, very hard to measure. So like I would love to know what was going through.
Have you done anything to try to like improve decision making?
We have tried to find ways to measure decision making things. And the issue there is like whatever the choice that was made, like whether it was a pass or it was a dribble or whatever it is, like the counterfactual outcome of what choice they didn't make is like.
How would you measure it?
Baseball teams have gotten very specific about this with the go, no-go decision on a swing. And they're looking very, very carefully at players' decision making. They video game it. They do a bunch of training exercises. Our sport's just so much more complicated than their sport's really hard.
Kathy, but you think about measurement more than anyone in the league, I think. I think you lead, like, how would you try to measure that if you could?
I mean, like, ideally you would be able to have a duplicate worlds in each one.
So you're building an alternate universe.
When Brad gets a pass, in one of those worlds he puts the ball on the floor, in one of those worlds he passes it to somebody else, in one of those worlds he shoots it, and then we do this thousands and thousands of times, and then we can determine like what was the correct decision there and did he make it. I mean, so the observational version of this is to try to get large sample sizes to try to understand, like, in the times when that pass was made, what were the points, scored, what were the expected points, what was the quality of the shot. Like, if there's an open person in the corner, how much would we expect that shot to then be, projecting out however much further, because he's not going to be open by the time the pass gets there, they're going to close in, right? It's this counterfactual prediction into the future, and so, like, yes, we have done a little bit of that, but the data is, like, again, it's not perfect, and we don't don't know what they're.
Selection bias issues
Yes.
there too, right?
There's strong selection bias issues there. I want players to randomize what they do in every possession for several seasons.
Well, the little bit of that sounds fascinating. We're out of time. I want to ask Mike one last question. We started this 16 years ago in 2007. So let's end it 16 years from now in 2039. You are still on this panel.
Why?
Because you're always on this panel. What do you expect the annoying moderator like me to be asking you about in 2039?
Are we taking too many threes?
That was a 2008 question. I think.
What will things look like 16 years from now? Those are the questions that will be.
Mike. Load management.
Load management, that'll be a question.
Yeah.
Well, that seems like, not talking about load management seems like the right place to stop for these guys. Thank you, everyone, for coming. It was a pleasure. Thanks to everyone on this panel.
Ooh.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the 2023 Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. Hopefully you had a really great day 1. I'm so excited to be here this morning for this panel. My name is Tal. I'm a first-year MBA student at MIT Sloan, part of the organizing team for this weekend. And I'm honored to introduce this panel, Moneyball, the impact of Moneyball 20 years later. Our panelists today are Daryl Morey, President of Basketball Operations at the Philadelphia 76ers, Bill James, baseball writer, historian, and statistician, Shane Battier, former VP of Analytics and Basketball Development at the Miami Heat, and Michael Lewis, author and journalist. The panel today is moderated by Jackie McMullen, retired senior writer at ESPN. To give you a sense of how this works, we'll do the panel for about 45 minutes and then leave about 10 minutes for Q&A. You can submit questions via Twitter using the hashtag MoneyballTurns20. It's up on the screens in case you forget it. With that, I'll turn it over to you, Jackie.
Thank you, Tal. Wow, what a crew here. I'm just going to say hello and leave it at that. Michael, I want to start with you because I was thinking about this book, which came out in 2003, so I'm guessing 2001 or so is when you started writing it, give or take?
No, I met Billy Bean and started in on it spring training of '02.
Wow.
It was it was exactly a year wire to wire. I was done with it in a year.
Okay, so God bless on that.
Yeah.
But you had just come off, you'd written a bunch of successful books, including Liar's Poker, which was a runaway bestseller, and I'm wondering, as you went to your editor and said, well, here's my idea, was it a hard sell?
You know, it was funny because I had not ever published anything about sports. And they do think you should just try to do the same thing over and over again. But it was an accident that I started writing about Wall Street. I mean, there was no reason that I just happened to work there.
Sure.
I got so worked up about it. I mean, by the time I called the publisher, and it was a late night email, and I remember what triggered the email. And I got so worked up about it, I didn't give him a choice. And I said, this is going to upset you. The next book is about, it's not only the next book is about baseball, the next 2 books are. The first one's going to be called Moneyball, and I'm only writing it so I can write the second one that's going to be called Underdogs. And I had this whole, all mapped out. And this is, you know, the next morning I got a call from my editor, and he said, you clearly are into this, just do it. It took them a while before they kind of figured out how it was going to work. But and for them, with the publisher, it wasn't. They saw a connection. This wasn't for them a huge departure. Said, we'll just say Michael Lewis writes about markets, and we're just moving into the market for professional athletes. So they made a connection.
So this couldn't have been your first book then, because they would have said, yeah, no, we need something different. Right?
I don't know. Yeah, I think anybody who got this material. I stumbled into the material.
Right.
I think anybody who got the material, when I got the material, could have found a publisher for it. I mean, it was, once you kind of framed it, it was so compelling. I mean, it wasn't about baseball.
No,
it was about the way human beings get valued. And baseball was just the example. So it was a joyous experience. I mean, the only thing that was not joyous about it is I wrote the first 2.5 chapters and they got stolen. My office was robbed, everything was taken out of it. I had to start all over from the beginning.
Are you serious?
Yes. So I had to start.
Oh, that's a writer's nightmare.
I had to start all over from the beginning. That was the only hiccup. But it was just, it wrote itself.
So when you rewrote them, they weren't the same. They couldn't possibly be.
They're better, you know.
Right, always.
Yeah, yeah.
No, really, always.
Better. Right?
That's a painful way to go to get better chapters.
It happens, but it happens. But I had one hand on his books, on Bill's books, the whole time I was doing it.
Exactly.
I knew that gave me confidence in where I was, and there was no agony. There was no agony.
So, Bill, had you met Michael Lewis?
No, I had not. And Michael, I apologize for breaking into your office. But I had to leave my book somewhere, you know. No, I had not met him before he was working on the book, no.
Well, so I met him while I was working on the book.
Well, of course, but I mean beforehand.
I made the pilgrimage to Lawrence, Kansas.
Only way to see Bill James.
Only way to see Bill James. And yes, and he probably wondered what the hell I was doing. I remember him saying, that's an awful title. He hated the title. And I remember him also saying, he was very sweet about it. He wasn't being rude. He says, I'm never going to read your book. I don't really read books.
Have you read it, Bill?
No, he hasn't.
Well,
You've read it by now.
I read it. I did not read. Anytime I saw my own name, I like skipped 10 pages.
Oh.
I do not. I know people don't believe this, but I try real hard not to read anything written about me, because I'm hypersensitive, and I'll take anything as an insult. I like Michael and don't want to be insulted by his stuff.
So for those of you who don't know, because this is named the Bill James Room, and Bill James is a baseball legend. But, as we learn in Moneyball, at one point you were a night watchman, and I'm going to say this, I wrote it down, at the Stockley Van Camp Pork and Beans.
That's correct. That's where I met my wife. She was working there. I was a night watchman. I worked in fast food and security job, guard and stuff like that for several years. I think a lot of people did. Well,
did anybody else here work at the Stockley Pork and Beans plant? Okay. But you're writing your baseball abstract. I think 1977 was the first one.
That is correct.
You published, and it was, as I recall, stapled together, and you sold about 80 copies.
Not quite that many, but yeah.
Okay, but this is your passion, so I think people need to understand the beginnings of that, because as Michael has already told us, it was the fuel for this book. But explain to people what was in that first publication of Baseball Abstract. Why was it so important for you to get it published?
Nothing of any significance was in there. I had ideas, but when you start out, you have no idea how hard it is to write a book. And so I started writing the book about the 76 season in January of 1977 with the idea of publishing it perhaps in March.
Wow.
No concept of what I was doing. And so there's nothing written in there that's very interesting. I just figured some stuff, like I went through the Sporting News and counted how many double plays were turned in the game started by each starting pitcher and stuff like that. But having done that and known that I didn't do it well, I thought I needed to do it better the next year. So I took another shot at it in 1978, and wasn't a lot better, but doing it repeatedly, I eventually sort of figured out what I was doing.
But in those papers, you were talking about the value of on-base percentage, which is really the foundation of Moneyball in many ways. You were also, I remember reading about errors. You thought errors in quotes were foolish because, again, I learned this, people when they first started playing baseball didn't have gloves. So of course there were a lot of errors, right, historically. And you were talking about the range factor. All of these things is a gold mine for someone who's writing Moneyball. I don't want to put words into your mouth.
Yeah, by the time Michael was writing Moneyball, the field was growing, and there were a lot of more solid and better researched and better thought out ideas that were percolating in the field in general. Michael writes some, I think. I've seen the movie a couple of times.
Do you close your ears when they say your name? Or?
I never know when it's coming. Michael writes about my being unpopular in the game, which I was. But honestly, I was responsible for a lot of that myself because I just took random pot shots at people. And I kind of grew up with an antagonistic relationship with most of the world, and that worked for me as a writer when I was young. And I regret a lot of things that I wrote, and I'm no longer so literal about things like abolishing errors and replacing them with something more sensible. But that was the pathway that I took to get to where I eventually was.
That's so interesting. I think anyone that suggests, I'm going to use the word radical change in the game, in any sport, is unpopular.
Right.
Billy Beane was unpopular. And that brings me to our friend Daryl Morey, who, Daryl, I think you told, or did I read this in Moneyball? I forget now. I can't remember because I've read so many things about this leading up to this panel. You read Bill James's baseball abstract when you were 16?
It sounds about right. Yeah, maybe a little younger. I went to Walden Books at Summit Mall in Ohio, and the first one was yellow or green, so it was like 84. I was more like 12, I think, yeah. So.
And why was that so attractive to you?
Why? The original reason that I really was into data and baseball was because I wanted to beat my friends at Stratomatic and Earl Weaver baseball and these games that we would play on the Commodore 64. So I was in the first era of video games, and so Earl Weaver baseball was the best game. And to win, you actually needed these concepts. Like I like to win more than anything else. So if you're trying to win these games, you basically become like a GM. And people these days even ask me, they're like, oh, I play fantasy baseball, or I play diamond, pursue the pennant baseball, or strata. Like, how is that very much different from running a team? And obviously the people aspect's different, but the how do you select players is actually all that not different. Mm-hmm. And so that was my original reason to really get into it. And I was into math, of course. So.
But the human element of that makes it extremely different, doesn't it?
Extremely different. Yeah, of course. But if you're not always really, if the reason for this, if you're not relying on the foundation of what are the players who make the biggest impact, like you will make, you have to have that as your ground truth. I have a question for Bill. If you think you had better EQ and a different approach starting in 1977, would baseball have gotten to your, these concepts from you or others quicker?
The other people who were trying to do things similar to what I was trying to do, many of them were better people than I am, and many of them were smarter than I am, and perhaps had better analytical systems, but none of them had the package of things that was needed to sell it to the public. Part of which was the kind of aggressive attitude about, telling other people they were full of shit. Sorry. So some of it would have happened anyway because of the computer revolution starting not too long, the personal computer revolution starting not too long after I started the abstract, and that part of it would have happened anyway, but it would not have been united clearly with ideas, and because it would have been not been united with ideas that much of the baseball world found to be objectionable, it would have been less controversial, but ultimately less meaningful, I think. I think it would have been more streamed. The baseball world would have gone in one direction and the analysis of it in a different direction, but they would not have, I don't believe they would have joined at the same time and to the same extent that they eventually did.
I find it interesting because most people would think that if he had been less controversial, less adversarial, that it would have come quicker, that slowed it down. But I think you're saying it was a requirement to penetrate the temple of baseball.
That's it. It's status quo. People don't like people questioning status quo. It makes them uncomfortable.
Well,
and it also makes them insecure about their own future if they haven't thought of it first and they don't see it in the same lens.
It was an outsider movement. I mean,
100%.
What's rare is the insider who sort of embraces the movement.
But a lot of what you haven't said a word there, Shane.
I'm amongst legends. I'm
trying
to help
here. Here's how we bring Shane in, though. So,
I'm happy
Shane,
to be here.
First of all, how old were you when Moneyball came out?
2000. I could jump a lot higher. No, I was in my third year in the NBA.
Okay.
So I was about 20. I was an old senior, so I was about 24, 25 years old.
Right.
And the book was obviously revolutionary. I played baseball in high school.
So did you feel right away that was the case? When you read it, did you say,
You
wow?
read the book?
I read the book.
Huh. All right.
I read the book. I read the book, but I never correlated to basketball.
Okay, well, that was.
Oh, this is a cute baseball story.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, like the catcher goes to Alabama, gets on base, a lot of walks. Like, okay, I can sort of see that. So like, I understood it for baseball,
Right.
But I never, ever would have thought that had any applications to basketball, because basketball it's not a one-on-one sport like baseball is. There's 5 guys, and it's about heart and grit and determination, and like
all those cliches.
All those things. Like, this doesn't apply to basketball. I never even made the correlation at all when I read it in 03.
That's interesting. So in 2006,
Yeah.
Daryl Morey, we've taken Daryl Morey, wait for it. Really, when the book came out, Moneyball, I believe, were still with the Celtics, yes?
I was with the Celtics.
Walking
yes.
through the hall, I had no idea what he did. I'd see him and wave, and I'm like, I don't know who that guy is. I wonder what he does.
You weren't on the basketball side of things, right?
I was
You're like
sort of
ticket sales or something.
Sort of doing both. Yeah. So I came.
You were in the back. You were in the lab doing data. You were. I know you were.
I came with new ownership, and when Wick and Steve bought the Celtics, the very first problems you have as a new team are not like running draft models. Like, they're like, what people do we want to run the team? And oh my gosh, we better make more money so we can afford the play. So they were like sending me at some of these problems as like not in charge because I was very young, but just
kind of
doing analysis. And then it took months before they were like, oh, now you can do some of this basketball stuff. And they brought in Danny, who's amazing, of course. And then Mike, we hired Mike Zarin, who got to work on it full time, but I was still working sort of on everything.
But in 2000,
the point that we almost missed in the earlier discussion is that a lot of what baseball people believed was just wrong. And you couldn't really make an impact without facing the fact that they had a whole set of nonsensical beliefs built up, and there wasn't any way, whether you're a nice person or not so nice person like me, there wasn't any way that you could make an impact without telling them that they were wrong, and there wasn't any way you could tell them they were wrong without offending them.
Yeah. Well, that was beautifully displayed in Moneyball. Like, one of my favorite scenes in Moneyball is the very obese scout munching on a crawler saying, I think Jeremy Brown's too fat to play baseball for us.
They said that when he walked, his thighs rubbed together so much they were going to start a fire.
Right.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
But it was, think of my position. He has generated the intellectual stuff. He's a beautiful writer. He was a joy to read. I walk into this situation where one team has sort of like embraced him. It's a secret. And I was traveling with the team with his books, and I would sit in the press box, listening to the press people, read their stories, interview people, hear what they were saying about the game. There was this whole kind of narrative that was so clearly false, and this whole other reality that was not being witnessed. And I just felt I was in possession of gold. It's a writer's dream. It's like, once you realize, like, the world sees one thing, and you see another, or someone has seen another, and there's this gap. You just drive a truck through it. It was just fabulous.
Did you understand the implications? I mean,
oh my
20 years. Did you when you were writing it?
I thought that if I do my job, I wasn't. So this is the funny thing is, like, when I'm doing it, the A's are amused that I'm there.
Yeah.
They don't think anything's going to come of it. And I had a conversation with Billy. Billy was pissed when he read the book.
Really?
Yeah, he was pissed. He called me up and he's screaming and yelling at me.
Wait, after it came out or before it came out?
The moment it's coming out, he got a galley, and he couldn't do anything about it.
No,
and he calls up and he's like, he's apoplectic, and he won't tell me why. And I'm thinking, I just spilled all your secrets. Yeah. It's over. Everybody's going to do this now. But he says, I say, why are you upset? He says, you have me saying fuck all the time. and I said, and throwing water coolers and all that. And he said, and I said, but Billy, you do say fuck all the time.
Yeah, right. Help you there.
And he says, you don't understand, my mother's going to be furious. Yeah. and he was completely seriously. And I said, Billy, I'm relieved. Because I thought you were going to be furious because I just ruined your career. That it's going to be everybody. And there's this pause, and he says, you don't think anybody in baseball is going to read your book? He said nobody's going to pay. Bill James's stuff is out there. We've been doing it. Nobody pays any attention. So,
but he's right. He was right. Everyone read the book.
He was wrong.
Well, he was right about.
He was right
about the book.
He was right about you weren't going to change the minds of the people who were already in position. However, the owner was friends with the guy who ran Goldman Sachs, and the guy who ran Goldman Sachs read the book and called the owner and said, "You're an idiot.
You're giving that access."
the owners of like the Mets, you're an idiot for the way you're running your organization. Read this book. And the change came with owners like the Rockets calling Darryl. That's how the change started to come for the people whose money was being wasted. That was the mechanism, the biggest mechanism of change. But if you'd asked me like what's going to happen with this, I wasn't thinking about baseball. I really was thinking, look, you've got this, forget it's a sport. It's a corporate endeavor. You've got these employees on the field who are doing what they've been doing, the same thing they've been doing for whatever, 70 or 80 years, more or less the same way. And they're scrutinized by everybody. They have stats attached to every move they make on the field. And he and they have demonstrated that these people are not valued properly. If that person can be misvalued, who can't be?
Right.
I thought that's where we were going with it. I thought people were going to read this and say, like, around the office, like, it was about women in the workplace. It was about the way surface appearances cause people to misjudge. That was what was going on in my mind. And I thought the baseball story was lovely, and for me, I'm taking up too much airtime here, I know, but for me...
It's your book, honey, keep going.
You're doing great, Michael. Just stop using the F word.
So, Billy's the main character, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's obviously the narrative engine for the thing. But to me, there was such huge emotional content in the stories of Chad Bradford and Scott Hatterberg.
Right.
These people who in Shane. And Shane becomes the basketball version of that.
Right.
But Shane's famous, so this is a little different. Shane's already famous by the time I get to him. He's the national player. Everybody knows he's good. They just don't know how good. But Darryl knows how good. But these people who are kind of obscure on the baseball field, who have these gifts, and the gifts very rooted in who they are, and who've never been valued. And the discovery of their value by this mechanism of reason was, to me, that was the heart of the book. And I wish I could tell that story. You tell it once, you don't want to write the same story twice. And Shane gave me the chance to write the same story twice, but doing it in basketball, and it was a joy to do it.
But I'm going to ask you, Shane, because you did become, I think, the poster boy for basketball analytics, and you've spoken very eloquently about it, particularly on the defensive end of floor. Yeah. How if you force Kobe left and make him take that jump shot, it's a 43% shot as opposed to going right and letting him go to the hoop, and it's a 62%, all of that. But I wonder, because I know that you used to ask for scouting reports from Darryl. You used to do things that other players weren't doing. Were they looking at you cockeyed? Did they know you were doing it? Were you an outlier among your teammates for having an interest?
Oh, absolutely. But I tell this to Darryl, and Darryl's become, he's always been a mentor, and now I consider him a very close friend. But he really changed my life because when he traded for me, in circa
people were unhappy.
04, 05, they were not happy. All right, they were not happy that they traded for this guy who averaged 10 points a game, 6 rebounds a game.
For those who didn't know, they drafted Rudy Gay, and everybody just burst into applause. Rudy Gay was a huge college star, and then they shipped him right along with Stramiel Swift, who was one of the fan favorites for Shane Battier. Just giving a little context.
Yeah, and the year before, Jerry West, who I love, he gave me my largest contract I ever had. But in those negotiations, the first conversation was, we'll never pay you what Shane wants. He can't dribble, he's unathletic, all right? You can't throw him the ball, all right? He plays hard, he's a good team guy, but he's not gonna lead us to a championship, okay? And so this is all the things I've heard in my entire life, that I wasn't athletic enough, that I was slow, I'm from the suburbs, I'm too soft, it kind of hurts now that I'm on the big stage. And so I felt super undervalued. I said, trade me, get me out of here. If Jerry doesn't want me, give me some, And so a year later, Darryl trades for me. And one of our first conversations is look, we value you higher than anybody else in the league. And I want to show you why. And so I'm all right, you have my attention. And he led me on this journey of data and analytics and actually showed me some of the models that had me near the top of the league. It's something I'd never, ever experienced before, all right? So look, if someone says you're pretty good and we like you and this is why, you're gonna listen.
What do you remember? You remember being surprised by what they were looking?
Yes.
What particular do you remember that he was paying attention to?
Well, it was all in the explanation of what really wins you basketball games.
Yeah.
Okay, efficiency. All right, the value of not turning the ball over. Right, the value of making open shots. Like these are all things like, yeah, of course, this is part of my game. Like, yeah.
Slowing down other teams.
No big deal. So he's telling me things. I'm like, yeah, I do those things, but like, does that really win you games?
I remember the couple things that jumped out at me because once he pointed them out, you noticed them, but you didn't notice them before. He said, like, Shane, not athletic enough to block a lot of shots, right? That's what he said. But watch what he does with his hand when Kobe's going up. He doesn't try to block the shot. He puts his hand in front of his eyes. And he says it's much more effective. He also said Shane is also very aware of statistics and their effect on the value of the contract. Watch when Shane has the ball at the end of a half, and he's got at half court, and he could take the shot. He waits until the buzzer goes off, so it doesn't lower his.
Well, that was annoying. don't celebrate.
I gotta eat, right?
There's a long line of guys.
What Daryl did, and Michael wrote about, and Bill, you started was really crystallized process, right? And in sports, we were so results-oriented. The box score, right? The column in the paper. That's what we're judged.
The myth of plus minus.
The myth of like what makes you a productive athlete.
Right.
Right. Before abstract came out, we didn't talk about process, and so now, for the first time, I'm around a guy who talks process. That the result actually doesn't matter. The result is actually a byproduct of your process and all the things that go into it. And I said, that makes all the sense in the world to me. And so like this is why this is revolutionary. Because for the first time really in the history, we talked about process. Now Bill Walsh talked about these things, but why do we have the stats that we do initially? Because they're the easiest things to measure. Do you make or miss a shot? Do you grab a rebound or not? Right? Not the best measure of what.
No, the availability of the rebound is the availability of the rebound is the stat.
The process, and that's what is revolutionary.
Can I bring this to today for a moment? And it's still that it's frustrating. We still struggle with how teams, because the teams have gotten very sophisticated in basketball, but the players from coming up through AAU and even college and everything, they still have no idea how to do the things that the teams will value, and it's a huge mismatch that still causes a problem where I'll talk to my colleagues around the league or even people on my team still, and they'll still be focused on how many shots am I taking, right?
How many points?
We'll have people in the ear of players literally say, you need to miss more shots. Now, they're not idiots. They're basically getting to the concept like you need to be confident enough to take and not worry if you miss. We talked about that in clutch. But they don't communicate it that way.
Sure, of course
They communicate it like you need to get your shots up, not you need to get good shots up. And so it's very frustrating that if we could align, we still have this terrible misalignment in basketball and maybe other sports. I don't know how this is in baseball. Maybe you can talk, Bill, but there's a big misalignment to what people think will get them paid in the NBA and the things that now do get them paid, like a PJ Tucker or a.
They haven't figured it out?
I don't think they have.
It's shocking. We've seen some very sophisticated agents and people that almost do the reverse where they hack the system. They know how draft models work, so they're like, I'm not going to like maybe play as fundamental defense, and I'm just going to go for steals because we know that those drive some draft models and things like that. So there are people who are smart and like hacking it the other way, but no, like the culture of I just need to get up points and that's what's going to get me paid is still there in a huge way in the NBA.
Well, but it's a general principle that hard information always is preferred over soft knowledge, even if the soft knowledge is really what's more important. And this frustrates me as well. I should confess that one time about 10 years ago, I helped to convince Daryl to draft a KU basketball player who shall remain nameless. And I found out a year or two later he was terribly frustrated for the exact reason he was just talking about, that this guy had the ability to have a long career in the NBA if he would just do what Daryl was trying to get him to do, but he wouldn't. And last I knew he was playing in overseas somewhere. So anyway, but one thing that the old school baseball professionals say, which is no doubt true, is that what I call team positive behavior and team negative behavior is really actually very important. I don't doubt that it is. The only thing is you can't measure it. And because we can't measure it, it has little impact. It's soft knowledge, and it just gets pushed aside by hard knowledge. So really the biggest thing that we have, the biggest gap in our field, the biggest thing we still have to figure out is how to define and measure team positive behavior and team negative behavior. That's my opinion.
But how would you ever measure that?
What's that?
How can you ever measure that?
You have to put cameras in every room. No, just kidding.
No, I mean, I think it's going to be an intangible.
No, I don't think it's always intangible. You can measure, you can talk to people. Well, with the Red Sox, one thing that we did was we would ask a player when we drafted him, of all the people you've ever played with, or played against as an amateur, who would you want to have at bat in a game situation? And this one guy, I'm blanking on his name now, he didn't make the majors, but we asked him who he would like at bat, and he said Dustin Pedroia, who at that time nobody was scouting. And he says, Dustin Pedroia, he's this little bitty shit, but he could just hit the crap out of the ball. And so we started following, and we did draft him. Well, that's a small step in that direction, right? But you could track things like and you could teach things like, does the player help to build the confidence of younger teammates? Does he do things that are a distraction from the team? Does he? Well, I've said enough. But it is.
You don't have to do that because the coaches in the NBA are, I would say, you can tell me they're extremely attentive and focused on that because it is very important. You can actually really hurt your team in the NBA, especially if you're a good team. If you add the wrong player, right? You can really get negative. We have a much smaller team set, and I'd love Shane's thoughts on this, but I would say coaches sometimes overvalue it, but for sure it's a real thing. Like if you are adding someone who hurts the confidence of one of your better players, I mean that could be completely the worst thing ever. So
I have a question about leadership. So I think leadership sometimes is misinterpreted. Your leader isn't always the guy that's getting 25 points a game or his on-base percentage is through the roof. Leadership to me is, and maybe it is an intangible, maybe there's a way to measure leadership. So I guess I would ask all of you. We'll start with you, Shane.
Yeah.
Is there a way to measure leadership?
There are a few ways that leadership's exhibited. I played for Hall of Fame coaches up and down the line.
Right.
Coach K, Eric Spoelstra, Rick Alleman, Jeff Van Gundy, Mike Fratello. A great leader connects people with a future they don't know. Okay? So they have a vision for this is the future and this is how we get there. Okay? Great leaders, they allow their people to think for themselves. Right?
Yeah.
We're part of this, I'm part of this. It's not my plan, it's our plan. Great leaders allow for individual consideration. So, as a leader, do I treat everybody fairly but differently?
Oh, you have to.
you
That's a Moneyball. 12 different pitchers. You need 12. I wrote it down. Hold on. It's because it's good.
So did I.
I know, you wrote it first. If you have a dozen pitchers, you need to speak 12 different languages.
Exactly.
That was Moneyball.
So how you measure that, right? Simple ways, we talked about it, time spent at the gym or the field, right? Everyone's got his key cards. Are people coming in at the last minute? Are they coming in late?
Mm-hmm.
They actually enjoy being in an environment where they want to be, right?
Yep.
Right? We talked last night. Like, I know there's been some research on just physical connection, literally counting the times people come together and touch physically. When there's trust, you're more apt to actually have a physical connection with your group. Because you feel safe.
Really
it's
good
an evolutionary tactic.
Yep.
Right? From our days hunting wolves in the jungle.
There are no wolves in the jungle.
No, there's no wheel. Yeah, I was gonna.
It's a metaphor, Michael. It's a metaphor. It's a metaphor.
Wolves in the woods.
Shane, can I ask, your son's playing basketball now.
Yes.
Are the kids focused on the right things that drive winning, or are they focused on some of the, maybe what you'd call like individual accolades?
I find it very difficult for young people especially to sacrifice self for the sake of the team in this Instagram world. You know, they're inundated by, you know, the phone, the TikTok, look at me, look at me, look at me, look at me. And this is an affliction that our NBA players and our MLB players deal with.
All the time.
Right? Look at me, my life, look at me. And so the thought of sacrificing, you know, my personal gain for the sake of the team, which I may never be recognized for how great I am, which may in turn limit my financial upside, is terrifying. Terrifying. So great leaders can get people to let go of, look, you will be recognized if we win. Right? I tell people, I only get 2 questions about my career. It's not how many points did you grab, what's your career high. Couldn't tell you, no idea. They say, where do you keep your championship rings, and how do you decide which one you want to wear?
There you go.
Right? Now that's legacy. Yeah. So to be a part of a winning team, that's the way to get individual recognition.
Daryl, who's the greatest leader you've ever had on your teams? You're not going to answer that, are you?
No, it's, I'm thinking. We had some really good ones, yeah. Oh, can I come back? I will answer.
No, we can come back to that. No, so I there's a lot of New Englanders here. I obviously watch the Celtics a lot. You're talking about taking care of the basketball. It's an unpopular thing to say in Boston, but I don't think they can win the championship because they don't value possessions. And I still think for baseball, getting on base remains the most important thing. It's so simple, yet Bill, you were telling people this for years and no one was really listening. Possessions in basketball, I feel the same way about. I wonder, when you look now at modern analytics, and I'll ask Bill and also Daryl, like the Raptor rankings, do you put any stock in Raptor rankings? It's an analytical tool that I think is pretty accurate. I wonder how you feel.
What is it?
I'm familiar. It's Nate Silver's company.
It's good.
Creation.
All right, okay.
It's a combination of...
Yeah, I respect Nate.
So the reason I bring this up is Derek White is in the top 15 in the NBA in the Raptor rankings. He's a player people don't think of as a star, right? A superstar. And yet I would say he might be the single most important person in what happens to the Boston Celtics.
I believe, and Bill and I have talked about this, there's a sort of a public sphere of what's available, and then there's now what's at the teams. And
is there a big gap?
Oh, I'm sure.
It used to be enormous in baseball, where the public stuff was actually way better than the teams had, and now the teams, I believe, are quite a bit ahead of what's in the public sphere. Although that's a closer gap. I believe in basketball, the internal top teams have much better than the public sphere. We have better tracking data. We have all this kind of stuff. So I personally don't focus a lot on the Raptor rankings.
Okay.
I do think that of the public sphere, like sort of these all-in rankings, I believe it's in the top tier of the ones to look at. Yeah, but the fundamental.
What does your internal data give you that say?
It's the tracking data, and so you can do a lot more with that. Like you can know how challenged shots are. You can know. The start state's a big impact on basketball data. So whether or not you get the ball kick ahead to you in transition and you're just going in for a layup is a huge difference versus if you're late in the clock and having to generate a shot against Shane Battier.
Driving against.
But both of them in the box score look like a shot and it went in or it didn't. And obviously Raptor and those others adjust as much as they can with the data they have, and they do as best you can. But without the tracking data, you can't actually isolate a lot of these.
Sport Vision helps. Sport View.
Oh yeah, a lot of these. Yeah, no. There's good. Yeah, you can buy all. Yeah, if you can get all that data and synthesize it. But now teams have large teams of people putting lots of time in, and so. But of the public ones, they do pretty well.
I have a question for all you guys. So we talk about just like
it gets MVP wrong.
When we talked about was I surprised about the intangible things that I did? Like, I wasn't surprised that I did it, but like I was surprised at the impact. So across your writing and your research, what's like the appropriate level of awareness players, coaches should have for those things?
Yeah, it's a real question. I actually thought there were going to be lots of Shane Battiers, lots of players who would be wanting the data and looking for, be very integrated. Like I want to work together to create an edge, right? And that really hasn't happened. I think the game's also evolved. Coaches have become very smart about setting up the systems and structures such that you're playing in an optimal way. They've done this forever, but now there's data that they use. So they set up the systems and structures for spacing and all the, like your actions used to set pick and rolls below the three-point line. Now often you'll set them above so that, you know, if they go under, now it's a 3 versus, you know, so that's the simple example. So you don't, long way of saying, like, we talked about clutch, like, you don't really want most players, and I'm surprised Shane could do it, thinking about the 20 thing. Think of your golf lessons. Like, you have your golf lessons, your elbow, whatever, but when they say to go swing, they don't tell you to go, like, think about all the, stuff I just taught you. You just need to be able to swing at that point. And so I think it makes sense that players haven't. But I assume there'd be more Shanes that would come along and say, let's work together, even if just to, like, suck up and try to get a contract. But there's a lot less of that than you'd expect. And coaches have done a very good job integrating the data and analysis into how they have the team practice and perform so that the players don't actually have to understand everything, if that makes sense.
But you were interested, when you were interested in things like where you put Kobe on the floor to minimize his efficiency.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. And that is something you can.
I don't need to suck up to Shane, but to this day, he's the only player that
amazing
would,
Shocking, actually.
we would give him the analysis and he'd very smartly say, this isn't sufficient. When I'm in this moment on the floor, I need to know this or this, and this data is not helping me. And sometimes we'd have to come back and be like, yeah, you know what, we can't help you there. It's too complicated. You just have to use your instinct. But sometimes we'd be like, no, this is a very clear thing, and we should have been giving you that. And they were, he and Sam Hinkie literally worked together
every day
to create the report that he exactly wanted.
My perspective is like, if you're taking a test, do you want the answers before the test?
Yeah.
Literally.
Well, I mean, I'll give you the opposite.
Literally.
That when I was like 2 months into working on Moneyball, and you could see that the front office was engaged in this kind of lab experiment, and the players were basically the lab rats. And they were doing stuff that the casual fan could see was weird. The leadoff hitter was fat and slow. There was someone playing first base who never played first base, all that. And I remember saying to the front office, I said, like, do the players, they know all this stuff, the reason you're doing this, have you, explained it to them? And Billy said to me, it just confuses them. We don't tell them anything.
That's interesting.
And he said, actually, don't tell them. And I said, well, why not? And I remember him saying, he said, you don't understand. You can't be too stupid to play baseball. and he said, they won't understand it. It will just mix them up.
Yeah.
And it actually turned out not to be true.
Yeah.
That I went and when I started to talk to them, they were riveted by what was going on. I don't know. There's something. There's a two-culture thing going on.
But not all of them were. Like
no,
Ray,
some Ray
Durham. I thought that was a really interesting part of the book. So Ray
Some
Durham.
of them just didn't care.
Yeah, Ray Durham was a base stealer.
Right.
And he came to the A's, and Billy Beane said, yeah, you're not stealing bases here. We value men on base too much. You're not going to, I think.
Don't risk it.
Yeah, we're not going to have that risk. And he's like, it's what I do, and left as a free agent the next season.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
But I think your question was, do you have to know this stuff in order to manage successfully? And my answer is no. You have to know something that other people don't know, and you have to know how to apply that, but it doesn't have to be this. Right. Billy Martin was a very successful manager, and I guarantee you he wouldn't have understood or, he wouldn't have had a kind word to say about anyone on this stage. But he knew what he was doing. You have to know something. What he liked to do is
how do you know he knew what he was doing? How did you?
By his record. What he was really good at was putting the fear of God into people.
I don't know his record tells you anything. Like, he could have just had better player. Like, what do you mean?
No. Every team that he took over improved dramatically.
Okay, there you go. I was waiting for that.
You're helping him to become Bill James.
But Whitey Herzog, who I admired greatly, but he didn't use the kind of ideas that I use. at all. But what Whitey was really great at was there were a lot of drugs in baseball at that era. And Whitey was like really good about getting those guys out of his clubhouse in record time. If you found out a player was doing that and it was starting to spread, you are gone. Makes a big difference. And
I have this theory, Bill, though, that you're just, because you were the outsider who was not nice by your own words to everyone, now you're just on an apology tour of just trying to be nice. You're just trying to be nice to everyone.
No, you know what? I have another theory about him. It's similar, but he thrived as the outsider. He's now totally the insider. The games have been overrun by his kind of thinking, and he's uncomfortable on the inside. So he's putting himself in opposition.
You're saying like Billy Martin?
He's in opposition to the move that he created.
And I always recognize the limitations of my own ideas. And that's all it is I recognize, because I live with these ideas longer than anybody else has, I recognize their limitations more than some other people do. And there are a lot of people in our field who give us a bad reputation by insisting that everything we say is God's truth, which it isn't. It's all true up to a point, and then you have to start thinking about the other stuff. And I've moved on to the point at which I'm thinking about the other stuff, and I'm sorry it offends you guys.
No, you just overcorrected.
I don't even know what to make of that. I'm going to just take some questions because we're getting to that point. And Bill, I'm going to find one for you. Okay, let's see here. So, well, this is kind of interesting. Was, in fact, there anything about the Moneyball mindset that had a negative impact on the sport, in your opinion?
I think that's the question I just answered. Yeah.
One class of priests was replaced by another class of priests.
Somewhat, yeah.
Right,
yeah,
but I guess I want to get a little more specific in terms of...
I think I can answer your question. We get blamed for a lot of stuff that actually doesn't have that much to do with us. I mean, people think that the shifts did come from analytics, and I don't know that they were great. But they didn't have a lot of impact, really. And I mean, everybody does them, and you have to do them because you can win an extra game a year by doing them, but you can't give up that game.
Well, why don't you love the shift? It's like this interesting dynamic of the game where...
Whereas purists just...
It added degrees of strategic freedom that people took advantage. It's very interesting. Like, why wouldn't you love the shift?
Well, what I was trying to get to is that people think that the constant shifting of pitchers to relief pitchers and the constant rise in strikeouts and home runs, that those have something to do, and the death of complete games, that those have something to do with my ideas. But the reality is that all of those things started long before all of those trends, all of the major trends that are have shaped baseball into the sometimes boring thing that has become in the last few years. All of those trends go back to the 19th century. And what happened is they just got bigger, and they go back to the 19th century because they represent essential truths, right? And they just got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And yes, we did feed the monster a little bit, so they started to grow faster rather than leveling off. But we didn't create any of those trends, really. And a lot of people think we did, but I don't think we did.
Okay, Shane, how much does player intelligence and having an analytical IQ go into buying into the use of data?
I would say curiosity is more important than intelligence.
Okay.
Right? Having an open mind, examining examining your process. Can I improve? And like, there are a lot of players that are voracious about self-improvement and will do anything. When I grew up, I had friends who all had the platform shoes. Remember those, like little thing that would improve your vertical jump? There's versions of that everywhere. Now, we gave those same players SATs, probably didn't score very high. Yeah. But there has to be an intellectual curiosity about, this is interesting. And that's the role of data. I tell them when Zach and Liam, if they're here, and BHEC, the role of data is to get someone to say, that's interesting. That's the job. When researchers produce, that's funny. And that will spur innovation, that'll spur inspiration, right? And so, trying to help our players, we're just trying to get them to say, that's interesting. That might help.
When you were with the Heat, was there one player in particular that was willing to do that?
Yeah, I told this. Well, I told the story in the earlier session. You know, I told the greatest player of all time, LeBron James, made him, probably, 2 bips better as a basketball player. We're playing the Oklahoma City Thunder, and the splits on Kevin Durant, like he was better going over his right shoulder versus his left shoulder by about 20%. It was a pretty vast split. So I said, LeBron, just if you're on KD, make him shoot over his left shoulder, God saved me because he gave him 2 possessions, and LeBron made him go over his left shoulder, and he missed both shots. And LeBron
now you
said,
have his attention.
"Damn, Batman, that was great. What else you got for me?" So I didn't have the heart to tell him about sample size and variance and normal distribution. Like, LeBron, I got everything for you. But like LeBron, was one of my favorite teammates because he was curious. He was always curious, and he wanted every advantage. And we talk about the soft skills, like the upside of players who are curious about their games and will look to every advantage, whether that's sleep, nutrition, weight training, training drills, like that's where true upside lies.
All right, Michael, what's your process for choosing projects? Because this one was a grand slam home run. And how do you decide, yes, this can work, I can take this forward?
It's messy. It really is. I kind of move through the world looking for things that interest me. When they interest me, I spend some time with them, and then start thinking about how you would reduce this to a narrative. And sometimes it takes a long time. I mean, I've had projects that, from the moment of colliding with the idea to the moment of execution, is years. Yeah. And sometimes it's like this. It's like a month into it, I knew what I had. And for me, there's always one test. It's a feeling. It's when I've got to the point with the material where I ceased, it's no longer my ambition. It's no longer, I'm in a sweaty mess wanting to write a book, where I feel an obligation to it. Like, this is so good, just keep yourself alive long enough to do it, because it's so important. And if I get that feeling about it, I do it. And if I don't get that feeling about it, I don't do it.
That's awesome.
I have to volunteer this. I don't think I ever told anybody. When Michael visited me in Lawrence and was working on Moneyball, he told me he had just come from visiting his old friend. His name was Tui, as I recall. And he was the Tui family had just brought into their household this 300-pound high school kid, named Michael Orr. And he just thought it was a fascinating story. I don't think at that time you decided to write a book about it.
He was my high school teammate, and
right.
And I thought, I can't write a book about a kid I was in high school with, but you had The Blind Side happening. It's true. I encountered that before I encountered the Moneyball story, but I just thought it's indecent. I can't write about this. But it built and built and built, and I thought, I can't not. There's an obligation here. Right. And so but it's funny, but it doesn't start with such a noble spirit. It starts with like ordinary ambition. Yeah. Like, I'm a writer. I'm supposed to find stuff to write about. I'm curious about the world. But when it gets to a point where it's beyond that, then I know it's sort of worthy of the time. And books are, as easy as Moneyball was to write, books are generally a pain in the ass.
It's the worst thing ever.
And so you're gonna hit spots where you just don't want to do it. And if the only reason you're doing it is like, I want to write a book,
financial gain,
or whatever it is, it's just going to all fall apart. So you've got to have that other thing. So it's just, and it really is a feeling. And I've been lucky enough to have it a bunch.
I was going to ask you, is there one project that you went down the road and said, I'm not feeling it, I got to let this one go?
I told you that when I sold Moneyball, I sold it as 2 books, and the second book was going to be about the kids that the A's had drafted that year, and I was going to follow. I thought that Moneyball would sort of tee it up, and we'd see the role be a combination of these coming of age stories, these people, young people trying to make their way in professional baseball, and also that a lot of them had this new valuation imposed on them. The fat catcher who didn't think he was draftable, and he was a first-round draft choice. And I was going to follow the way the change in perception of them affected their
lives. And it was going to be, and I thought I was going to get deeper in the weeds in the analytics movement.
You get a chance to do that, Michael, with me.
Yeah, that's right.
No, but Michael, I mean, every speech I do, I owe you royalty. Because you made what I did palatable for people.
Are you paying up today? Are you going to pay up today?
I am. I will.
But that book got eaten by Moneyball. I just
and also Moneyball. I
it was
went back
ceased
and
to be
looked.
interesting.
Well, but also Nick Swisher was a very fine Major League Baseball player, but he was only with the A's 3 years.
Yeah, whether with the A's or not, that didn't matter. What mattered was like the whole Moneyball just went boom, and there was going to be anything new or interesting about this other thing. But it was so I spent 3 years in the minor league system. I was in uniform for the Midland Rockhounds in the dugout. And I had all kinds of stuff, but it didn't add up to like, you need to write this book. So I did a lot of work on that and just gave up. I thought,
my takeaway from Moneyball when I read it, actually, because I was working on draft models with Mike Zarin at the time, was my literally only takeaway was their assumption on who they're drafting is like probably wrong. Because they, at least as perceived in the book, now this could be unfair to Paul, was that if you're good in college or wherever, that you will then be good.
Well, that was all going to be part of that. But they admitted that, look, it isn't that we know how to do this, it's that clearly nobody knows how to do this. And if we start to use the data we have on them, maybe we'll get. So they had funny things. They had a kid they drafted in the first round who had a lot of power in college, and they didn't bother to go see what his home ballpark looked like. And it had a 270-foot left field fence. And he was hitting fly balls out of the park. And it turned out that's what he did. And so but there was a lot of that, but it seemed trivial. It seemed trivialized by what.
But it's interesting. They were starting on the path that every team went. What happened there, which was.
Right. Well, and the biggest fear, the reason it took everybody so long, is the fear of risk. If you're not willing to take the risk and in some cases fail.
It's social risk.
Right.
Yeah.
And the pressure is immense, and it gets even worse in today's media, social. I mean, when you guys make a mistake, any of you now, my goodness.
It's why Shane's teammates Chuck Hayes did get basically no sniff in the league because he couldn't release the ball on his free throws. He was 6'4.5" as a center, like all these things. But he was a crazy impactful player. And it was because of the risk of you would look like an idiot if you brought this guy on your team. I don't know what you thought, Shane, when you were first round Chuck.
I love Chuck Wagon. Favorite
you
teammates
can't
of all
do anything
time.
but love Chuck, but most players who he doesn't fit the mold of hey, this guy's an NBA player until you watch him play.
Right.
Since we're talking about teammates just a little bit, and Nate Silver's name was mentioned, I wanted to make sure everybody knew that Nate's part of our group. I mean, he's not on stage at the moment, but Nate's one of us, and he's one of our contributions to the larger society.
Yeah, he's super smart.
I think Pacoda is still his creation on the baseball side.
Yeah.
So.
Well, gentlemen, this panel's over. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jackie.
Thank you, Jackie.
You guys were awesome. That was great.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. We're going to get started if you want to take your seats. Hope you've been enjoying the second day of the 2023 Sloan Sports Analytics Conference so far. My name is Tal. I'm a first-year MBA student at MIT Sloan, part of the organizing team for this weekend. So we're so excited that this panel is here finally in fruition and that you're all here to see it. So I'd love to formally introduce this panel titled Start Your Engines, How Data is Fueling NASCAR's Strategy to Engage an Evolving Fan Base, Customer Base. Our panelists today are Steve Phelps, President of NASCAR, Jill Gregory, Executive Vice President and General Manager of Sonoma Raceway, Justin Marks, founder and owner of Trackhouse Entertainment Group. The panel today is moderated by Joe Pompliano, host of The Joe Pomp Show, entrepreneur and investor. To give you a sense of how we'll do this, it'll be about 45 minutes for the panel, and then we'll save about 10 minutes for Q&A. Please submit any questions on Twitter using the hashtag #FutureOfNASCAR. It's up on the screens in case you forget it. And with that, Joe, I'll pass it over to you.
Awesome. Thank you, Tal. I'm excited about this, guys. This is something that when I was asked to do it, I was ecstatic about because selfishly, I'm a fan of motorsports, and talking to three individuals as yourself is interesting to me. But also, we've seen a resurgence, we'll call it a renaissance of motorsports in the United States, specifically over the last few years. And I think specifically NASCAR is at the front of that and doing an incredible job in a number of categories. And each of you represent one of those categories, right? From the organization, from the tracks and the teams. So I think the easiest place to start is, Steve, if you want to give just a general overview of kind of where NASCAR is today and some headline numbers that maybe people don't know right now.
Sure. Well, Joe, thank you for moderating. We appreciate it. I think for us, to your point, Joe, we are in a really strong time for motorsports. And I would say all motorsports in this country. You know, we are the leading motorsports. About 80% of all the viewing minutes of motorsports are NASCAR, or NASCAR-controlled entities. I think for us, we've had the resurgence really comes with a plan that we started to implement 4 or 5 years ago. We were seeing growth in 2019. 2020 brought some significant challenges. But for us, we'll get into 2020 and the extraordinary things that happened, later in the panel. But the growth of NASCAR over the last 3 years in particular, it's very rewarding to work there at work at NASCAR at this particular point. So we're seeing gains on television, so significant share gains over the last 2 years. So we are plus 24 in share growth, 14% in 2021, 10% last year. We started up +2 and +9 the first 2 races of this year. Our digital and social engagement is off the charts at this particular point. Attendance is coming back at our facilities nicely at a sellout the first 2 events this year, the Daytona 500 and then out in Southern California. So it's just, you can feel the momentum and the growth. And I think the key to it all is we're doing things that are unexpected for NASCAR. Our stance on social justice, what we're doing with schedule variation. The first event of the year we had was at the LA Coliseum. So if you missed it, we built a racetrack inside the LA Coliseum, quarter-mile racetrack. Unexpected. People would not expect anyone to build a quarter-mile racetrack in that kind of facility. So we did that for the first time last year. We followed up, in the second year. It's just a terrific way to have a data point or a proof point that shows something different. Later this year, we're going to have our first ever street course on the streets of Chicago. We're going to race on Lake Michigan, around Buckingham Fountain, and Grant Park. It's just going to be an extraordinary show. So for us, it's doing things that are bold, doing things that are innovative, and doing things that are unexpected.
Yeah, and off of that, Jill, I'd love to see if you can give some insight into kind of what's happening with these new fans, right? As a track operator, are you guys doing anything differently than you were previously? Are there enhancements made at the track for fan engagement? Just any insights there would be helpful.
Yeah, thank you. I think that we have to constantly be increasing the fan experience right now. I think for many years, we knew the fans just wanted to come and see the event, whatever the competition was, and call it a day. And I think post-pandemic, what we saw very early on was that people were just happy to be back. Fans just wanted to be out. So we kind of were able to check the box by putting on a good race and making sure they can get in and out of the facility. But now the bar has been raised. We are in intense competition for people's time and their dollars. And so it's not just about the race. It's about the spectacle. It's about the entertainment. It's the experience of the day. And we're using data a lot to figure out what that is. So we know that our core fans want something slightly different than what a new fan coming to the race for the first time is. The good news is they want to see good, hard racing and what Justin and his team and the other teams do on the track. So that's kind of the universal. But a core fan might want something different in terms of where they sit, how we communicate to them, what amenities do they get, whereas a first-time fan doesn't know what they don't know, so it's our job to educate them. So we're doing a lot with data to try to figure out what each fan segment wants, but net is if we are not increasing our game or raising the bar each week, then they have a lot of other options, and we have to make sure that they choose to come to Sonoma versus all the other choices that they have.
Yeah, it's fascinating stuff. And Justin, you're the owner of Trackhouse Racing, and it feels like you guys have already in just a few years built a brand around the image of Trackhouse, which wasn't previously done in NASCAR. Can you talk a little bit about the changes that NASCAR has made for that to be able to happen in such a short period of time?
Yeah, well, I mean, really, Trackhouse exists because of this moment in time that NASCAR is in right now. There's so much exciting things happening for the future. NASCAR is more competitive and more compelling on the racetrack than it's ever been before. I think what you see on television and the product that we're giving the fans, that that NASCAR is giving the fans, is something that's really probably more compelling, I think, than any time in its history. And so for Trackhouse, and for me, I raced professionally for 20 years myself, and I decided to get out of the race car as a competitor full time to seize this moment in our sport where I thought there was this tremendous opportunity for new blood from an ownership, from a team, from a brand standpoint to come in and kind of disrupt the status quo a little bit. And so from Trackhouse, we really wanted to be a team that just looked different. And so, fundamentally to that is really being one of the first teams in the sport to come in and not name it and brand it based on the owner or based on any kind of one person. It was more trying to create something that's a story and an idea. Because, I looked at all the other stick and ball sports and went, if you're a fan of the New York Yankees, whether it's Aaron Judge coming and going or, A-Rod or, anybody that comes and goes, you're a fan of that team because what the Yankees are and what they mean to your city and what they mean to you and your family is deeper than any one person. It's part of an identity. We wanted to try to do that in NASCAR. And so Trackhouse, when we did a deep exploration into what it was going to be, it was the combination of us as competitors in race cars and the community and the engagement and the family, so to speak, that we're trying to build. And so that's Track and House. And it's proved to be successful so far. I mean, I think that, fans want, they've been fans of drivers for so long, or fans of kind of the OEMs, they were a Chevy guy or a Ford girl or whatever it is. But with Trackhouse, it's like, it's young, it's different, deeply engaging with the fans, coming out with we look different, we talk about ourselves different, we're rooted in positivity and possibility, and it's just resonated really well with the fans. So with this amazing moment in NASCAR of great new races and a hyper competition parity on the racetrack, it was a great time for Trackhouse to come in. And like you said, I mean, we're 2 weeks into our second year as a fully autonomous organization, and I'm biased, but I think we've kind of taken the sport by storm a little bit and created a lot of great memorable moments in building our fan base. And so we're really excited to be here. And I think, we're a reflection of truly where the sport is right now and where it's going and what the possibility in the future is.
I think, and Justin's being modest, he almost won the championship, or his driver did, Ross Chastain and the team, the one team. And then the other driver, Daniel Suarez, finished in the top 10. So a rookie season, if you will, as a two-car team, I think it speaks to the competitive nature of where NASCAR is today. So we had 19 different winners this past year, Parry's fantastic, right? Going to the racetrack, not knowing who's going to win. I think for a lot of time you had the same 8 or 9 guys winning, and it's just not as compelling. This new race car, we call it the next gen car, debuted last year at the LA Coliseum, and it has put on terrific racing. And so the first 3 starts this year of the car, it's even more competitive. So we're excited about what the future holds.
What are the changes to the car that makes it more parity across the sport and gives people more of a chance at winning?
So not to get into inside NASCAR kind of thing, but you kind of have to in order to do this. And then Justin can talk about what it meant to him to come into the sport. So before the next gen car, what we would call the Gen 6 car, the Gen 6 car, essentially, if Justin wanted to come into the sport, he would need to partner with one of 5 teams that manufactured the cars. They're also the people that he's competing against, right? So you can't control what costs. They can decide that it's going to cost you, $18 million versus $12 million. And it was much, much harder to do that. This car, essentially, we RFP'd 47 different parts, 24 different vendors that everyone had the same common platform, and then you put the car together. So Justin, as a new race team, can come in, he puts his car together. It's not a kit car by any means, but you can put it together. If you're mechanically inclined, which I'm certainly not, I couldn't put it together. Maybe Justin can or Jill can. I know I can't. But people can put it together. That's the difference. And you control your own destiny. Doesn't mean you don't have affiliations with manufacturers like Justin has with Chevy, but it was a fundamental change in how people come to race. And then the car itself, because you're not creating advantages for one team or another, they're kind of in a box. What you do inside the box is how you compete on the racetrack. And I think that's why it changed both the economic model, but it also changed the model for the competition. And so, Justin,
I mean, being able to come into the sport and have a chance at being competitive was almost impossible for someone like me, probably impossible for someone like me for decades leading up to this next-gen car. When they announced that this was the platform they were going to and this is the car they were going to move to, that was the moment where I really started thinking seriously about making an entrance. And the way that I explain it to people is, for so long, these teams all could drop tens of millions of dollars into engineering and research and development and manufacturing to create a race car that was proprietary to their intellectual property in the race team. And so these teams ended up being more manufacturing companies than they were sporting enterprises. And so those owners and those enterprises that were really well capitalized or had access to a lot of capital and engineering resources typically were the teams that sort of week in and week out you just expected to be at the front. Well, sometimes I compare it to, like, if you look at football, if every team was able to spend money and design a football specifically for their quarterback, for his hand shape, size, his throwing mechanics, all of that, and design their specific football, and you had some teams that had a lot more money and had a ball perfect for their quarterback, and some teams that didn't have enough money to engineer and say, hey, you got what you got. Now we're all playing with the same ball. Everyone's got the exact same ball. So the shift went from how much money can we spend, how many resources from an engineering and manufacturing standpoint can we bring to the table, and more to a people game. And so I looked at that and I went, I can't compete with some of these guys on money or business connections, but I'll compete with them in building a workforce and building a culture and building a company that can execute really, really well. And that's where we have focused truly as Trackhouse, because this car delivers that opportunity. So someone like me, 41 years old, the biggest business I ever owned in the world before this was, in my life before this was, 18 people and $2 million in revenue. And all of a sudden now we have 150 people there. So it was a pretty daunting thing for me to do, but I looked at that car and I believed in the possibility. And I think Trackhouse and what we've been able to do the last, year and a half, it's a true testament to how sort of courageous and bold the vision of NASCAR has been, and be able to introduce something like this. And it's a great proof of concept for them. And it's great for our business. So the next gen car is very much the reason why we're here competing, and NASCAR now is much more like another sport where it's about the athletes and about the people and about the execution.
Yeah, it feels like some of these changes have certainly happened more recently, but some of them were in place a few years ago and were accelerated by the pandemic, right? When everyone else was stopping or slowing down, NASCAR was speeding up in some essence, right? Steve, can you talk a little bit about, and then we'll move to the track and the team level too, about just how that happened, right? How did NASCAR speed up when everyone else was slowing down?
Yeah, I think for us, 2020 was the single most important year in NASCAR's history other than its inception. So this is our 75th season, so that's kind of a bold statement. But on March 13th, when we shut down for the pandemic, with honestly no idea when we were going to get back to competing. So that was Friday. On Monday, that following Monday, I got together. Jill used to be NASCAR's CMO and head of content and communications and other things. Jill and myself and 3 others sat down and we mapped out a plan for how we were going to get back to be the first sport competing. And 71 days after we shut down, we did exactly that. We went to Darlington Raceway, which is one of the tracks that we own, and we competed in a facility that had no fans. And it was odd. And just having a national anthem and then no cheering, no energy, nothing, was so bizarre. But I remember that day vividly, and driving to the racetrack and the butterflies I had in my stomach. I got calls from other commissioners that were saying, hey, we're really rooting for you. You guys are leading the way, you're blazing the trail so we can all get back. And it's the first time I actually felt that they were really rooting for us, as opposed to what they normally do. I'm just kidding. But it was daunting, but it was important. But on that Monday, when we sat as a group and had special permits that were given to us so we could drive the streets of Daytona Beach in case we got pulled over because we were essential personnel that was going to get the economy back in the greater Daytona Beach area. It was something hard. So we got through with the competing without fans. Then we were the first sport back 4 or 5 weeks later to competing with fans at our facilities. That was really cool. But to me, the biggest part of 2020 wasn't coming back from the pandemic. The biggest thing that will change the face of the sport forever was the stance that NASCAR took on social justice. After the death of George Floyd, Jill, one of the other areas that she was overseeing was her diversity, equity, inclusion. And she pushed us forward to a place that was probably fairly uncomfortable. And the thing that made it so extraordinary is people's perception, and I'm sure there are people out there that have a perception of what NASCAR is, right? It's Southern, it's white, it is not welcoming. Those things are actually not true. And so we had to prove to anyone who is not a NASCAR fan, the only thing we can do to put you in our consideration set was to change your perception of this sport. And so our stance on social justice, which was built on action, wasn't built on words, and then what we've done since that day in our efforts of diversity, equity, inclusion are so surprising to people based on what they believe the stereotypes are of the sport. So I think people would say, well, if NASCAR can do it, can't anybody? Not really sure how that makes me feel, but it's true. And we did that. And so I know that's a little odd, but I think people's perception of NASCAR was rooted in the Confederate flag. So we banned all Confederate flags at our facilities. And I think people said, well, what took you so long? Which is fair. But I think it was unexpected. I'll tell a story of one of our owners. In fact, our Daytona 500 winning owner, Brad Doherty, used to play in the NBA. I called Brad to tell him that we were going to ban the Confederate flag. And I said, hey, Brad, at 5 o'clock, we're going to announce, this is like 4:45, we're going to announce that we're banning the Confederate flag. Silence. And I'm like, Brad, did I lose you? Brad? And he choked out, not in my lifetime did I think this was going to happen. So this is a man who deeply loves our sport, as a 7-foot-tall black man, has a certain presence about him, and to have him be so proud of where the sport was going, it was extraordinary. And we've seen the results, right? So Justin's minority partner is Pitbull. Michael Jordan owns a team. I would say, but for what happened in June of 2020 and the efforts since then, they wouldn't be in NASCAR, right? And so you see it from a competitor standpoint, getting younger and more diverse, an ownership standpoint, getting younger and more diverse, and then it's equating to what's happening at the racetrack. So our fans are becoming younger and more diverse. I mean, the growth of Hispanics alone is extraordinary on television. So it's one thing to say, hey, I'll consider NASCAR. It's another, can you actually drive results with the changes that have been made? And that's what we're doing. And so if you have, this is my plug, if you haven't been to a NASCAR race, come. You are welcome. We are an inclusive place. We want you there. And that's the change in NASCAR. And that's why, to me, it's just not the year 2020. It was the 3-week period in June of 2020 that will forever change the face of NASCAR.
Yeah, one of the things that we were talking about before coming on stage was the idea that the fan experience has changed over the last several years. Fans expect different things, new fans certainly, but old fans would like to keep things the way they are, right? NASCAR fans of 40, 50 years want to maintain the relationship that they have with the sport. Jill, maybe this is best for you around the track operator side. Is there data or things you guys are looking at to enhance this experience, but also keep it the same for the regular fans and not upset people that are currently attending races?
Yeah, I think that I would take a step back and say too that the reason, what the data showed and why the story that Steve just told was so compelling is that we thought, and why it was a risky move to ban the Confederate flag is that based on data, based on what you said, Joe, where fans like it the way it always was, that was a bold move, that we could risk alienating our core customer, if you will, by changing something that whether they were a proactive proponent of the flag or not, that was just something that was at a NASCAR race. And we had to take a calculated risk to say, regardless of if those fans are going to be upset, this is something that we have to do to invest in the future of the sport. If we are going to get younger and more diverse, then we need to act like it. We need to do the things that are necessary and risk, if some of those fans were not going to come back, so be it, because in order to grow, we're going to have to fill that pipeline with new fans, and that was an important piece for us to do. So if you take a step further on what we're doing to use that same data to improve the fan experience, we talk about that all the time. We know exactly who has purchased a ticket to our races, both in the past and for an upcoming race. So we know what they've liked to do before. We can dive into that a little bit, but we also proactively talk to them now on if they haven't purchased, what's going to make them purchase, and then what do they want to see at the race. And some fans are going to be about convenience or quiet. I mean, relatively speaking, it is a NASCAR race, so don't expect it to be too quiet, but do they want family zones? Do they want a place to escape from the race? And I think, conventional wisdom, and the data backed it up, was, a fan wants to sit down in their seat for 4 hours, watch every lap of every race, and call it a day. That is not the case anymore, and that doesn't matter if you're a core fan or a younger fan and a new fan. No one has the attention span to do that anymore. So we have to use the data to figure out, other than the race itself, what is going to compel them to come? Is it going to be a food offering, the chance to meet a driver, because they saw something else on television, a way that they can get to the track more easily? So there's all of these different data points, but it's up to us to slice and dice all of that data, take our core fan, give them more of what they want, and then deliver new experiences to that new fan. And what Steve talked about with the race at the Clash at the Coliseum or the Chicago Street Course, that all drives interest, and those fans ideally are going to want to come to Sonoma. So when Steve said, hey, you're all invited to come to a race, I'll make the personal invitation that you come out to Sonoma. But any kind of novelty and excitement around the schedule is just good for us at an individual racetrack, because there are more fans interested in coming, and then we can go talk to them. Justin's driver, Daniel Suarez, won our race last year, and we had a huge amount of his fans just rush the stage at Victory Lane. It was one of the best moments I think I've ever had in my sport, and I know for Justin, I'm sure he feels it even more. But we want to talk to those fans. We want to bring them back. We're about 99 days out, and Daniel Suarez's number is 99. We are talking to those fans that are a fan of Daniel Suarez and telling them right now that it's time to come buy your ticket to the race. So it's very one-to-one communication. It's using the data to do that.
Yeah, I would add too on the data side. So we've got a bunch of our data people that are here. The two most important things, if we have great, compelling racing, and we do, right? We need to have people come experience what that's going to be. So if you come and sample at the racetrack, you tend to be a fan for life. For us, the data is, first-party data is critical to our success. And so the woman that heads up for us, her name is Carrie Gritton. Carrie came to me with a plan about, hey, this is what we need in order to be successful on the data side, and building our data garage, and then making sure it's, you know, they're as clean as possible, and we can interact on a one-to-one basis with it. So she said, I need 12 people. I'm like, okay, you can have 12 people. I need these resources. I need to hire craft analytics group. Yes, yes, yes. We have to get better in data. If we have that data, we can move this sport forward. And the other compelling part, if the racing is so good, what does the content look like? And how are we going to push that content to that race fan, because we know who they are, we know what motivates them, we know what they want, we know their favorite driver and what the hot buttons are. If we're able to do that and scale that, which we are, then this sport's just going to continue to rise. It's great to have momentum, it's great to be growing, but you have to keep going, to Jill's point. You have to, the expectations of what the fans are at the racetrack are, they just continue to get better. Or stronger, and that if we are competing with stick and ball sports, and we are, or other entertainment or music or whatever that might be, you better have a compelling product, because when we bring them for a first time to have them sample us, well, if the trial period is not very good, they're not going to come back. We want them to come back, and that's why we're investing so much in that fan experience.
Yeah, data is obviously a key theme from the brand level to the tracks and so forth. Justin, are there any things that you guys look at? Obviously, there's a lot of data in racing and so forth, but when it comes to branding or fans and stuff like that, are there data numbers you look at?
I mean, fundamentally, our data lives in the competition side of the company. I mean, with this new car, where the sport is right now, it's not uncommon for all 36 of the race cars in qualifying to be separated by less than 1 second. And so the difference between starting first or starting 20th might come down to 0.3 of a second on that lap. And so that result comes from an incredible amount of data mining, data collection and data processing, data mining, and then ultimately get to a result in sort of what type of race car we bring to the racetrack. So on the competition side, it's pretty incredible what we have. So I mean, there's a couple of things that we look at. We look at tires, we look at the chassis, we look at the engine, we look at aerodynamics. So with our partners at General Motors, they are compiling data every week and sending it to us that we have to mine and run simulations through to ultimately determine on Thursday of every week what setup we're going to put on the car and take to the racetrack to give us the best opportunity to be successful. So for so long in this sport, so much of the development and the data collection was done in the real world. I mean, these teams would go and they rent racetracks on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and they'd go run 500 laps by themselves, and they had sensors on the cars. Well, we can't do that anymore. I mean, it just was getting to a place where it was just too excessive and too expensive. And so now there's sort of a moratorium on all team testing. So we have to do all of that data collection in the virtual world. So from our partners at Chevrolet and at Goodyear, you know, we get all kinds of data during the week. This is the type of asphalt we're racing on this weekend. This is the environmental elements. You know, how humid is it? How hot is it going to be? How long is the race? What's the tire build, the compound, the construction of the tire? We get that data set. We get a data set from shocks and suspension, some of the weight distribution from Chevrolet and what their recommendations are and what their spectrum of recommendations are for settings. We get that from Chevrolet. We get from Chevrolet a bunch of data around computational fluid dynamics, CFD, which is essentially our aerodynamic bucket. Say this is sort of what we think the optimum settings would be for drag, for downforce, sort of like how the air interacts with the body on the car. And then same thing with the engine. And so what we do is we get all this data, these recommendations, and we run them in our computer through simulations like thousands of times a week. And what that does is it spits out a result and says, we think your spring rate on the rear spring should be this. We think your body build should look like this. We want to skew this weekend to more downforce and less drag, or vice versa. And then settings for making sure that the tire sits on the ground the right way. I know I'm going down a super deep rabbit hole right here, but the point is that that's tens of thousands of points of data every single week that we have to compile and put together, and then our intake team and our engineers look at it, and then they hand a sheet to our crew chiefs and say, this is how we think you should take the race car to the racetrack. Mind you, when we unload on Saturday, we have 15 minutes of practice, and then we go straight to qualifying. So it had better be right. And the pressure on those teams to take that data and put it in a spot where we can be competitive it's a heavy, heavy lift. And I go sit with my data engineers, my aero guys, and they start explaining what they're going to do this weekend, and I go, okay, you got to stop. Yes, that's all I can handle. But it's a lot of data, and it's a really, really interesting exercise to go through, and it's why the result is the fact that now you've got a sport that's as competitive on the racetrack as it's ever been.
Well, the other place I feel like I've seen a lot of the data come into play is fan consumption and what fans want ultimately. We were talking before about the schedule innovation and things you guys have done around that. Maybe speak a little more about how you guys are using it with fans too.
Yeah, so one of the things that we've done, again, that's really data-centric is how are you going to make what is happening on the racetrack come to life, right? Mm-hmm. So if you think about the car and what is happening with the car, to Justin's point about the setup and what's happening to make sure the racing is as competitive as possible, there's data that's coming off the car about, speed, braking, all kinds of different pieces. So we bought a data science company called Racing Insights, and they're helping our broadcast partner. They're helping what happens on our own channels, like our digital channel, NASCAR.com, to create really cool, compelling things that kind of paint a picture for what's happening for that race fan, that they understand what's happening. So one of the things that happens during the playoffs, our playoffs are very competitive, and what happens, you start with 16 race teams, then it goes to, after 3 races, goes to 12, 3 more races goes to 8. After 3 more races, the 4 guys race for the championship. And while you're watching on NBC, you can actually see how they're changing in real time, right? So Justin's driver, Ross Chastain, in the final lap of the penultimate race of the season that would determine who was going to be in the championship in Phoenix, he knew, his crew chief knew, Justin knew that they needed 2 positions in order to move on into the championship race. And then what happened, Justin?
Well, he went down the backstretch and said, how many do I need? And the crew chief said, I need 2. And he laid his car up against the wall and never lifted and ripped the outside fence wide open, came around, passed 6 cars in the last lap, set the fastest lap in the history of the racetrack, destroyed my race car, but got us through the championship race. That piece of content's been viewed over 300 million times globally. It was pretty wild moment. But without the data and be able to instantly see where we're at in real time. This is a half-mile track. This is a track that's got 23-second laps or something, and we never knew Ross had that in his bag of tricks. But he radioed through, and our crew chief knew exactly what we needed in the last corner, and he made a decision that will live in content history for our sport.
It will. So we will, because we banned it.
Now it's our Trackhouse moment forever now. Yeah.
It was, and honestly, and we were criticized heavily for banning it. Safety first. So there are some things that could have happened that wouldn't have had a good result.
Yep.
Thrilled he did it.
But it didn't.
Right? But it didn't. Yeah. So the fun police came out or the not fun police and took it away. But the data for us is critical, right? Data on the competition side that allows for competitive racing. Data from a data garage standpoint of what is happening to create that one-to-one relationships, understanding who that fan is. And then data that allows us to put something compelling to the race fan that as they're watching or consuming or engaging with the sport, makes it more fun for them, right? That they want to stay and that it's sticky. That's what data does for us.
one thing I'll add too from the team standpoint is, I just hired a CMO, and we're building sort of our media and marketing and brand development division. And one of the exercises that they have, we're trying to create a lot of new and compelling content, compelling storytelling for the fans on our social channels. And then we did a complete redesign of our website where we've got original articles and original content. So we track, now that we're starting to put a lot of sort of our stories out there and interacting with, other notable people in our ecosystem and generating this content, we're testing all that through like Google Analytics, and just to figure out, what is the stickiest with the fans when they click through to our websites or on socials. How long are they staying in certain content stories versus other content stories? And it starts to paint a picture as to what the fan wants to know about Trackhouse. Mm-hmm. Are they more interested in, the driver stories? Are they interested in the technical side? Do they want, Frankie Muniz from Malcolm in the Middle, he was at the Daytona 500, and I did a walk and talk with him about how much he loves racing and how he got into racing. Maybe it's a story like that doesn't really have anything to do with the race cars per se. So we're right now in the throes of looking at all of that and determining what it is that the fan wants to see, and then capitalizing and building a team around that to be able to deploy it and sort of be at the forefront among the teams on that.
Yeah, one of the things that's been interesting to see over the last few years is there's like 3 buckets on my mind. It's data, it's content, and distribution. And you have to figure out how to use those to help each other and ultimately get more fans to view the sport. And the part that's fascinating to me is that each of you deal with that on an individual level, right? The league obviously is trying to get more fans in. The racetrack wants people to come to the race, and you want people to be fans of the team. Do any of you have any thoughts on kind of how that's evolved over the last few years? I know in sports in general, it feels like there's a new documentary out every week. It feels like people are trying different types of content, but it is powerful, obviously, otherwise people wouldn't be doing it.
Yeah, I mean, for us, it's sampling. Jill talked about getting younger and more diverse, which is something that she used as a mantra for 10 years. It was hard to do that, and we needed a flashpoint, and the flashpoint was June of 2020 to create something new. We have to meet that fan where that fan is, and if that's through, some type of, docuseries, follow doc, whatever it might be. Drive to Survive has done a lot for Formula One. We had a docuseries last year that followed NASCAR for a year, and Justin was in it, and his drivers were in it, and it's compelling because it shows the drivers without their helmets. The hard thing about our drivers is you can't see emotion while they're in the car. You can only get that when they get out of the car. And to follow them outside of the racetrack and the compelling storylines that exist, that's what that does for us. And so we need to find different places to have them, to meet them where they are, and that's what we're doing. And the data will allow us to continue to do that and have them understand. But we, as I said, we had our version of Drive to Survive was on USA. I think the difficulty for that particular show, which was really compelling, is it was 10 o'clock on a Thursday night. Well, Amazon had Thursday Night Football and did a tremendous job with reaching fans. And so those that watch the documentary that we had loved it. We just didn't have, the distribution wasn't ideal, right? So we're right now in discussions with some folks that will allow us to create a stronger distribution point that isn't set in time, right? Particularly if you're not sports or you're not news, you can time shift all day long with whatever the entertainment component is that you want to watch. And that's why entertainment has struggled so much on linear television, because I may not want to watch Thursday at 10 o'clock, right? Because I want to watch the Thursday night football game. Maybe I want to watch it at 2 a.m., right? Mm-hmm. And if that's what your time is, that's what you need to do. So for us, making sure we have the right distribution partners, whether you're talking about racing, whether you're talking about other entertainment or content that looks into your sport, that's what we need to do.
Yeah. Jill, I'd love to know insight around, you've been around NASCAR for a long time now, working at both the league and brand level, and also now a racetrack operator. Have you seen a shift in the last few years around the content and the type of media that's necessary to adapt to a larger but younger audience also?
Absolutely, excuse me. And I think what we've talked about here on the stage so far has been this constant quest to figure out what they want and where they want it. So I think that, you know, traditionally to market, you know, Justin talked about hiring a CMO to market NASCAR. You did a 30-second spot. You ran it in institutional inventory on your key media partners with Fox and NBC. You hoped that they were watching it at the time that you ran it. And you called it a day. And I think that, you know, obviously that's evolved significantly. Tim Clark, who is running all content at NASCAR, has been constantly challenging and recreating what we need to do. And it's not just about finding, you know, the fan when they're watching our race. We need to be, Steve mentioned it earlier, we need to be in front of that fan when they want it, in the form they want it, with the type of content that they want, and that's going to be different fan by fan. Obviously, we try to bucket it a little bit with new fans versus, you know, core fans, but each fan's going to want something different. They might want from a different driver. They might want to hear more about the business. They might want to hear, what was it, fluid dynamics or whatever you were talking about. There are fans that want to know about that. So it's a lot more complex to figure out what they want and deliver it to them, but we have to do it to stay competitive.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Okay, I want to move into the Q&A portion because we actually got quite a lot of questions here. Okay. So I want to make sure we're able to get through as many as possible. The first one, they're bucketed in who they want to answer, but the first one's for anyone, so I'll let whoever feels compelled to answer. The question is, in this new age of NASCAR, how much are the teams and racetracks talking together, and to NASCAR as a whole, versus how much is siloed but with a shared goal?
Well, I'll start. That's a loaded question, but a really good question. I think you have to look at the makeup of our league, right? Because we are not a league. So stick and ball sports, they have a commissioner and they all have equity in this franchise system that they have. So the NFL has 32 teams and each of them have an equal vote. It's like the Senate, right? And Roger essentially is the CEO of that league. They make decisions that are in the best interest of the league. So we have drivers that are contracted by, you know, Justin contracts with his 2 drivers. He has a relationship with us, which is contractual. We own racetracks, but one of the racetracks that we don't own is Jill's. So we have roughly half the racetracks we race at, we own as NASCAR, and half we don't. And so we have to contract with Jill. We don't operate as a league. To me, it's important for us, if we are going to continue to have momentum and success, we need to act like a league. And that's a harder thing to do than say. And it requires trust, it requires incentives for everyone to be successful. And so we have something called the charter system. We have a media rights discussion that's going to happen. And we're kind of in the throes of it right now. I think we're going to have a tremendous result based on where the sport is today. We've got 2 great partners that Jill mentioned, Fox and NBC. There is a lot of interest from media companies and technology companies in NASCAR and attaining those rights, which is what you want, you know, kind of supply and demand. We also have to extend our charter. So how do we get to a place where the race teams are incented to want to push tickets to Jill's racetrack, right? It's important to do that. How do we get the drivers to feel compelled to, like some drivers are great and they'll do anything, like Daniel Suarez, perfect example. If Jill called Daniel and said, hey Daniel, I'd like for you to help with this particular promotion, he's like, okay Jill, I'm happy to do that, right? Or Jill calls Justin will like, I'll help you out Jill, whatever you need, right? There's some that don't do that. We have to make sure that everyone is, you know, pulling on the rope in the same direction or rowing, whatever it is, right? We've got to do that if we're going to continue to be successful. We've got something special, and what is something special is our product itself. And if we do operate as a league, we're going to be successful.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, there is a lot of discussion between the teams and NASCAR right now. It's almost on a daily basis in a number of different areas and working groups and initiatives. And I haven't been here for that long, but what I'm gathering is that those discussions are probably deeper than they've been in a long time, maybe ever, because I think everybody recognizes right now that we're at this amazing point in our history where we're about to start a new agreement with the media partners, and we've got a lot of momentum in the sport, new venues and everything. And the teams are all working very hard to build good businesses that have long-term viability too. And so those discussions happen all the time. I think ultimately everybody wants to end up in the same place. It's just you have a lot of different personalities in the room, but I mean it's a very passionate room, and people want to see the sport be successful. They want to see the teams be successful. So I mean there is. I'm on the phone with other teams every day. I communicate with people in NASCAR weekly, and it's just a lot of interesting things happening right now, so there's a lot of dialogue around it.
Awesome. Okay, next question is for Jill. What advice or encouragement would you offer smaller venues with smaller budgets that don't get the top tier races or celebrity appearances, but who would like to bring a more diverse audience to their tracks?
Yeah, I think it's all about that fan communication we talked about. We actually work really closely with small tracks in our marketplace, and I think most tracks do. That's the connectivity that fans have. That's what makes them love the sport. So just because you don't have a big driver appearance or a big media budget doesn't mean you can't still try to understand what your fan wants and give them more of it. It just might not be scaled as much. There's a track not too far from us that they don't do this anymore, but it used to have 25-cent beer night, which is usually a bad idea at a racetrack. But what kind of promotions and the kind of the old school promoting is what those smaller tracks have to do. So you don't have to have the big budgets, but you do need to have the intention to find out what your fans want, and give it to them, and not just open the ticket office and then hope they will show up.
Yeah. Justin, what is the biggest challenge you didn't see coming as a team owner?
Oof. Well, probably just the dynamic of the sport among the teams. I think just sort of the conversation, I'm one of those people who came into sport where I never have any agendas or strategy. Like I'm just one of those guys that just shows up and like happy to be here, and that's how really like I built Trackhouse. But I mean, it's a very interesting dynamic in the garage area, because you've got new people like me, you've got some people, teams and team owners and principals that have been there for a little bit of time, and then you've got a bunch that have been there for decades, 40 or 50 years. And so the difference in perspectives has been something that I didn't quite anticipate. And honestly, other than that, like I spent 20 years as a professional race car driver. So I have, even though I've only owned a team for 2 years, I've got 20 years of experience at the racetrack, on the shop floors and everything. And so I came in this with a lot of, I think I sort of knew how it was going to go. But I mean, I think the constant challenge really in just, internally making sure that our workforce is motivated, continually motivated. We've got almost 150 people that work for our company, so we've got 150 different perspectives on what the company is and what the sport is and what our opportunity is. And so I think it's been very tough for me to try to build continuity among those 150 perspectives. I think we've done a good job of it, but it's something that I work at and the management team works at every single day. So it's just those kinds of things that getting into. I'm like, great, we're going to build great race cars. We're going to go to the racetrack and we're going to race super fast. And then now we're spending a lot of time on stuff that doesn't really is equally important, but doesn't have anything to do with race cars. It's been kind of an education for me.
One of the follow-up questions was about your Project 91 program, and maybe you just explain a little bit about it, but then how you think that impacts growing the team and the business that you're in.
Well, I think this is a reflection of the opportunity that this car and the sport right now provides. NASCAR has been something that has been very unique in the world of motorsports, and people all over the world know about NASCAR and they're compelled by it, other race car drivers and other racing series, because America really is the only place in the world that we race stock cars at 190 miles an hour around high-banked oval racetracks. But we're the only place really that does it. And so a lot of other forms of motorsports and drivers look at that and go, man, that just looks so interesting and so neat, I'd love to try it. For so long, the cars have been very, up until next gen, they've been very proprietary cars, very difficult to drive. You had to have a very specific skill set to drive them, especially on the road courses when we get off the ovals and race on the road courses. Well, this new car, the next gen car, the platform mechanically is much more consistent with race cars everywhere else in the world. We went to an independent rear suspension for the first time, a 5-speed sequential gearbox for the first time. It's the way the car handles, the way the car drives, a lot more consistent with other types of cars. So, not to be too long-winded, but I saw that as an opportunity of going, well, now if there are big stars of motorsports globally that want to come try NASCAR, that barrier of entry is lower than it's ever been. So Project 91, named after our car number, which is 91, was a small division in the company that we built out that could be the landing spot for global stars of motorsport to come and try NASCAR. And so we deployed that last year at Watkins Glen. We brought in Kimi Räikkönen, who was the newly retired from Formula One, the 2007 world champion for Ferrari. He was here in NASCAR and tried it 11 or 12 years ago. So I convinced Kimi to come race for us in Project 91. It was a great program. We got excited sponsors behind it. It was very compelling with the fans I saw. I don't know how many Finland flags have traditionally flown at Watkins Glen, but I saw a lot driving in there, which was awesome. Project 91 is going to scale into more races this year, and so it's just an opportunity for us to internationally engage and to help drive more value for our partners by putting something on the racetrack that's unique for the fans and hopefully competitive and can contend to win.
Gotcha. Steve, one of the questions here was about the auto industry moving towards more electric, becoming more electric over time. And the question was, how does NASCAR see this affecting its future?
Yeah, it's a good question. We are working on a project with our OEMs to look at what a potential electric series would be. We think it's a space that it may work, it may not work, but we think it's important that we get there and test it, right? So if you think about electric vehicles and whether it's Formula E or whatever it is, one of the most compelling things about coming to a NASCAR race is noise. And so what are you going to do with an electric car and how does that work from a noise perspective? Are you going to pipe in the noise? Are you going to create something artificial? But I think it's important for us to make sure that we're not trying to be all things to all people, but whether you're talking about sustainability, having a synthetic, sustainable fuel, what your power plant is going to be. You're going to continue with internal combustion engines. You're going to go to a hybrid engine. Do you go to all electric? Different body styles. Are you going to go to hydrogen? I mean, there are all kinds of different things that we are looking at, and it's important to do that because we don't know where the world is going, but if we are going to stay on the top of the motorsports heap here domestically and grow internationally, well, we better get it right. And it won't be wake up one day and it's like, hey, we missed it because we didn't do the testing necessary. We didn't create the opportunity to conform to where the world is going. And I think that's really important for us. And so we are, I'm not sure I'm breaking this or not, but we are going to have an electric exhibition series probably as soon as next year. And it will be kind of companion events. And if you think about electric vehicles, they need to be either short tracks or road courses. So not sure we're going to Jill's track, but it's important for us because we have to show that NASCAR is becoming more green. I think sustainability is important. We brought in a head of sustainability, and she's doing some terrific work. And we're going to have something that we'll announce shortly around, we're doing a project right now over the last year to measure our carbon footprint. It's important for us to plant a flag in the ground about when we are going to be carbon neutral. I don't have anything to say today because I don't know that. But over the next month or two, we will have that. And then our industry is going to have the steps necessary in order to be carbon neutral.
I'm not sure the person asking that question knew they were going to get breaking news, but that's a good one.
I'm not sure it is.
Just between us.
Just between, yeah.
Between us. Okay, so there's a couple more left here. Jill, this one's for you. We talked a little bit about the idea of the fan experience and enhancing that fan experience. But someone's asking, in the age of inflation and rising ticket prices, how do you add value and improve the fan experience for fans?
Yeah, so I think that, one of the myth-busting things I can say here is that attending a NASCAR race is, if not the most affordable, one of the most affordable major sports experiences out there, and we are being very aggressive in trying to package things up. Obviously, you want to keep your price integrity, but if we can do a package with Daniel Suarez and it's 4 tickets for $99 and there's a reason to do that, then you kind of keep your pricing solid. But it is expensive to come, and so it's about adding those enhancements. To be quite honest, one of the things that we have to get right first, and our track's a little more challenging because we are a road course, is connectivity at the racetrack. If we don't have Wi-Fi and the ability to transact at the track or communicate at the track, then we can't do some of those fan enhancements. So I think that fans are willing to pay if the experience is what they want. So part of that's going to be, can they get in and out of the facility easier? After the pandemic, we went to digital tickets. We were kind of constantly investing in new technology. But right now, without an arena where you can kind of cover your footprint with Wi-Fi capabilities, we have to put pockets of it around the facility. But that is all part of the enhancement that we have to do so that they can buy concessions more affordably. They can go get merchandise, that the ticket price is more inclusive. We're going to test something this year at Sonoma, and the 49ers do it. And I'm sure a lot of the other sports teams, but in the Bay Area in particular, an all-you-can-eat package. And that's a little scary for our concessionaire, for some NASCAR fans, but they want ease of transacting at the track. Just scan my ticket and let me go enjoy my day. So that's never been done at our facility for sure. So those are the kind of add-ons and special additions that we can make so that the ticket price, while it could be daunting, includes a lot more value other than instead of they buy the ticket and then they have to buy all of these other things to make their experience worthwhile.
Yeah, and it seems like one of those things where you can look at the data, as we talked about before, and then you can learn from there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so for us, like the Daytona 500, we had roughly 160,000 people. That facility has full Wi-Fi, and so we were able to collect, I think, 20,000 new names that people were signing up for Wi-Fi that were new to our database, which is huge. But it really needs, to Jill's point, it needs to be about the fan experience. If you don't have the ability to take a video, take a picture, post to your social, or your phone doesn't work, for heaven's sake, they'd be like, I gotta go. Young people are like, I need to leave the facility. It's not working. Can't have that, right? It needs to be an immersive experience that allows you to tell the cool stories that you are building in the moment, as opposed to taking it and then, hey, when I get home, I'll upload it, and
it's gone by then.
It's gone. You missed it, right?
Yeah. Okay, so this question is for Steve, but I imagine Justin might have some insight too, given how he's building his team. The question is, the last full-time driver to ever race in the Winston Cup Series is retiring this year, with Kevin Harvick leaving the sport. How can you maintain an audience that has seen so much driver turnover within the last 10 years?
Yeah, I'll start. It's a good question. We were, from 2015, 2016, 2017, we lost arguably the 6 most popular drivers: Dale Earnhardt Jr., Jeff Gordon, Tony Stewart, Carl Edwards, Danica Patrick, gone in that period. What we've been able to do since then is take the Ross Chastains, the Daniel Suarez's, the Chase Elliott's, the Kyle Larsons, all who are young, and 3 of the 4 are diverse that I've just mentioned. It's important to the growth of our sport. So I think the coolest thing right now is that we've got first ballot Hall of Famers like a Kevin Harvick or a Kyle Busch that are competing with these young guys, and these young guys don't care, right? the older guys like, you got to race me respectfully, and they're like, I'm going to beat you. I don't care that you are going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. I'm here to race. You don't want to race hard, then you should probably get out of the car. And so I think it's a really cool time, because we'll be able to grow over the next 15 years with this current group of young stars, and we've got a massive pipeline coming behind them.
Yeah, I don't know if I would add much to that, really. I mean, it just kind of happens in all sports. There's stars, turn over, but every time a Hall of Famer or a veteran leaves, it opens up a seat in a race car for an entirely new person to come in, a new personality to engage with the fans, and a new talent to be able to write their history in the sport. So we have a tremendous amount of talented and compelling kids that are 19 to 25 years old that I think are going to do a great job carrying the sport forward.
Yeah, it seems like NASCAR's in a really good spot now and potentially in the future too. So thank you guys for doing this so much. I had a great time. I hope everyone else enjoyed it too. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thanks again for joining us at the 2023 Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. My name is Evan Lefkowitz. I'm a first-year MBA student at MIT Sloan. And it is my pleasure to introduce our panel, The Future of Sports and Entrepreneurship, a conversation with Jason Robbins and Wick Grossbeck. Our panelists today are Jason Robbins, co-founder, CEO, and chairman of the board at DraftKings, and Wick Grossbeck, lead owner for the Boston Celtics. Our panel will be moderated by Jessica Gelman, CEO of Kager. The panel will run for 45 minutes, and we will leave 10 minutes at the end for questions. Please submit your questions on Twitter using the hashtag entrepreneurship in sports. The moderator will then select the questions. With that, I'll turn it over to you, Jessica.
Thank you, Wick, Jason. Wonderful to be on stage with you. I will also say this is like a very Boston-centric panel. Obviously, the Celtics are Boston Celtics and DraftKings here based, and then of course, you know, I'm here in Boston too. So you guys are two of my favorite people. I love listening to you. I love learning from you. You're amazing entrepreneurs. So today we're gonna hit on like four main themes: building, and then extending what you are doing, big bets and analytics, leadership and managing in crisis, and future of sports. Now, if we don't hit all of those, that's because you guys are like having too much fun, which I think we all want, and that's fine too. So let's get started. Just at the kind of starting point here is what I've noticed about both of you is that you each seem to have a sense of opportunities before others do. So, you know, Jason obviously starting with fantasy sports, and then some of the moves you made with gambling, and Wick with how you created the syndicate for the Celtics, which was unusual at that time, and then how you were so focused on getting access to purchase the Celtics, and then the sports investment fund. I guess the question is, how did you originally conceive of the opportunities? I'll start with you, Jason. What did you see? What was the calculus you made, and why did you decide to go for it?
So like the original idea?
Yeah, the original concept.
I mean, I wish I had some like really amazing story where I like, you know, had some great insight, but it wasn't actually me. It was my co-founder, Matt. We had been talking for a while about we'd like to start something together, and there were various points in time. I'd known him for years. And then similarly, I had conversations with Paul, who's my other co-founder. And when Matt knew that I was really into fantasy sports, he knew I was into all sorts of games. He and I were in fantasy leagues together, so he knew I had an interest in it. And one day he came to me and he basically described at a very high level the idea for daily fantasy sports. And I immediately was like, I'm not sure if this is just because I think I love this thing or if it's like a really good idea, but it just like, we had thrown around 100 ideas before, and this was like one that just like hit me like a ton of bricks. So just like, this is awesome. So I went home that night and I couldn't stop thinking about it. And then the next day I came in and I'd already done a lot of research and, you know, looked and I found some competitors and other things, and I was just like hooked right away. So I think he came up with it. It immediately resonated with me. I still don't know if that's because I'm just a fantasy sports geek and I loved it, or if it's actually because, you know, I had some broader recognition that it was a good idea. But I was actually worried about that. I was like, do I think this is just a really good idea because I love it? So that was actually a little bit of a mental hurdle for me to get over. I thought I was biased, but. And then along the way, I think just everything sort of like naturally evolved in a way where I think we just didn't have a lot of choices. I'd like to say like I was so forward thinking, but for example, when we went to sports betting, it was kind of that or bust. You know, we had just gone through an attempted merger with FanDuel that got shot down by the FTC. Company like needed a direction, and this was really like the Supreme Court announced they were taking up the case. That was really the only thing. So I think it got a lot harder later when we actually had real choices and options and had to make some more difficult decisions.
So just a follow-up question. You said, I like this, the mental hurdle and the bias. Was there anything that you kind of said, oh, I'm going to like take it one step further to ensure that you weren't biased?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it was research and just like doing more, you know, what's the size of the fantasy sports market? How much revenue does it generate? So like getting convinced that it wasn't just me and my little bubble, that there was actually a real market out there. I think that's what helped me get over the hump.
Wick?
Jess, can I say for the record, first of all, you both look fabulous in plum.
Thank you. We coordinated today.
And I didn't get the memo. I think there's but that's okay. But secondly, you could answer every one of these questions. You founded a leading analytics company.
You knew he'd do.
You probably managed through crises. I don't know, but that was one of the questions. But you really ought to be interviewed instead of interviewing. But thank you for being.
I'm going to just pause right there. I think for those of you who don't know, the conference would not exist if you had not taken a shot on Daryl and brought him in and given him some of the opportunities on the team side doing analytics for the Celtics. And he and I met when he was at the Celtics. So
and I think I was like the first guest almost of the first Sloan, or one of the very early.
You were the keynote.
In front of or something like that. And Daryl said, Wick, would you just please tell everybody how you really like to use analytics at the Celtics? And I actually said, I'm sorry, I don't really. I'm one of those people that looks at the players and sort of makes it. But I'm glad you know how to do analytics, Daryl. So I sort of started the whole entire conference off with I don't really use analytics. But I've changed over the 20 years.
I mean, but I think that actually speaks to your leadership. And no, I do, because you empower people. But even like the way that you conceived of going about getting the Celtics. I mean, tell that story, because it's so.
Well, it is. I'm very respectful of how Jason and his co-founders did it, because they really thought it through. This was more intuitive and seat of the pants for me. Really was. That's no surprise to anybody that knows me. In college, I had been a college athlete, not recruited. I was a walk-on, but we had success there, and it formed my whole life, basically. That's what I learned in college. To the extent I learned anything was being on that team, rowing team. And so then fast forward 20 years, I'm at my desk investing at a venture capital firm and feeling that wasn't it at age 41. I didn't know what I wanted to do, and I looked up at the wall, and there was a picture of us with the oars and a trophy, or actually with shirts over our shoulders, because you take the shirt off the back of the person that you vanquish if you happen to win. It's an amazing thing, and if you're wired like I am, that's an amazing thing. You might think it's not amazing, but competitors think it's amazing, and I'm like, I want to do that again. I want to go win a championship. And the only way to do that was for me, that I could think of, was to buy a Boston sports team. And I didn't have the money, but I went and found, the Celtics were publicly traded. They were on the New York Stock Exchange. So I looked up the numbers. I saw they were cash positive, which I couldn't really believe. I didn't think that existed in pro sports, and especially in 2002. And I thought, well, if there's this cash flow, how much could I borrow against that and pay the interest and have left over to invest in the team and make them better? Because it was half full. The arena was half full, half empty.
Wow.
Actually about 11,000 people in there in the garden, in the new garden, out of 18,600. And so just empty seats everywhere. And I'm thinking, how do this wasn't about making money. I wasn't made of money, still not. That's not the point for me in this case. The point was for love, for passion, and so I looked at the numbers of the Celtics for 10 minutes. I'm like, I think I could support a price of like $360 if I can raise 180 or 200 of equity around Boston and borrow 180. I could support $360. And then I went and found the guy in New York, a very nice guy, made an appointment on East 63rd Street. You have to go to East 63rd Street to find the owner of the Celtics. And it had been actually owned out of town since 1963. For 40 years, 39 years, the Celtics had been owned elsewhere by 10 or 12 different owners. And he said, what are you doing here? And I said, I'd like to buy the Celtics. And he said, they're not for sale. And I said, well, is there a crazy number? And this is the turning point of my whole life. He said, there's a crazy number, probably, I guess, 360. It was absolutely the top of the range that I had sort of calculated. And so this is my negotiating style. At this case, I said, okay, if I give you 360 in 3 months, will you sell me the Celtics? And he's like, I guess so. And we shook hands, and I went home and mortgaged my house and wired him a non-refundable deposit. This is back in the days when you could mortgage your house to buy an NBA team. And it wasn't that great a house either. I also mortgaged my vacation house, which is a little better. That's the one Obama has now on the Vineyard. But that also had a mortgage on it now, and I wired that money down, and I went out and I had to find 22 great partners around Boston. And the pitch to them was not, we're going to make money. It was, I don't think we're going to go broke, but we're going to be paid in enjoyment. We're going to have the time of our lives. So that's maybe a whole nother topic. But the whole currency of the Celtics from the beginning in the DNA was Celtic pride, not IRR. I promise, it's just the truth.
It's actually interesting. I hadn't really thought about this until you said it, but in 2003, 2004, and I was, with the Patriots and with the Crafts, and they were having a lot of success and were sold out. And we were talking about starting to collect customer data. It was the early days, and the actual example of why it made sense when I was talking with Jonathan was very specifically, look at the Celtics. They're this amazing history, and they don't know their customer. I mean, it was again very early days. Facebook didn't exist, and look at them. They're struggling because they don't know their fans. Let's do it. So I mean, and you had already had.
I walked in there, and it was file folders, no computers whatsoever. File folders of season ticket holders, and with a lot of sticky notes that say these are free because this cop didn't give Red Auerbach a speeding ticket. I mean, it goes back 30 years, and it's a big mess, and there are handfuls of tickets lying around, and we sold tickets in August, and by definition, that's Red Sox time around Boston, or it's the Cape and the Vineyard and Nantucket time, or New Hampshire for a lot of people, but it's definitely not basketball season in August. And so we started, the first thing I did is we said we're going to sell our season ticket renewals in February, and we're going to offer free playoff tickets to people who renew. Well, the first thing I did is I wrote a personal thank you letter to every season ticket holder, which wasn't that hard. There weren't that many, but they had never been thanked really that way. There are so many things, but we don't do things perfectly now, but we did have to change a bunch of stuff.
I mean, but what resonates from what both of you just said was, first, you both talked about the teams that you were part of, and that's it, but also that you had a belief that there was something there and you wanted to go after it. So thank you for that. So I'm going to talk now a little bit about the building and extending. Jason, you alluded to this a little bit, but as you know, I've called you in the course of the growth of Kager for advice and counsel, and I think one of your best skills is your forward thinking about partnerships. And in fact, in 2013, you became the first daily fantasy company to sign a league partnership with Major League Baseball. You obviously went public via SPAC in 2019. How else did you think about differentiating DraftKings early in your evolution?
Well, I think even though a lot of what got more attention were deals and fundraising, and those were all important, I think looking at it now, probably the most important thing we did was from day one put a really heavy emphasis on product. That was really the core of everything, that we thought best product wins. And I think that's continued on into the other things like online sports betting that we've launched. That meant we had to build a great technology team, great engineering team. So that was also a really important part of the investment. And then lastly, analytics. That was my background. I had started my career as an analyst, so did my two co-founders. Both of them, actually Paul technically tried to be an engineer for about a year, but he quickly figured out he wasn't good enough. So even though he coded the original DraftKings website and we gave him a hard time, the whole thing had to be rebuilt about a year later. But he got it off the ground, so that was good. And now he oversees our whole product engineering team. But we all came from an analytics background too, so that was also core. It was all right, this, it's a very complicated business, but if you take a step back, it's actually, product, technology, analytics, that all powers, decision making and also obviously marketing as well. And that was very obvious, I think, early on to us that those are the places, and there was really no debate about it. There were a lot of debates along the way, but as far as what's the core, skill set that needs to be built to win in this space, it was very obvious to us.
Yeah. So again, DraftKings is 10 years old.
Just turned almost 11, yeah.
But I think in your second year, you gave a presentation, a competitive advantage talk here at Sloan as you guys were starting to. So, I mean, you've come a long way.
We had to beg to get on stage, but it worked.
You didn't have to beg.
You're like, who is this guy? I can't believe, all right, fine, Jonathan's asking, I guess I'll do it.
But I think in terms of differentiation, Wick, I mean, obviously we already mentioned that you were an early adopter of analytics on the basketball side. Why did you gravitate towards this approach? Was there something that you were seeing when you were at Highland Capital that was like, hey, this is something that's going to, make it?
No, I had to learn it, and I learned it from Daryl. I hesitate to admit, but it's true. Learned it from Daryl, and from watching Danny Ainge interact with Daryl, which was always funny. It's like a sitcom or something. It's like, you know, the way they, you know, and then our coach, you know, with Doc, you know, the whole thing. Just because Doc and Danny and I think, are people that are a little more like the old school, like the baseball scouts in Moneyball. And Daryl's like, no, the game's very simple. It's baskets and free throws and shooting percentage. And I'm like, Daryl, you're basically saying it's the score. I got it. Those are the scoring plays. But I mean, you know, but we had healthy debates, but I came along on the journey and I see the point. And so now we have, but I just kind of vetoed a trade the other day on the trading deadline because, you know, the numbers added up. 3.7 was going out and 3.9 was coming back in our proprietary rating system. You know, we thought we were getting a 0.2 edge, except it was for a future season. And I'm like, I just told everybody it's this season. So that's not analytical. It's me saying it's this season. I don't know what's going to happen this summer with our roster or anything else. I know we have a chance this year. So everything's coming. Future 3.9 has no value to me. And so I make that call. That's not analytical.
How absolute is that? If it were a bigger gap, would you have maybe made a different decision?
I've been in 20 years. I have only one ring. Better than none, but I want another one.
All right, so
that's
going for it.
That's that.
Well, Daryl will often say that the brain is the best analytic tool. And so I think like the decisioning, earlier there was a panel on the impact of Moneyball, 20 years. And one of the questions was like, can you quantify team? And at this point in time, the answer is no. Bill James actually said you need to have cameras in all of the different rooms to watch people. But I think, you know, again, both of you, but both
dystopian, I think.
Yes, exactly. But again, kind of the first commentary that both of you made was about like team. Like you both talked about the team, and so I mean, I am also a art and science of the qualitative and quantitative part, and that team. So I would trust your gut on team on decisioning. So we'll see how the season goes.
Thanks. Well, based on last night, we should have probably made the trade. At least I showed up. I was going to hide under the covers all day.
So, okay, so each of you then extended various elements after you got into sports and into new areas. And how did you think about the adjacency and the best way to scale? So, you know, Wick, you created Causeway. So, how did you think about that? And then Jason will come to you with gambling.
So I did organize my group around at the Celtics around the principle of we're going to have the time of our lives. On and off the court, we get to do these amazing things with this thing that's much bigger than we are. So, and I think we're going to not go broke. We may not appreciate, but that's not the point. It's the last Boston team that's going to sell in our lifetimes. So that was for love.
Yeah.
Having said that, being in there 3, 4, 5 years and then having the good luck of having some good teams then, but I also saw the digitization, digital expansion of our media rights, of our connection with fans. And I felt like there's so many legacy businesses in sports that are, I just felt like I could see ahead a little bit, the Wall Street Journal a little bit ahead, which is not always my, you know, but in this case, it's like, all right, I got to actually put money to work as a job to invest in the knowledge or the belief that media rights were going to go digital and go global, and sports was going to change. The technology and sports intersection was going to be a great place to invest. So I did Causeway with 2 great partners. We've been investing together since the 90s. It's been a 30-year run, great people, and we just put money behind the property. So we have companies like SeatGeek and Quint Events and Flow Sports and Zwift.
Yeah.
And these are really exciting companies.
So in terms of those investments, maybe just what are some of the key features that you look for beyond digitization as you're thinking about growth?
When we invest, and there's no correct way to do it, it's been going well for us, but there are many people that do great doing it other ways. But we start with the CEO, and we just try to really have that interpersonal. So again, maybe it isn't analytics. I mean, I'm not.
No wonder you didn't invest in me ever.
Yeah, no, I would invest in you anytime. I think that was a, you know, public. I think it was a pipe, and we've never done pipes, but that's the escape valve in that one. But should have invested in you. but CEO first and foremost, and then figure out if that person has a team and a plan. And we like to see 5 to 10 to 15 million of revenue, so it's already off the ground. In which case we can try to use our network in sports, because Mark Wan, one of my partners, is also an owner not only of the Celtics but of the Niners, a limited partner, and we have great partnerships with NFL and basketball and baseball owners as LPs of our fund. So we have those connections. We like to apply those not to raw startups, but to people that are already moving down the track.
So, similar question for you on the adjacency and the best way to scale. I mean, you kind of said earlier, it's a no-brainer to go into, gambling. Like,
I mean, it's interesting to hear Wick talk about it, because I look at the businesses he started, and they don't always feel like adjacencies, like tequila, sitcoms. But it resonated what he was saying, that it came from the opportunities created and the networking and all that originated with his whole group he put together, and the notion of owning the Celtics. I think for us, it was much more, we had a central sort of theme to the business, which is we had a platform, we had customers, digital platform with customers, we had wallets, we had people who had their payment methods linked, and we had a certain type of brand and engagement. And so, sports betting and then other forms of online gaming were just a very obvious adjacency. I think as we've started to try other things, it's been a little trickier, and some of them I think are going well, but haven't been as obvious and as easy to get off the ground. But the kind of sports betting, iGaming stuff, it was very obvious, I think, to anyone. Like, I didn't have to go in and pitch investors. They knew what I was talking about, because, like, of course you're going to go into sports betting now that sports betting is legal. So I think for a lot of it, it was just execution, really. And, on the scaling side, it's all about the people. I mean, people are what give you scale. If you have people that can run things and can either with limited or sometimes very, close to no oversight, be able to manage things in a way that is effective and collaborate with other members of your team, that's how you get scale. Our most scarce thing is our time. And being able to get more things done with the same amount of time, because we can't create more time in the day, really means you have to have other people that are thinking about things and doing things that you don't have to put that same mental energy and effort into all day.
Is there a particular hire that you're like, this was the one that really gave us leverage? I mean, it could be at any point.
I mean, I can't say it's one. There are a lot of people I could name. Starts with my co-founders, but there's easily like a dozen or more others that are just critical people, many of which have been with us for 8, 9, 10 years. The other really interesting thing is, and it's really, I think, impossible to replicate, and so we've worked so hard to try to preserve that initial group. People who've been part of the build process, who were there when it was smaller, who've gone through all the ups and downs, it's almost like a founder mentality. It's their baby too. They feel the same way that the founders do in many ways, and you can't replicate that no matter what you pay somebody or no matter what their wiring is coming in. And I hear that probably when he's talking about his initial group, like that mentality and the experiences that they went through in the beginning, you just can't replicate that if you bring in some other owner later, I would think.
Right. So I was like raising my hand because I would love to hear, I think we probably all would love to hear what you can share, but it sounds like, well, we had this, I've always loved fantasy and amazing co-founders, and they had this great idea we all generated, but you had legal challenges, you had like criminal potential, involvement or whatever, like, civil at least, if not worse, and you got through that with resolve and fortitude and probably being worried along the way. But it feels a little seamless to roll, and you weren't glossing over it, you just didn't mention, but people probably like to know how bad it really felt. I feel terrible when we lose a game. This has got to be like times 1,000 facing, like attorneys general across the country.
It's similar to kind of where I was describing sports betting earlier. There was this whole period of time, and it was really almost from the beginning all the way through until about 2 years ago, where I felt like our back is against the wall, and just like any, if you're in the ring, your back's against the wall, there's only one way to go. And doesn't mean you're going to be successful doing it, but you don't have a lot of options. And the ability to get over that mental hurdle of, oh man, this is terrible, and just say like, look, if I'm gonna give us any chance to get to that next step, to survive, to advance, I gotta do this, and we gotta do this. And I think that there was like a remarkable simplicity to it, and where I feel like, you know, if there's any credit to be given to the team, it's the fact that we were able to just focus on those things and compartmentalize, and the fact that so many other people were able to be shielded from it and could continue to build the business. That was actually something Jonathan Kraft said to me. I called him up when we were at like the absolute darkest moment. The first thing I said to him is, I said, what do you think the chances of survival are? And he goes, 50-50, and I knew he was telling me 50-50 is probably like 5% in his mind. He wasn't gonna tell me that. And then I said, oh, you got any advice for me? And everybody, you know, I had 1,000 lawyers coming at me at the time, you know, had advice on do this, you know, legally, politically, whatever. And he said, make sure like you, and if you need to, a small group of your people are focusing on this stuff, and then you've carved out as much of the rest of your leadership to just focus on product and on operations and on advancing the business, because your competitors are going through, really our competitor at the time, are going through the same thing. And that actually creates an opportunity for you. Sure, you have to get out to the other side, but that's either gonna happen or not. What you need to do is make sure if you get to the other side that the rest of your team has been able to advance enough so you're actually ahead of the game when that happens. And you do that by really, you know, compartmentalizing, by making sure that you have a small group that's focused on this and the other people are focused on building products and so on and so forth. So that was like a really game-changing moment for me, where like it's sort of like maybe intuitively I knew what we had to do, but then I knew like, okay, not only do I have to do this, but I have to do this, and maybe I had a few other people with me, but like I have to kind of shield everybody else from this, and I have to absorb all of that stress, and I actually have to make it seem like it's probably better than it is, because that'll distract, if I don't, other people from being able to focus on things.
Leadership lessons in here that I'm...
It was a little scary though to not just go through it, but also to feel like, hey, all these people around me don't actually know how bad it really is. And I'm sitting here and like, you know, in our little bubble, and like a few of us knew. But everybody else is like, I mean, they read the headlines, stuff like that, but they don't really know how bad it really is. So that was a little scary too, but I'm sure you've been through those moments, maybe not in literally the same thing, but I'm sure you've been through many moments where you felt like things...
I've never been charged criminally with anything, so...
I haven't either.
Okay, good.
Well, I mean, I think that's a great example of like weathering a very challenging time. I'm also just interested generally, like, is there an example of a misstep that you've taken over the past 10 years? And, you know, what is the most important lesson that you learned from that?
Oh, no, go ahead, please.
You give me the hard
ears.
Why don't you take this one?
Okay. Well, I was just with Kendrick Perkins the other day at his book signing, and he's one of my most beloved friends. I just, you know, bonded for life, love Perk, and he wrote a really amazing book, The Education of Kendrick Perkins. But I said in front of a bunch of people that one of the biggest mistakes was trading him, agreeing to trade him. That seems very minor. You're looking for bigger things like that, but it really actually hurt the team, I think, hurt me personally. He did great out in Oklahoma. He was fine with it, but it was, he says in his book, he sat there and like was sobbing with Kevin Garnett when it happened, or with Al Jefferson when it happened, or somebody. And it was just, that's the first example that came to mind. I've made, no doubt, many missteps, but and I know I have, but.
What did you change in your mind as a result of that? Once you're like, oh, that.
I probably got a little more rigid about saying, no, we're not gonna, you know, trade for 2 years from now.
Including this most recent one at the trade deadline.
Probably a little, and that's not necessarily to the good. To close my ears as opposed to keeping them open is not a good thing. So I'm just sort of confessing it.
I guess we'll find out in a few months.
We'll find out. We'll find out.
Jason, you want to come back to this one, or?
I mean, my biggest misstep was I should have bought those Celtics tickets a few years ago when they were a little cheaper. No, I think really...
For the record, we price Celtic tickets at like 15% below the street price on SeatGeek or Ticketmaster, so we don't want people to feel like they can't actually be okay if they don't want to attend all the games.
That is true. And
well, your point is well taken.
Yeah, it was good. It was definitely you know, mistiming on my part. But I mean, there's so many. It's almost hard to say. Like, I mean, I could think of things in the last week, the last day that are missteps. I think a good recent example is we totally screwed up how we presented our quarter in November, and we learned from it and fixed it in February and had completely opposite result. And it's not to say when I say presented our quarter, like we don't actually manage the business saying, oh my God, quarter to quarter, the way, like I think it's a dangerous trap to fall in as a public company. Of course you have to make sure that you're managing it though. And part of that means whatever you're going out on your earnings day with, regardless of like whether you made a single decision, and hopefully you didn't really, with that quarterly earnings in mind, you still have the material you have, and it's your best job. You got to do the best job you can to present it and explain it to the street. And I think really, it was interesting. We were just I was talking about this with my CFO the other day. You know, literally the same investors in a bull market a year and a half ago wanted to hear this, and now the same people want to hear a completely different thing. Mm-hmm. And as obvious as it may seem, looking outside, like that's a little bit of a mental shift when you're like, I'm talking to these same people, and like suddenly everything I was telling them that they were so excited about before, they're like, I hate that, I want to hear the opposite. And so, you know, I was like, we were looking at like, what have other CEOs, other tech companies done? And I looked at the pivot Zuckerberg with Facebook was able, like they got killed. I mean, they had days they were trading off 20+%, and then all of a sudden changed his message from metaverse to efficiency, and the market loved it. And it occurred to me, like, he's actually never been through a bear market either. We've been on such a long bull run that Facebook, who'd been public for like 10 years or something at that point, had never actually been through a bear market. So it was a shift for everybody. The last real bear market, I was 27 years old when it happened. So, and I certainly wasn't thinking about this kind of stuff. I was, you know, a few years out of college working, you know, in a mid-level corporate job. So it's just kind of interesting, but the most important thing, whatever misstep you make, is to learn. Otherwise, it's a waste. If you make a mistake, you better learn from it.
Are there some shifts that you feel like you've made to your I know there's shifts that you've made to your leadership style over the course of you know, the past 11 years, but also like during this kind of situation that's happening in the market right now?
Not really. I mean, I think that because we'd been through difficult times before, as Wick so eloquently detailed, it was very, like a lot of companies when they first face scrutiny is when they're a public company for the first time. And we've been through it. We've been beaten up. So I used to joke with people, be like, this is easy. I mean, this is like, you know, this is the most comfortable I've ever felt since starting the business. And meaning I actually felt more uncomfortable when the market was roaring and I was just like, oh man, something bad's gonna happen. I'm just so used to like nothing goes well for too long. But I think that's when the company's done its best. So we really just recalled everything we've been through and said like, hey, we've like, on way worse circumstances, risen to the challenge, shown that we can absolutely, you know, defy the odds. And like nothing has felt more gratifying than when people are doubting you to come back and just show them they were all wrong. I have like a sick brain. I get more pleasure out of that than like celebrating success. I love proving people wrong. It just, for whatever reason.
That's why I asked about it, because I wanted people to hear how strong you are.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you successfully got me doing the talking. I like it, Wick. Why don't we hear about how Wick went from venture capital to the Celtics team to tequila to now a Hollywood sitcom star?
I mean, I do actually. You talked about your digitization.
That's a true renaissance.
Yeah, no, digitization of sports, and then at some point you're like, okay, now I'm going to start a tequila company with a bunch of other owners, and I'm going to write a sitcom. Like, what, like.
What's the matter with
the natural career path of most of us?
No, not what's the matter with you.
I'm just trying to have fun. I'm trying to enjoy myself. But yeah, the sitcom came out of my wife and her ex had this very amicable divorce, and so much so that they share a nest on the Upper East Side, and the kids stay put in their bedrooms, and mom has a little place over here, and dad has a little place over here, and people switch in and out, and it's very fun. It's called nesting, and it's a popular thing. If you can work it out after a divorce, it seems to be really good for the kids. That's all well and good until the guy who grew up in Needham and went to BC, and is the biggest Boston sports fan on the planet, and one day came home with a share of Celtics stock when they were public, and said, we're owners of the Celtics. And then I said, this is a sitcom, because then I showed up and He's like, what's wrong with Jim Dolan or Mark Cuban? Boston sports is all I have. You cannot marry this guy. And so that turned in, I said, this is a sitcom. We're all in one living room. And so I wrote a treatment, and we sold it to NBC, and we're producing 13 episodes right now. It's on right after Night Court this fall at 8:30 on Thursdays.
That's awesome.
If we get the 13 episodes done. There's a writer's strike coming.
Oh.
It might be a delay, but we'll see.
God, we got some.
Did you win him over the same way Red Auerbach got out of that ticket?
That's right. No, listen, I'm learning the Hollywood business, and it's not free tickets. It's like, yeah, it's worse.
It's a different story. It's worse.
Yeah. But just so you know who's cast as the Celtics owner, we are using the Celtics marks. It's but a different name. As I said to Amelia, my wife, this is imaginary people doing ridiculous stuff. This is not a documentary about us. But the Celtics owner is being played by Donald Faison, who was Turk on Scrubs. So anybody knows Donald Faison from Scrubs. Finally, we have some diversity at the ownership position of the Celtics, but he's hilarious.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations. And I think actually the consistent theme is it's something deeply personal to you. So that's connectivity. Okay.
Just like tequila.
Yeah, just like tequila. So, obviously here in Massachusetts, gambling is going to be legal on March 10th. And so I'm actually going to start with Wick on this one. How is sports betting, in your opinion, going to impact the fan experience? And how will it change for those who are not into gambling? And then, well, I'll let you provide.
Yeah, we have the expert here, but I was thinking about this earlier today, wondering if we talk about that. And I feel like I have so much invested. I can't gamble on the games, but I feel like I am, because I have so much invested in it. It's personal pride, and it's, and it's all that. But I think we all feel connected. Those of us who love sports feel connected. You go over to Siena, Italy, and you see the neighborhoods, and they each have their horse in the Palio, and it's been going on since the 1200s or 1300s. And all the neighboring towns, which is not very well known, have their own Palios. One I saw has donkeys running up a hill. I mean, it's not just the one in Siena. There's like 50 of them in that region because the neighborhoods just want to compete with one another. So it's sort of a human nature thing. I don't like to play golf unless it's like for $1. I don't care. It doesn't have to be for $100, but it's just more fun. So I think it's going to enhance, for a lot of fans who may have the same leanings, it's really going to enhance the viewership, enhance their engagement. They can watch games that is not the hometown team. I think it's really, I was going to say brilliant, and it's really going to be positive for the ecosystem as long as we don't have problem gambling and all the things that Jason worries about all day long.
Do you have like a specific concept of how you might think about integrating it for the in-game experience?
There are people doing that. I'm going to yield to my friend to my left, but I'm anxious to see how it works. I'm going to try to find some basketball players, But.
So, Jason, how do you envision gambling enhancing the fan experience?
I mean, Wick really touched on a lot of it, and I'll take what he said and build on it because I think it's the important. It was at least for me. Thinking of it in the way of not just I'm going to create a new fan, but deepening engagement was what resonated. So, Wick talked about you're a Celtics fan. You're a Celtics owner. You are very invested in the Celtics winning. You care. That is the fundamental reason that most of us are following or watching a sport. Now, yeah, we want to see great athletic accomplishments and we want to see, cool things we've never seen before, and that's all part of it. But we have some rooting interest, some vested interest. And what betting does, or what fantasy does, is it just puts that in, expands it well beyond what just that hometown, fan of the team is experiencing. So all of a sudden, I have a vested interest in every game. If I'm betting on every NBA game tonight, maybe I don't care as much as a fan, but I do care, and I'm experiencing a lot of the same things that made me excited to watch the Celtics in the first place. Same thing if I'm betting on the team I like. All of a sudden, yeah, do I care if they win one of many regular season games? Like, yeah, I care, but this one means even more because I got a few dollars riding on it. And so it just takes whatever you were naturally as a fan inclined to enjoy about the sport, and it gives you more of a rooting interest or a more diverse set of rooting interests in other games. And I've talked to people that's happened across sports. Adam Schefter loves to tell me that he was not super into the NBA until he started playing the $3 fantasy NBA games on DraftKings, and he only really got into them because he's playing the football games and on the off days when it was not Sunday, Monday, Thursday, or he's like, all right, I'll try a few of these, and now he loves it. And that got him, but he was already obviously naturally inclined to those things. He wanted to, care about the game. He wanted to research it. He wanted to follow it. So I think it really it's not going to invent new sports fans per se, but it will take sports fans that are casual and turn them into mega fans. It'll take mega fans of a particular team and turn them into knowledgeable about every player, every team in the league. And I think it creates this unbelievably virtuous, flywheel type effect with the content that does create these amazing opportunities to partner together. Even in strange ways, like we've done stuff with Wick's Tequila Company, and that, we've given away custom bottles for our VIPs, and so they love it. So there's just this amazing relationship, I think, between people who, are betting and are playing fantasy, and the content itself that just keeps growing the better we do our job. And what I love about that is it gives people like Wick and the leagues a vested interest in seeing us do it the right way, but seeing us be successful because they know it's engaging their fans. And I really think that's the core of what they care about. It's, obviously there's money-making opportunities too, but every time I talk to anyone at the NBA or I talk to Wick, I hear, or any of the leagues for that matter, it's all about fan engagement.
So maybe you can just say, on March 10th, or soon thereafter, what will the fan experience be like that in terms of interacting and engaging? And then how is it going to evolve in your mind over the next couple of years, the actual experience of gambling during the game? I think you have a vision, so it would be helpful.
Yeah, I think to start, it's really, March 10th, there's an existing market that is already here now. March 10th is not the first day that most people who are going to bet on March 10th will bet. Most people who are going to bet on March 10th have probably been betting either illegally or in Vegas or somewhere else for a while. So a lot of it is about, in the very beginning phases, how do we take some of the potential downsides that exist in the illegal market, like no protections for responsible gaming, no protections for making sure people can actually get their money off the system and on the system, making sure that if there's any integrity issues that they're swiftly reported to the appropriate folks, all that sort of stuff. Making sure that we're trying to take as much in the illegal market where that doesn't exist and bring as much of that volume here in the legal market. And that's really a lot of how we're thinking about the first phase. Doesn't mean there won't be innovation, but that is a core focus. Is there's a huge already built up audience of people that are doing this in an illegal market. Let's bring them over to the legal market. And to do that, we have to make sure that those benefits are really well executed. If it's a pain to get your money on and off the system, and believe me, all the different ways that between regulations and payment processors, they try to make it difficult, which, by the way, we always get blamed for. I love how many people are like, why do you keep logging me out of the sportsbook app every 15 minutes? Like, regulatory requirement, but nobody knows that. They think it's just us with buggy technology or doing something we shouldn't be doing. But our job, I think, is to say, okay, like we have to go up against a lot of these offshore companies that don't have to comply with those things. How do we still make sure it's a better experience? Because we do have some advantages. Banks are willing to work with us because we're not offshore and operating illegally, things like that. So that's a lot of the initial thing. And then I think as far as where it goes, I'm really not big on predicting this long-term vision. I really think that there's so many things, especially with technology where it is now, there's so many things that are going to happen over the coming years that we don't even know about that are going to bring new ideas that I'm not like, here's where we're going to be in 5 years. High level, is it going to be more integrated into the sport? I think so. Is it going to be even more interactive than it is today? I think so. How will all that kind of come about? Very hard to say. And I use this as an example. When we first started, we launched a website. And at the time, I think there had been like the iPhone had been around for like maybe 3 or 4 years, something like that. So it was around for a decent enough time, but we still had 95+% of our traffic coming on web. And then the next year I noticed, I looked at data, it's 15% is coming on mobile. And at that point in time, I said, all right, we're gonna stop focusing solely on the website and we're gonna build a mobile app. Like, what are you doing? It's only 15% of traffic. It's like, yeah, but it was 5% last year. And everybody's like, okay, fine, I guess that makes sense. But like, if it gets to like 20, 30%, we should probably have a separate mobile app. Now it's like 95% the other way. And so I think what we've gotten good at is more being on top of technology and where it's going, recognizing trends, and being able to figure out how those trends apply to our business a little bit faster than some of our competition. Even though we were not the first to launch a website, we were the first with the smartphone app, we were the first with an Apple TV app, all that sort of stuff. And it's because we were looking at data and we're paying attention and recognizing trends. So that's the real thing. It's very hard to, replicate, vision or good guessing. So we tried to build a muscle of how do we just have people that are always, and as I get older, I'm naturally less and less that way. Like I don't naturally come across new technologies as often as I used to 10, 15 years ago. Hopefully as my kids get a little older, they'll fill that gap for me, but not yet. So, really building a team and a culture where that's core and like people are like, yeah, like I want to hear about it. I remember a previous company I was at was like, yeah, we're not going to do mobile until it's like, 70, 80%. I mean, it's not interesting to us. And like, we actually try to go the opposite and say, I want people pushing me to do it before we're ready. I want to have that debate where somebody's like, it's 15% and the other person's like, nope, this is happening. And the more we build the culture that way and the more those new ideas get surfaced, I think that's really the repeatable thing. Being, reliant on any individual or even small group of people to know where things are going, I don't think works long term.
Yeah. So, as we're thinking about the future of sports, obviously this is a big part of it. Wick, what do you see as the next big thing in sports? And from a macro trends perspective, what are the tailwinds or headwinds to this?
Well, the next big thing, I think that I think it's going to be, I was a history major, maybe I'm going to show that bias. Definitely not an engineer because I didn't have the chops, but I think the great teams are going to continue to, be strong because I think the world's going to, there's room for new sports. There are new sports coming, padel and pickleball and 2020, cricket obviously a huge success and all of that. So there's room, but I just think of these local teams like the Celtics were probably a 75-mile radius team back in the day. Like,
not anymore.
TV signal 75 miles, driving into a game 75 miles, maybe tops, and not selling out in the 60s. They won 11 championships in 13 years through that period, and I'm told that many of those games didn't sell out.
Wow.
So it was just very local, and now it's global, like the Patriots and so many others. And so I guess it's not the next big thing, but it's continuing the trend. I'm like, if you said, would global appeal of legacy teams double or drop 50%, I'm going to be on the optimistic side.
With
I don't know if we can double from here, but if I had to choose one or the other, I'd say double from here.
With that in mind, as it moves away from purely local and now with like the struggles of the RSNs, where do you think all that's going to go?
Yeah, I think the RSNs are a great legacy that my father, who was early in cable in 1963, probably helped. I don't think he'd say he helped invent the bundle, but we've certainly benefited as a family from the bundle for around 70 years now, or whatever the math is. So, well, let's see, 63, that would be, 60 years. And, but I think it's like an oil well now, and we're pumping steam down there to try to get the last drops of oil out. But it's going digital. The bundle is legacy and a la carte, or,
How are the Celtics approaching that?
We have a long-term partnership still with Comcast, with NBC Sports Boston, and that partnership is very strong because the fan support has been very strong. We have great ratings and great fan support around New England. So we've got a number of years to run on that, and I think the New England cable model is pretty good, but I mean, eventually we'll transition, I imagine.
You're going to keep pumping the steam in as long
Pump
as you
that
can.
steam in, or ask Brian Roberts to do it.
Jason, what about you on the next big thing?
I mean, I think really, it's going to be technology driven, and the thing that we're seeing is technology is enabling more connections between the fan and the team or the player than ever before. We're also seeing technology is allowing the players to establish their own brands and their own identities independent of needing to attach to some bigger brand or identity as much. So I think those are two real trends that we're seeing that will change things. In particular, I think on the latter side, you know, you didn't see, I mean, Jordan, obviously there were examples of like these mega brands, but you know, it wasn't as common to see somebody say, hey, I'm like starting my own, you know, shoe, or I'm starting my, like 20, 30 years ago. And now that can be expanded into anything. So, you know, I think what technology has done is reduce the sort of friction for somebody without having to get involved with a larger company or a larger brand to be able to do some of the things that connect them with fans and build up their followings and build up their brands. And I think you're going to see even more of that occurring, and it's going to become very, I mean, it's already, in the NBA in particular, a very player-centric league, but I think it becomes even more that way.
So, you know, Wick, you mentioned that you're like going for it for the championship this year. You know, as you're thinking about championships and the vision for the Celtics, would you care to elaborate a little bit more? For this year, what are like championship means?
She wants to know if you're going to win a championship.
No. I meant like your definition of winning.
Oh, this is my definition of winning. Right there. I'd like to get another one.
Thank you for letting my son take a photo with that in the green room.
For any Knicks fans in the audience, this is a championship ring.
Oh.
Next question.
No, but I think like your definition of
you got to have fun with your job.
Yeah.
If you don't have, can I just close on this note? I think we have, you know, in a moment, you know, try to have fun. I've been very, very lucky to be here. Clearly, lucky background, privileged, all the things that, you know, I probably should have noted more carefully, but I'm trying to note now. But whatever you're doing, try to find something that you enjoy that doesn't feel like work. And then I'd also like to say, and you didn't ask, but you know, I do want to hang another banner or two. It does happen though that it's not necessarily basketball. My son is blind, as an example, Campbell. I was the chairman of Mass Eye and Ear for 11 years, but I'd like to hang a banner that says we beat blindness. Like there's no more blindness in the world. You know, so we can all hang banners. It's not all about the ring or the ones that are hanging in the garden. So you can each hang a banner in this room with your talents and skills that you have out there in the darkness. But maybe take a moment, think of the banner you want to hang in your life, and let me know when the celebration is, and I'll come and try to celebrate with you.
I love that. Jason, do you have a banner outside of the success of DraftKings?
I think we all want to make an impact on the world in some way, and I think Wick, given, you know, his child has a passion for blindness, there's a lot of areas that we focus on at DraftKings. Many of them are things that are personal to us. Some of them are things that are important to our players. Veterans is a big one for us. Diversity is a big one for us. Social justice, those sorts of things. I think that, you know, having a purpose beyond whatever your business's purpose or your, you know, whatever your job's purpose is something that most people need. And, you know, to be able to do that in a bigger way is a blessing. The other thing I would add is, we've told us both talk about people that we worked with. Having great people around you is important, and part of that is, you know, and it's not just, I think, I'll compliment Wick for a second, not just like something that you act and do, but like actually being humble. Wick is an incredibly humble person. You heard him talk earlier about, hey, analytics maybe at first wasn't my thing, but I knew Daryl, other people, smart people around me were, no, this is something you got to pay attention to. And you see it in his personality and the way he presents himself, but it's also, I would imagine, in the way that he runs his organization. People are comfortable speaking up. People are comfortable pushing back. No pride of authorship. And I think, again, to get scale, you need to get great people around you, you need to get great ideas coming from everywhere, and getting over that like mental hurdle of, you know, hey, I need things to come from me, or I have to give up control, or whatever like thing is holding you back from doing that, I think is an important step for anybody. And some people it'll come naturally too, right? I don't think, you know, Wick has to work that hard at it, but for others it might be a little bit of, you know, a journey to get there. But it really does come down to creating, you know, having great people around you and creating an environment where everyone feels comfortable. Part of it is having fun, and everyone feels like, you know, they're not operating out of fear. Maybe they're a little bit, you know, nervous about their own results, but it's coming from themselves, not from you. And there's an environment where all sorts of folks, that's why we emphasize diversity so much, feel comfortable sharing ideas, pushing back, We love a good debate at DraftKings, even if it makes it take a little longer, and I do get complaints about that. We don't shut it down, because good quality comes from that. And I think that it's important you create an environment where people can express their views, even if they know that someone else disagrees with them.
Just quick question, how humble can you be if you write a TV show about yourself?
Very aware, very aware. No, I would agree over the almost 20 years that I've known you, Wick. You are incredibly humble. No, it's just true.
Thank you.
He doesn't even want to be called humble. He's so
Time's
humble.
up.
Yeah.
No.
That's
All
how
right, so
humble.
we have a couple minutes for questions from the audience. So if anything is a little too sticky, I'm sorry, it wasn't me. What?
Wick's already asked me the toughest question.
Yeah, really.
I was trying to give you a compliment by bringing up that horrible,
I love it.
You guys are moderating each other.
In time period. Yeah,
So this first one, Jason, is for you. I think it's, what do you think of the new wave of competitors in sports gambling? What would you do differently if you were starting from scratch today?
So 2 different questions. I'll start with the first one. We're in a very competitive industry, and I think it's interesting. Daily fantasy, even though it didn't end up being nearly as large as online sports betting will be, it was kind of a similar thing where there was a period where it felt like every week there's a new competitor launching, and it was almost like you had to stop yourself from being dismissive. Even if naturally you're like, really? Like USA Today is going to launch a daily fantasy sports website? Okay. You're like, nope, I don't, because I thought about it and I'm like, we were one of others, and FanDuel, I think when we ended up passing them in daily fantasy, one of the things we look back on is they didn't take us seriously enough in the beginning. So we really preach, like, every competitor you have to take seriously. You have to assume every single competitor is here to win, and have a healthy worry about it. Don't ever get complacent. The worst thing you could do is to get complacent. So I think that's something we've been used to for a long time, and we're a very competitive culture. We make analogies all the time to sports. We're like, you're like just about them winning and the competition around it. So we welcome competition. We love it, and just like I said, nothing feels better than proving people wrong. Nothing feels better than beating competition that didn't think that you were good enough to beat them. So that's always a big motivator for us.
So Wick, again, on the Moneyball panel earlier, Jackie McMullen said that she thinks Derek White is the key to the Celtics winning a championship this year, and there was discussion about that. What are your feelings on that? There was an article in 538 about his high.
He's unbelievably important to the team, and but the first person, I'd rather not call out any particular guy, but I would add a person to the list, which is who is Malcolm Brogdon. And I have said, internally that if we had Malcolm last year in the finals, we might have won the finals. Would be my gut. But I could probably say that I could add everybody or lots of people to the list. I love this roster. They're very connected as a team, so they build off one another. But Derek and Malcolm have such poise and presence, and organize things and play D when you don't necessarily expect it. Malcolm's like leading the NBA in three-point percentage, still doesn't crack a smile. Off the court, he smiles all the time, but he's just got this game face. Anyway, I love them both, and they're big pieces of the puzzle. They're not the stars, but they're the glue.
All right, that's awesome to hear. From both the perspective of a sports team and a sports gambling company, what is your take on the role digital collectibles, NFTs, will play in future growth for your organizations?
I don't honestly know. I'm hoping that we can use the NFT concept to let people, remember the games. I think people want to go and see history being made, and they were there. And so anything we can do to sort of say, here's a video clip from it, here's your experience, here's a unique memento from the game. I mean, so that the memories become more tangible in digital form. That's all good with me. I mean, I think it instead of changing things, it just enhances the stuff that we're, as Jason said with betting. I think it can enhance the connection we already feel.
So we are at time. This was a very fun conversation. Thank you very much. So I have a few takeaways from this that I'll just share back out. So first, the starting one is the importance of team. You guys both spoke so eloquently about that. the decisions that you've made to go for it were very personal. They're things that you believed in and were connected to, and you had to fight hard for them. You know, Jason, I loved your perspective on when you were talking about the protections and why had the integrity of gambling, the regulations that are needed in the illegal market. I think sometimes can be a negative, you know, way that gambling is viewed. With the global nature of sports, and not that you necessarily think it's going to be the case, but the higher potential of doubling the value of teams. Yeah. And then lastly, you know, and I think we should all take what Wick said to heart, find your banner and your championship. So thank you, Wick and Jason. Appreciate it so much.
Thanks, Jess. Thanks, man. I was fighting up.
Awesome. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Hope you guys have been having a lot of fun. Almost wrapping up here the second day, but we're so happy that you guys are here with us. So I'm going to be, I don't know, the 20th person to welcome you to the conference, but that's okay. Welcome to the Sloan Sports Analytics Conference 2023. My name is Diego Carrasquillo. I'm a first-year MBA student here at Sloan, and I have the privilege to introduce you to this amazing panel, the ultimate team sport, building better football rosters with analytics. Our panelists today are Thomas Dimitrov, CEO of Sumer Sports, Jacqueline Davison, she's the Senior Director of Football Research for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Kevin Demoff, COO of the LA Rams, and Steve Palazzolo, Head of Production for the Football Division of Pro Football Focus. Our panel will be moderated by Seth Walder, analytics writer for ESPN. So you guys are going to be in good hands today. Just some logistics. The panel's going to go for about 45 minutes, and then we're going to leave 10 minutes for questions. If you do want your questions submitted and read, please do so by submitting your questions via Twitter and using the hashtag #FootballAnalytics. Take it away, Seth.
Sure, thank you. It's been really fun over the last couple days at the conference, walking the halls, going to dinner, and at the bars, and everyone's kind of talking about, like, you know, what should the Bears do with the #1 overall pick, and what should the Giants do with Jones and Barkley, and what do the Ravens ought to do? And it occurred to me that, like, all these football conversations were roster building conversations, and it's the off season, so, like, that's what we're thinking about. And we're all nerds, so we're all thinking about it in, like, an analytical way. And it got me really fired up for this panel because those are interesting questions, but we got the experts right here. And so that's really cool, and I'm excited to be able to talk to all of you guys. I think before we get in, we're going to get into the football. We're going to talk positions and quarterbacks and all that. But I think it's important probably, or I hope so, that to think about, like, how organizationally do you set yourself up for success to be able to, before you make those decisions, how do you make sure you're getting all the best information? And so I think, Kevin, I'm going to tee you up first. That's okay.
Awesome.
If you're, let's say you're blank slating, right? And you've got a new organization and you and the GM and the owner, and you decide, hey, we want to be really data-driven in the way that we put together this roster. I think what I'm wondering is, like, okay, what happens next? How do you set yourself up for success?
Well, I think it's like any organization. You have to build it with good people, top to bottom, with the strategy in mind. It's not just we're going to use data. You're going to have to obviously you're going to have to go hire a group of people who you like, who can produce the data, analyze it. But then the people in charge of your organization, be it your college scouting director, your pro scouting director, your coaches, they have to be involved in the process as well. You can't just have a data organization that lives and produces things and nobody uses. And so I think ultimately, philosophically, if you're starting an organization from scratch, your head coach, your GM, your coordinators, your directors of personnel, they're all going to understand that you're going to push the envelope in terms of trying to analyze data. But you're also going to have to be willing to find people who are willing to give up their preconceived notions of how you build a team or what they think to be able to move to where the data tells them. And I think one of the hardest challenges we have in football, even for the teams that are advanced, are you still get wedded to maybe the ideas you had from data 3 or 4 years ago, and people will still repeat those without realizing that the data now is taking you in very different places.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I think we want to come back to, like, integrating with coaches and scouts and everyone else in the building. Thomas, you've sat in the chair, you've been a GM, you've gone through it. When you were building the Falcons, what worked in terms of getting data to you? And if you were to do it again, what would you change?
There's one line you didn't add. I also have been fired because of roster moves, of course. So Kevin knows the league that way. I was just going to say, too, you put 32 general managers here right now in front of us, and they would all raise their hands and say, roster building, acquisition, evaluation is, of course, not an exact science. And it's, honestly, if they had their druthers, they would take the data that's available and make their moves that much better, that much more sound, that much more thought out. And that needs to be done. And I do believe, and I say this with all due respect to presidents in the league, I think, again, respectfully and humbly, I think there's a responsibility to the ownership and the president, GM, and the head coach to be open to utilizing the data that's out there, because I believe it's criminally underutilized. I might not have said that a few years ago, but now where I am and I look back and I think there are so many mistakes made that I think the world is all of the oysters of all of the data people out there. It's going to be an amazing evolution in the league as Kevin and I are looking the next 5 years. There's going to be some really, really important people in high-level spots who are obviously from the data side.
So if it's criminally underutilized and you're the GM and you're entering free agency, what looks different for you today than it did, say, 5 years ago?
Well, I think we tend to, as football people, generally speaking, we tend to look at all the character side. We look at, talking to the head coach, which is vital, right? Because the coach and their staff have such an acute idea of how they want things to come together. And oftentimes we're not looking at, the surplus value, for instance. And I will say that has to do, and Kevin knows this very well, it has to do with the horizon for that organization, right? When you're just starting off, it's one thing, but if you're on the hot seat, and believe me, I have been on the hot seat, that's not easy. And your frame of reference is nowhere near as long as it should be, right? So there's just, again, I think looking at what's out there right now on the data side of things and understanding that you don't necessarily need the best left offensive tackle in the world to win a Super Bowl. We know that. Many years ago, we thought we had to get all of our pillar positions in check, and that's not necessarily the case.
That's interesting. Jackie, running the Bucs research group, I assume, correct me if I'm wrong, you got to sometimes sell this research. You got to show why it matters. What is the most effective way to do that?
I think probably the most effective way is everyone wants someone who makes their jobs easier, but not necessarily who comes in with the idea that you know everything. So as long as you can show that you're answering a pertinent problem that is going to help a general manager make a decision that can aid a scout in terms of how they look at a player or who they're looking at, or help a coach make a decision, then showing that that's a benefit, I think that's the most effective way to communicate that information.
That makes sense. Okay, so I want to transition and talk about literally football and starting from this place where, you guys are sitting in the chair. I think we all on the stage agree data is important when you're talking about roster building. So I like it. I'm hoping we can imagine, let's remove the constraints. You get to make the choice you want to make. And I think there's no place more critical than positional value for this conversation. It's so critical in the league. Here's where I want to start this, and I thought of this at 1 a.m. last night, so I haven't prepped these guys, but I'm just going to read you a list of positions in my scientifically ordered order of importance. This is just my take, and then I want to hear where I was wrong. So quarterback.
Wrong.
So far, we agree.
Wide receiver, edge, corner, tackle, safety, defensive tackle, center, guard, tight end, linebacker, running back, special teams. Where were my errors?
The bottom sounds right. The top sounds right. No, I mean, quarterback's a whole different world. When do we want to open up the quarterback discussion?
Right, okay.
Let's hold off on that for a second. I think the receiver being 2, I completely agree with. And I think the league finally caught on last year. I think we saw last year in the offseason, if you couldn't get elite quarterback, you went and got elite receiver, alpha receiver, who we've seen, A.J. Brown, Tyreek Hill, become force multipliers for their teams. And I think that in Jamar Chase versus Penei Sewell, when that big debate, my hometown, Cincinnati now, do the Bengals, who just had Joe Burrow hurt because of bad pass blocking, 10 years ago, they're drafting the left tackle. They're drafting the tackle over the receiver. But they drafted Jamar Chase, and he has transformed that offense. And so I think that top, at least I agree with, quarterback and receiver, and I think the league's starting to catch on to that.
Do you guys agree that wide receiver is the most important non-quarterback position?
No.
No.
I love it.
Jack.
Probably not.
Okay.
No, but I think to challenge Steve's point, and look, you can take 2022 as a sample size or others. Devontae Adams did not transform the Raiders.
Agreed.
Tyreek Hill made the Dolphins better. They didn't win a playoff game. we increased Cooper Kupp's pay, we didn't win a playoff game, right? And so I think you can start to look at the big deals for receivers last year, and I feel like I'm leaving someone out. I don't think that's an abstract. I think what was interesting about your question is positional value is based on your organization, your coaches, your schemes, and also where the league is headed. It's not, I don't think it's in theory of independent of what you run and how you do it. You know, an offensive line is going to be more important to some teams than it is going to be to others. And that may change based on the way you are. I think you could look at the Chiefs a few years ago when they didn't invest in the offensive line. They got lost in the Super Bowl. Jackie's got a ring because of it. Now they invest in the offensive line. They're not investing in receivers, right? So I think there's a lot of recency bias, but also how teams evolve that I think one of the things I always believe in football is you can't get wedded to this is most important. It is what is most important to your organization.
Can I comment? Because Steve, in no way was I categorical about no. Because Julio Jones, I put my career on the line for a receiver. My God, how thoughtful was that or not? But I will say, I would say the DN. I'm a rush guy. I just believe that. Now, unfortunately, we messed up on 2 rushers. Look at Vic Beasley and look at Tack McKinley. We thought we were pulling together a team that was going to be special moving forward with the Falcons with that pick. I do believe that's so important. Kevin knows that, how important that position is. I get it. I love the receiver position, and yet I'm just thinking, and we learned from Bill Polian, right? Surround that quarterback with the right talent. And I think a young quarterback having the right talent around him has a great opportunity to achieve what he should be achieving. So,
and I know we're talking about like a linear list, and it's clearly not that. And I view the positional value thing not necessarily as who we're going to pay the most, but I look at the list of which positions do I want strong or which positions do I not want weak. And I think that's where we want to rethink things as position units. So when I look at receivers, I look at the Bucs when they won. They didn't have there was no such thing as too many weapons. They got more weapons, more perimeter players to throw to. But you guys had a great group of pass catchers. So I look at it as the unit and what you want to be really strong and what you just don't want to be really weak.
I think it's hard to Kevin's point about what you're doing within your organization. It's hard to make that list too without knowing how much each one of those units cost. Because we are dealing with a constrained environment where you can afford to be, you may identify places where you want to be strong or not as strong, but knowing how, the first 3 positions there in today's market is going to take up $90 to $100 million of your salary cap. So just in terms of thinking through it that way and knowing that, okay, I spend 20 million to 40 million here, this is 20 to 40 million that doesn't go to make the rest of that any better.
So if there's an edge to be found, it's finding the value with the cost associated and the difference.
I think so. I think when we, there was a panel talking about the how old Moneyball is, 20 years now? It started with that idea, right? That we're trying to find things that other people are undervaluing. We're paying for on-base percentage when everyone else is paying for home run production and things of that nature. So I think especially with, we've seen salaries explode all over the board from, we got tackles, our highest paid guards, our highest paid D tackles, highest paid D ends, everybody's making 20 plus million. And even though the cap is steadily increasing, so is everything else. Like our operating in-season costs increase. So where can you find that edge to say, you know what, at this juncture, before we all copy each other, the league is undervaluing this. Let's try to find that and maximize it.
Yeah, I think that's the answer to Steve's question, right? Like receiver is valuable, but last year the top receivers jumped 7 to 8 million at the top, right? The league is such a copycat league, it jumps. Is that still positional value? And I think to Jackie's point, people always talk about football analytics being somewhat behind, I think, when they talk about maybe the game. But I think in terms of roster building and positional and coaching, football's always been about analytics and the data, the 4-3 versus the 3-4. The 3-4 came about because it was easier to find big fat guys once pass rushers got really expensive. Cover 2 was, hey, we can play slower corners because they're undervalued in the league and pay them less, and the Colts did that. And I think you get to, then Seattle when they went to taller, longer corners were valuable because you could get Richard Sherman in the 5th round, not the 1st round, right? The league coaching has always been ahead of analytically hey, these guys are valuable, they're undervalued, it's what we can do. And I think that is always where this league evolves, and you have to be really careful about chasing trends because you're usually then paying, whether it's in draft capital or salaries, for where the rest of the league is gone, which means any surplus value is gone.
So this is for anybody. I fully recognize you two are about to enter free agency, but given the current landscape,
Maybe.
given the current landscape, is there a position we feel like is undervalued at this moment in terms of its impact?
Steve, I know you're chomping at the bit on that one.
I mean, I don't know if there's a specific position. It really does come to, I mean, I look at receivers not as they all need to be making $28 million, but I look at, I want to have many of them, both tactically from a week in, week out basis, because again, it's a passing league. We hear this a million times. It's a passing league, and it's challenging to cover 3 and 4 targets in a given week, and it's, so on both sides. So I look at it more, not so much in like a specific position that's undervalued, but properly attacking receiver with volume and properly attacking, say, your secondary with volume, because I think that's where the edges are in the NFL, because most people aren't working with Patrick Mahomes, and most people have to elevate their quarterback and need that volume at receiver.
I'm just a big believer in the tight end position. I just think there's so much there. With Matt Ryan, when we ended up acquiring Tony Gonzalez as a free agent for us back in 2009, when he was in his infant stages as a quarterback, it was such a high percentage shot. We see it. We see some of the best athletes out there are amazing at that position. If I might very quickly, you're talking about the value. Forever in the NFL, when we've been scouting and we've been working through our metric trees, we have not truly weighted the positions as you're talking about. Not weighted the positions, but we also within the positions and within the specific metric trees, so let's just say there's 10 metrics for the receiver, we've just randomly, generally speaking, some teams are probably more advanced, we just attach a number and then we move on, and that number churns out a 65 grade hypothetically, and we move on. But we're literally not weighting the difference between athleticism and agility or ball skills. And there's so much more to dig into. This comes back to data. This comes back to, it's at the very base level in the organization and evaluating players. If your GM is allowing the scouting staff to continue to randomly attach numbers, then I think we've become so subjective. And I think the move forward into the future in this league is about really trying to hone in on what's objective, what we can take care of, and in the subjective areas, really trying to figure out how we can bridge the gap somewhat.
I'm glad you brought up that process. That's kind of what I want to ask about next, which is when we think about positional value and for your team, like Kevin said, it might be team dependent on what matters most to you. But where in the process, let's take the draft, for example, where in the process are you putting that input in? Are the scouts looking at running backs differently than defensive ends, or does that come after, or does that come in the board level, or is it on draft day where you're adjusting? I'm curious how these organizations operate.
I have strong feelings about it, but I don't want to dominate the conversation from a scouting standpoint. I'd love to.
Well, Kevin, when's the last time you had any picks? So.
I think before this conference started, 2005.
Oh, somebody had to take the shot, right?
Yeah,
I mean, I've been wondering the same question, right? Like, do you put a draft board together? So Bijan Robinson's in this draft, great running back, and if the scouts say he's the 4th best player in the draft, is there a board that says he's the 4th best player in the draft, which might be fair, but then when you go to draft, it doesn't mean you're taking him at 4. So that's the question, right? Like, where does that come in? Do you say he's at 4, but I'm not taking him till 25, 35, 6? How do you factor that in?
Well, it's a very good question, and most teams their approach is pyramidal, meaning the area scouts are providing what they can provide, not only in the areas that they're evaluating, but the research that they do, not taking away from the area scouts, but it moves up to the regional scouts, the national scouts, the personnel directors, and the GM and the head coach at the very top in the end. And so it's a fascinating process that has been, at times, I think, watered down, back to my earlier point. that we need to utilize and be more exact with those moves. And look, I've been there many times, and I'm not proud of it, Kevin. I'm sitting there as a general manager with a head coach thinking, all right, we've listened to millions and millions of dollars worth of opinions, but in the end, we're sitting in there at night, night before the draft with Arthur Blank, and we're saying, we're going to move this guy up here from a 59 to a 65. And how did that happen?
Resetting the draft board,
You're
right?
resetting the draft board. And it's an interesting process that I think hindsight, raise my hand that I probably made mistakes, or not probably, I did. I would do it differently next time.
I always think that, and I think Thomas is not alone in those conversations, what happens in the draft process, if you have a need, and this isn't exactly your question, those players get inflated from the beginning. You're looking for the positives of, hey, I need a linebacker, so I'm going to make this linebacker pool look better. It's rare that, I think your example of a 5'9" to a 6'5" happens less frequently than the guy who actually is a 5'9", got a 6'5" grade along the way because you needed the guy, right? And so then you look at the end, you're like, oh, they have the same grade, and it's probably not true. You probably have inflated the grade. I think your question about, Bijan Robinson, or I think if you have him as the fourth best player, you should take someone there, right? Like ultimately, draft picks, the NFL is a world of assets. Draft picks are an asset, cash is an asset, and if you can get a really good asset on your team, and it might be untraditional, sure, take the running back, because yes, you might be able to get, would I take him over a great defensive end who's sitting there at the same grade? No, but you get into trouble when you start to move around or say, hey, I'm going to trade back. That's fine. But ultimately, football is a game about building the best team that you can. And if someone stands out at a position and you have a use for them that you think can make your team better, or they can make your offensive line better, I always think you should do it. Now, at the same time, I would say when we look at the board, because our board and our GM Les came under Thomas, we have all the positions across the board. It's rare that guys have really different grades. And now you're sitting there going, hey, someone needs. But what we'll do more often is, a year from now, we have 2 corners who are coming up in free agency. So we need to start to plan ahead with these picks. And that drives it more than positional value. It's starting to think a year or 2 ahead in your planning, and that carries more weight and might push someone up. But if all else is equal, take the best player you think is going to make a difference for your team.
But we're in the process. Like, look at Bijan Robinson's one thing. Let's say it's a punter. It's a really good punter. At some point, you got to say, like, well, I'm not taking him at 4, right?
Well, if it's Tampa Bay, then we'll take a kicker at any time.
Jokes go both ways.
Any time. Those are conversations that are had during meetings. They're had going up to the draft, just knowing exactly. Because one of the things about, we talk about, art versus science, but a lot of the draft too, assuming that, to Kevin's point, players aren't wildly different, right, when you get to a certain spot, is not only who you pick, but kind of where you can pick them. Can you pick up additional, players? I understand what he's saying in terms of if you like a guy there, don't overthink it, take him. But if there's a guy, realistically, if I'm picking at 16, that I think I can get at 22 and I can pick up an extra pick here and there, then that's something that you have to think about. But that thought process should take place before the night of. And even the night of, you're finalizing and saying, okay, this is what we said. We traded back last year out of the first round into the first pick of the second. And 2 players on the board, happy to get either one. It was just a method to pick up another pick. Now, again, if we're talking about a kicker, then we don't trade back at all. We take that guy. But that's a team thing. Who's important to you, and who are you kind of indifferent as much as you can be to picking one versus the other.
Great point. Viability, and I think viability is a wave of the future for general managers. We have to determine viability. When I'm sitting there at 20 and I'm calling up and down the line, you guys know that. You guys probably used to get sick and tired. Why is Dimitrov calling again about a trade? But I was up and down the line always searching for the trade, and I need to have an idea of how far to move up or how far to move back. And if we can get closer to the viability, it makes me make, I think, better decisions. And if I may, the last question or point, Kevin made categorically all of the decisions that I've made that have failed were all driven by intense need. And unfortunately, oftentimes it's a defensive end, or it's whatever. It's the positions that you need to get you over the hump, and that's stung me way too many times.
And I think to follow up on that, and to Thomas's point, I think we all do it. The hard part about the NFL is when you're in a life cycle where coaches last maybe 3 years, and where we've screwed the league up, I think really on the whole is now GMs are on a 2 to 3 year cycle. Nobody's sitting there thinking long term. The people who have the ability to sit there and think long term are the ones who have won and have security, right? So of course their decisions get better, and it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. And I think that's one of the real, even go back to your started question, like how would I do it with data? One of the reasons we're having more success now at the Rams, last year aside, is because now on this program, we have 5-6 years of data that we've collected, that we've drafted off of, that we've seen, okay, these players succeed, these players don't with this data. Like our data gets better and better, it gets more refined because we've had the luxury of having the same head coach and GM now for 7 years. That's vastly different than a league that turns over half its coaches every 2 years, and now the GMs have come to that cycle. The need drives it, and I think so many people are like, oh, why did they go for need? Well, you don't want to be sitting there saying 2 years from now, I wish I had addressed this position, because you just don't get that shot anymore.
I think I want to stay on draft trades because I think it's sort of interesting, and maybe it plays into what you're talking about. I think, it's been 15, 17 years since the Massey Thaler paper, and I'm curious, firstly, if you all feel like trading down in general, if the data that you see still indicates, on average, a value to trade down based on the current market prices.
I don't know if the data is ever going to say anything different. And the reason why I say that is because we're making educated guesses, and we're gambling to a certain extent. The more scratch offs you can get, the better your chance of winning. It's not. So I don't think you're ever going to have, again, absent the quarterback, a situation where it 100% makes sense to trade up and limit those potential picks later, just because of the number and the uncertainty that you're dealing with.
I mean, we usually don't pick until like Sunday or Monday, so by the time we get a chance to pick, trading down seems like a really bad idea.
You get as many picks as you want in undrafted free agency.
But I think, if you want, and it gets back to what we've been talking about here.
F them picks?
F them picks. But one of the reasons we started trading our first rounders was in the new CBA system, you were looking, if you were thinking you were going to pick 20 to 32, not 6. The data of the options of the fifth-year options of players getting picked up in 20 through 32 was starting to fall below 40%, down to 30%. And you were saying, okay, if I'm picking 20 through 32, there's a 30% chance that I'm going to give this player a fifth-year option. Well, that's not a great chance. Like, I'll trade that for certainty. But what was even more striking was one of the reasons that was happening wasn't the players were great, is the players who did well 20 through 32 were guards, linebackers, safety, people who probably were worth less theoretically in a positional value model. And so you're like, well, do I really want to get the best linebacker and then pay them? And so we started to opt out of that. And I think that's one of the things that I don't think you trade down solely because I think the one thing, if you go to the paper, which is still prevalent, I think you trade down because you do know, if you study history, that we are not that much better at selecting players. And usually, as Jack said, if you have two players, the difference between the two is probably statistically irrelevant, right? We have an overconfidence in thinking we can pick the better player of the two. So if you have two players, you're better off moving down and getting an extra pick and taking one of the two players. That gives you more chances, right? That's the whole theory to me of trading down, is getting rid of the overconfidence level that we can select a player, because it gets back to what we talked about at the beginning. That if you have two players, you've moved someone up. All the reasons that you might make a wrong pick, you're trying to take away by trading down. And I remember, Thomas called up in 2019, the last time we actually had a first rounder, we had picked 31, and we moved back from 31 with Thomas. He took Caleb McGarry, and we kept going all the way back to 61 when we finally took Taylor Rapp, who was our emergency pick at 31 if we couldn't make a trade. So it wound up working out. Taylor played 4 years from us, won a Super Bowl, but Caleb McGarry wound up being good player for the Falcons.
I think we're starting to see more of a tipping point there too, right? Because the Jimmy Johnson chart is still in use, but every team has their own charts and various charts and models of all the charts and all that stuff. We saw the Vikings move from 12 to 30 last year. We see models out there that are saying if you moved from 12 to pick up 65 and 66, which sounds crazy on the surface, that the difference isn't that much because of uncertainty. And it is interesting when you go back and look at that. It's like in one year you might miss out on a Micah Parsons at 12, but other years, 65 and 66, you're getting 2 starters instead of 1 at similar levels. And I feel like that might be going in the extreme level for some organizations where they might be trading down what looks like a crazy move on the surface, but they're running the numbers and saying, you know what, we do want that many more lottery tickets.
Is that crazy? It's like I think what Steve's referencing is like if you use a chart that uses surplus value. So we're thinking about not just like which player comes out, but how much you're going to have to pay them. The 65 and 66 guys aren't going to make as much as the 12. Like that's what charts like that show. Is that crazy?
Go ahead, Jackie.
I don't think it's crazy. I think some of it goes back to 2 things that we mentioned earlier, and something Kevin said about, one, the window, and the window everyone has to win now, this 3-year period, this overconfidence in our ability to pick players, and the idea that unlike other sports leagues, right, we pick a first-round pick, he's playing that year. Whereas, you pick a first-rounder in hockey, with the exception of the top 3 picks in basketball and in baseball, you may not see him for another 3-4 years. So it's kind of hard, I think, for most people to take that chance and say, okay, I'm going to take 12, where I know if I have a list of the top 15, I know I'm getting a stud, and then trade back to get 66 or 65 and 66, even though on average that's probably going to be a better move. I still think it's a hard move to do, notwithstanding the fact that the surplus model says to do that more times than not. Because I may not be here for that future year.
Would you do it on average if you didn't have to worry about job security and anything else? You're just trying to win Super Bowls. Like, would you do that on average? No players, just.
On average, probably. I think the one danger that you run into with just looking at the surplus model, because we go back to the Jimmy Johnson trade chart, it's really just an exchange rate, right? It's not telling you necessarily what the picks should be worth. It's telling you what they're worth. And I think anytime you continually, to the markets, from the market standpoint, undervalue your own assets, you're doing it to your future detriment. So I think you could do that once or twice, but because every other time, if I'm on a team and Kevin calls us up and he knows he can get my first round pick for 3 cents on the dollar, then every time everybody else is going to want it for 3 cents on the dollar.
I think the other thing too is, and this is why roster building is great because everybody does it differently, but at some point you need great players to win. Yeah. And usually those great players come from the top half of the first round. I mean, if you can pull back any Super Bowl winner over the last 10 years, those are the players that ultimately make a difference. Now the rest of your roster, you need to hit on 65 and 66. So if you have 4 or 5 great players and you can move back to 65, 66, great. If you're at the beginning of your process and you need more players to fill out your roster, but at some point the unique thing in football, and I can't speak for other sports, is ultimately you need that one person who's going to tilt the field and be a difference maker for you. And if you're sitting there and you need that player and there's a defensive end, a corner, a receiver, a tight end, you need to sit there at 12 and take them because 65 and 66 may help you over the long term, but they may be, a backup, a nickel corner, ultimately who becomes a starter. That's really good long term, but they may not be the player who makes the ultimate difference in the Super Bowl.
For edification purposes, the Jimmy Johnson trade chart, I had called many, many teams over the last 6 or 7 years, and we've made this interesting adjustment, right? Responsible teams are taking Jimmy Johnson. They're adding 2, 3, or 4 more charts within their algorithm, however they're presenting it, and now they're that much more educated when they make their choice. We made choices off of Jimmy Johnson. I mean, I am, again, those first 5 years of my career, making like haphazard decisions off of something that we know was completely antiquated. No offense to him, but that's what we were using. And you'd call a team up, and they'd say, we have our own chart. We don't really care about your chart. We really don't care about Jimmy Johnson's chart, i.e. the Bengals, and we might not get a deal done. So I just think moving forward, there's so much more back to the data available to make sound decisions. And I will say, the last thing, when you're in that seat as a general manager, it's easy to say, I'm trading back. I get that. Now, I've not been active trading back a whole bunch. I get it. I've taken a lot of heat for it. I understand that. But to Kevin's point, it's not only you as a general manager, it is a head coach in your ear all the time. It's an owner in your ear. There are so many layers that are beyond just the categorical analytic element that might be, I say this respectfully, a little more easier for you to say.
It's easier. I've never made a bad decision, personally. This is easy from my seat.
Yeah.
Look,
I think that's tough, though, right?
At one point, all of these picks become players, right? I mean, we could ask the audience, can anybody name who Cleveland got for the picks for Julio Jones?
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's not a pretty list. And that's not a knock just on Cleveland. Like, when you look back on a lot of trades, they're not as exciting in hindsight as the surface value, becomes. And I think one of the things that's interesting about what Thomas said, though, true, like when you're on the clock, and Jackie knows this, when people are calling for trades, you'd be like, well, I've got the Steve chart and so-and-so is the Jack chart. You're like, I don't care. Like, we have 30 seconds to make a deal. Let's pick a common currency. And that usually still winds up being the Jimmy Johnson chart. Like, as crazy, we have a system that has 5 models, and we calculate it all. And like, usually, if 3 of them say go, we'll go. Like, we don't need all of them to say it. Because at the end of the day, if the team you're dealing with is, doing English pounds, and you're offering, the won, it doesn't matter. You all have to come up with the same currency, and that is, I think, where people value it differently. And I do think you have to have enough confidence as a team to not care, once you make the trade, how people evaluate it just based on math, because you may be doing different math than them.
Real quick, Thomas, you go back in time, you still trading up for Julio Jones?
Would I
still trade up for Julio Jones?
I would still trade up for Julio Jones.
You mean you don't want Brandon Whedon?
But it's a good question. It comes to me all the time, and people often ask, would you have gotten fired, that many years later if you had not taken Julio Jones? And I think that's kind of, it's a little misleading. Maybe we would have had an opportunity. He had one of the best catches in the history of the world, but we just didn't run. My God, sorry. What am I supposed to talk about? 16. It's a long time ago.
It's okay, I get it.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to shift gears just a little bit. Steve, I know you're passionate about this idea of thinking probabilistically in terms of roster building. You're GM Steve now.
Oh boy.
Congratulations, you've ascended.
Now I can make some bad moves.
What's the one thing that you're doing, especially if it's a contrarian that teams don't do? What's the one thing you're doing that you think is putting that into action, thinking probabilistically about roster building?
So I want to bring up the QB idea, because without sitting in the seat, it's challenging, right? You talk about the human elements and all that stuff. So the Bears are sitting here with an option, right, to either take Justin Fields, who had the makings of being a star last year, but Bryce Young's on the board or another quarterback's on the board. Until you have your guy, until I have my guy, do I just keep drafting quarterbacks? And we hear a lot of the NBA panels, you talk about the NBA, and it's like, I have to do everything I can to get a superstar, right? I'm either maneuvering in the draft to go get a superstar, or I'm creating an environment where a superstar wants to come to me. Should we treat quarterbacks like that in the NFL? Where it seems like right now in the NFL, it's not that tough to find a starter, right? There was a point in the NFL it was tough to find a starter. And that's why you saw anybody who was good in the preseason getting traded for, like, he's my starter. There's probably 30 starting caliber quarterbacks, but there's only 5, 6, 8 that you really want to win with. Do you literally draft a quarterback? Would I literally draft a quarterback in the first round? I have to get in the seat to figure this out. In the first round every single year, or if I'm the Bears, do I draft Bryce Young and keep Justin Fields and just let them figure it out? I think that's something that the NFL might need to consider. Or is it so crazy because it is tough to have 2 quarterbacks, 3 quarterbacks, and actually work through that with the media, the fans, in the locker room? So I might do that. I want to hear what the dynamic is and why that sounds crazy, though.
Jackie, you want to take it?
Sure.
You gonna do this year?
I mean, crazy, no. I think that we've seen what quarterbacks do for a team, how much they elevate a team. I hope someone writes a book about the Bills Chiefs playoff game from 2 years ago, because I think that was the game when people watched and figured out having, above average may not be good enough. Like, you have to be elite. And that brings up questions like that as to whether or not we just keep taking one until we find the guy. Now, the problem is that you run the risk of you run out of time, and then whoever comes behind you reaps the benefit of you taking two guys. But there is, to the point Kevin made earlier, the object of the exercise, right, is to set the trend, not chase it. So from that perspective, knowing what it is, if you have doubts about your current guy, or if you just don't know yet, if there's still a level of uncertainty and a guy's there, I don't think it's unreasonable to say, I'm gonna take another one.
I love that line. The object of the exercise is ultimately, as a GM, to get that quarterback right, and you are definitely being judged. I believe this, how you not only acquire your quarterback, how you maintain your quarterback, how you re-sign your quarterback. That is a big, big deal. And a lot of GMs go in there with that hanging over their head thinking, my God, I'm going to be judged not for long, 3 years, I might not be here. It's going to, as Jackie was suggesting, to someone else coming through the organization. That's an uncomfortable spot to be in. And they have a responsibility to hit it right and move on to the next DN that they might need, Steve, right? The next year, you're focused on, we're going to finally get a pass rush here, but then you're losing on the first round pass rusher, and you're going to pick another quarterback. Conceptually, it's tough. I get it. I would love to be able to do it. I wish I did more of that. I did
Unless
not.
you trade Fields.
Yeah. What's that?
Unless you trade Fields, you can do both.
Yes, that's right.
But I think within that, there's this misnomer that we're good at drafting quarterbacks as a league.
Well, that's why you're doing this, because you're not.
Sure, but you can get to the same point. I'm pretty sure, and someone can check me on this, Jared Goff was the first #1 overall pick to make a Super Bowl in a really long time. And I think if you look back, there was like none of the #1 picks at quarterback from 2009 through 2018 went to a Super Bowl like with their team or still with their team. I mean, it's a really, when you look at it, all those players got traded. And then you can start to look at whether, it's the Baker Mayfields or the Jameis Winston's. And yes, that can give you the idea that you could keep drafting. But I think if you're going back to the conversation we started this with, is the #1 pick has immense value, right? It has value to trade down. It has value to get a great player. And unlike other players, unlike the NBA, you can't field two quarterbacks, right? You can take a second, in the NBA, you can be like, well, we're going to go for their star, but you can find a way to put two players on the floor at the same time. And so the chance, to me, the narrow band you have of trying to improve a quarterback, is that worth it probabilistically over the certainty you would get from drafting another surefire high-level starter or trading down and getting 2 or 3 high-level starters? Sure, if you're going to get Andrew Luck or Joe Burrow, yes. But, and I think back to, and this is, Rand Carthon, who worked with us, and I worked with Thomas, was up at the podium in Indianapolis, and he said, and he made an offhanded joke, which I thought was great. Golden State Warriors are great in September, October, but you need to run the ball and play defense to win in the end. And I think there's some adages that are true, and people are like, oh, but Patrick Mahomes won the Super Bowl. Well, Patrick Mahomes wasn't the #1 pick. Should have been. Let's agree he should have been. When Patrick Mahomes was 10th. He was the 3rd quarterback, I think, taken in that draft. I mean, Mitch Trubisky was still the first quarterback taken in that draft. And then Jalen Hurts was a 2nd rounder. And then, there are all kinds of ways. We all get enamored with the #1 QB. And I've had Sam Bradford, and I've had Jared Goff and Matthew Stafford. But at the end of the day, successful QBs come from everywhere in the draft. And so I think to me, the question is not whether you would draft Bryce Young. It depends on really whether you think Bryce Young can be a top 5 player. It's should you be drafting a quarterback every year and invest in that position, which I do think is a different question than whether you would double down at the top.
Is it I have a galaxy brain question that I have to ask you, which is given you what you said, which is we're not very good at drafting quarterbacks, and what Jackie said, which is you got to have an elite one, or I think, would you agree, if you don't, everything else on the roster's got to be excellent. So given that, scale of 1 to 10, how absurd would it be to trade Justin Fields and trade the #1 overall pick, move to 2 or 4 and take Stroud or Levis or somebody else, saying we're not that good at picking these quarterbacks, so let's get 1 and like 3 or 4 first-round picks?
I like it. You brought that up to me yesterday on the side. I was like, I didn't think of that angle. Most people are thinking Bryce Young, trade Fields, maybe Bryce Young, keep Fields. You're saying the next, and we're just assuming pretend Bryce Young's your 1. We're saying take the 2nd or 3rd quarterback on your board.
You can tell me I'm stupid. You know, that's fair.
I mean, we're highlighting things that won't happen, like most likely, and that's why we're here at Sloan, to highlight things that won't happen that maybe we're trying to think probabilistically going forward.
This is tougher for them to answer. So Thomas,
I think you should trade Justin Fields to the Rams for like a 7th rounder, and we'll see.
I would say this: until you find one, I don't think any idea is off the table. I think you have to kind of exhaust all avenues and do the mental exercises. Look at the data of, okay, to Kevin's point, we're not that great at picking them, but can we find one, especially in this draft, between these numbers and work at it from that angle? But going back to what is the objective, what is the question we're trying to answer? We're trying to get a quarterback that we can win with, and what I would say, especially the last 5 years has shown us, that person needs to be at an elite level. So until we have achieved that objective, I don't know if you can rule like anything off the table.
I agree 100%. And we have to determine, has he really, have we determined truly what he is yet? 2 years in, right? I mean, that's complicated when you're in that seat. Do you really make that next move? I mean, obviously it's not on him, right? I mean, it's on Ryan Pace. Love Ryan, but I mean, it's, Ryan Poles is not, he's not worried about that, right? So anyway, I do think it's a great question that you bring up. I personally would think, I think you have to stay there and you have to hang with your quarterback for another year, and at least to make sure where he is and where he's developing.
That's why it's fun though, right? Because we don't know the right answer, right?
I want to go back to the Browns thing though, right? Because I loved Baker Mayfield coming out. Loved it, right? So he goes #1 overall. They also had the 4th pick that year. So even if you loved Baker Mayfield, what if you, instead of taking Denzel Ward, a very good corner, you took Josh Allen? And you said, I love Baker Mayfield. I don't love Josh Allen. I didn't love Josh Allen. Josh Allen's a superstar. So that's the type of thought process. How crazy would it be for Cleveland? Because the thing that would keep me back is, can you actually get a read? Can you actually figure out which guy it is? Can you get enough reps? Can you create the ecosystem to actually make the determination, would Josh Allen actually have become a star if you thought he was your 2? But Cleveland had to make a drastic move at quarterback last year because they missed on Baker Mayfield, and they have a nice corner in Denzel Ward. But what if they had taken Josh Allen at 4, hypothetically? That's the type of process we're talking about, an extreme view until you get your quarterback.
I mean, people forget how much Washington and Mike Shanahan and Bruce Allen got ripped for drafting RG3 and then drafting Kirk Cousins in the 4th round. Right? I mean, and people thought they were insane for doing that, and it turned out to be a very wise decision.
This is not always a GM's move, though. It's a GM. You better have the right coach in place. Not only need the right coordinator, you need the right head coach with a great relationship with the head coach. That is vital. You can't just put it on the selection process. You have to make sure that you have the creativity to have the right people around them, have the right system to help them develop. I look back when we had Matt Ryan. I mean, we could have killed Matt Ryan out the gate. Luckily, we had Michael Turner. If anyone even remembers who Michael Turner was, that was important for us to have a runner to take the pressure off of Matt. And I think that's important for an organization to understand the coach.
One last conversation shift here. I'd love to, in a league where you can roll over cap space from year to year, or sort of do the inverse, restructure to borrow from the future, I'm curious everyone's thoughts on essentially asset management within seasons. Like, is it best to concentrate take from the future or from the past and try and push everything into a short winning window, or are you trying to like maintain at a level for a long time? I realize we have 2 Super Bowl winning teams here.
I think we're out of time. Are we good?
Are you in the window?
You want to talk about the window?
Are you in the window?
Look, I think one of the great misnomers of the NFL is that there is this mythical way to stay good for a very long time. And I don't say that to justify what we did. And one of my only pet peeve when people talk about the Rams, they're like, oh, you guys went all in 2021 to win a Super Bowl. That is true. But over the 5-year period from 17 through 21, we were the best team in the NFC. We had the most wins. We won 3 divisions. We went to 2 Super Bowls. We had a really good 5-year run. And last year we had some struggles. I would take that 5-year run every time. But we look at, Green Bay has had 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks in Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers. And I think they've been to 2 Super Bowls in the past 25 years. I mean, Thomas's rivals, Sean Payton, Drew Brees, that's as good of a combination as you can get. 1 Super Bowl, right? I think of some of the best run organizations, the Ravens, 2 Super Bowls in 20 years. Like, it is really hard to make a Super Bowl. Even this year, I think when you looked at the final 4 teams, whether it was San Francisco and Philadelphia and Cincinnati and Kansas City, all of them were worthy of winning the Super Bowl this year. They were really good teams, probably the best teams all year. Only 1 team won it. So I'm of the belief, and I don't just say it because we did, I think if you're close, you've got to go for it because ultimately that's what your fans want, that's what you do. I think but where you have to be smart is understanding, are you actually a player or 2 away, or are you talking yourself into whether you're a player or 2 away? And when we traded for Von Miller, I think we looked at it and said, okay, we truly think we're 7-1. We think an elite pass rusher can put us over the top. But we've been in other places where, this year when we were 3-3 and still in the window, I think there was a lot more trepidation of like, are we 1 player away? Should we not? And we actually stood pat and didn't make a trade. But the goal of this is to win. And I ultimately think that people imagine that there are these mythical teams, and Thomas and the Patriots, I think, skewed everybody to think that you can do what the Patriots did, right? But ultimately, and you're seeing a little with the Chiefs and Mahomes now, if you have a great quarterback, you can have an extended window. If you don't have a great quarterback, I do think you're trying to maximize your roster the best way you can to go compete, at a different level.
We have a few minutes left. We're going to move to questions from the audience here. So one question here is it easier to develop a stronger roster by drafting talent or trading for talent, and which option is most cost effective? I think we know what Kevin thought like 5 years ago and what the Rams have done, but I'm curious why everyone thinks like at this point what's true.
Look, it is fun. The FM picks motto is funny. I think we've also had the 4th or 5th most draft picks in the past 5 years, right? Because we haven't had ones. And at one point in our 2021 season, we had 16 players who had been 2nd or 3rd round picks in the previous 3 or 4 years. So we had traded down, we'd accumulated that. We have a lot of back end picks. I think it just depends on your team. You need, in our model, top heavy, you need a lot of players on the roster who are under contract on rookie deals. So you need a lot of back end picks, and hopefully you hit that. But I think if you're a team that's in a position in striking distance and maybe you've been close, I think of a team like Buffalo maybe this year, I might view it differently.
Well, I think forever doing what Les did, and I have a great deal of respect for Les, and I love his maverick approach. I do, and I laud him all the time. That's difficult to do, but Les's comments to me had to do with there was less precariousness when you know who you're bringing into your organization, good and bad. You could bring someone in who falls asleep in the meeting all the time, blah, 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 but he's excellent when he's on the field. His point to me was, Thomas, we just need to know that we don't get all tied up and worried about it when that kid falls asleep, in the meeting room, but he's going to show on the field. I'm a big believer, of course, like most of us who came through the college ranks, you draft, and you supplement with free agency. It's very different because now we realize we can be creative like Les. Take a lot of heat doing it, of course. But look what he did. He got to the Super Bowl and he did things. And there's a lot of people out there right now running football teams who are on the edge of their seat wondering about that, if they can get away with it. It is a not-for-long league. I keep saying that. We all know that, but even more now. And Kevin knows this. These aren't million-dollar jobs anymore. I'm talking about the GM jobs. It's now they want to parlay it into 2, 3, and 4 contracts. There's a lot of money on the table for these guys. It used to be $1 million. It may now be $6 million. I know you hate to hear that when you're talking budget, Kevin, but there's a lot there for those GMs, right?
That's why Steve's going to come for cheap.
I'll do it for cheap. Yeah. I mean, cheap-ish.
Cheap-ish.
Cheap-ish. I mean, it's still built through the draft, right? You guys still built through the draft. You still had to hit on starting linebackers and safeties, but having Jalen Ramsey and knowing what you're getting, it's a combination. It's a combination. You guys knew how to pull those levers because it can't just be one thing or the other.
And I mean, but trading is building through the draft. Like one of the things they recognized was the value of draft picks to the other 31 teams.
Yes.
So even if they're not your picks, you're still trading those assets for players that are known commodities. So it's really, you know, two sides of the same coin.
And I think it gets to the point, like you go back to the Taylor-Massey scale, that was under the old CBA, right? That needed to get updated for the new CBA, and I think in the new CBA there was an overcorrection to overvaluing top picks. And that was something we took advantage when we started trading for veterans. I think known commodities you had watched play in the NFL, you knew how they'd fit in your system, and you could supplement them. Now the league has shifted towards everybody's willing to trade picks. I think, you know, we used to believe there was an inefficiency in trading for veteran players, that they were undervalued as a whole. I think the league has overcorrected that. And whether you like, you know, our Matthew Stafford trade, Matthew Stafford went for basically 50% of what Russell Wilson went for the next year. And Tyreek Hill and Devontae, you know, the deals got more and more expensive. Now that that's happening, maybe the correction is going to go back the other way now. Maybe it's first picks are undervalued. That's the way this league swings all the time.
It's a related question, and when you're thinking about acquiring players through any mechanism, how are you balancing like mean and upside, mean and variance? Like when you're acquiring a player, what's your balance of thought between what I think this player will become most likely and what the right tail outcome is? What's the top 10 percentile outcome? How much are those two things in conflict with one another?
I mean, like scouts put a grade on a player and they think like this guy's a 6. He's a 6.2. And then you think that's what I'm getting, but like where does probability come in that he could be below average, he could be above average, whether it's through the draft or through free agency?
Well, I mean, those are the ideas that college to pro projection model that I'm sure you guys have talked a lot about and worked on. I mean, that's a really important thing for an organization. And it's not easy. It's one of the toughest things to do as a scouting staff, as a GM, you know, as a head coach who doesn't have a real grasp of it, respectfully speaking, because they're in a different world. That's a big wave of the future in my mind.
Look, I think part of that gets to what we're talking about. The base rates in the draft are the base rates, 50% for first rounders, 40%, 30%, down to, you know, seventh rounders at 10 to 15. If you are just drafting off of traits and skills, you're probably going to wind up getting the base rate. Yeah. What you have to do as an organization, like Pittsburgh can draft wide receivers, it seems, in any round at a better rate. But they know what they're like. They have a formula that works for them. So our formula for drafting a wide receiver in the second round is probably not as strong as theirs. So they might walk in and say, we have confidence we're going to exceed the 40%. I think every organization probably has a skill set of picking players based on their schemes, based on what they've historically done, to know where it works and where it doesn't. But I think if you just start to assume you're going to exceed the base rate anywhere, you're going to fail.
All right. I think we're out of time. I want to thank you all so much. This was super fun. And thank you all for listening. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and thanks again for joining us at the 2023 Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. My name is Michael Christian, and I'm a first-year MBA at MIT Sloan. It is my pleasure to introduce you our last panel of this year's SSAC, The Last of Sports. Our awesome panelists here today are Jessica Gelman, CEO, Craft Analytics Group. We also have Daryl Morey, President of Basketball Operations, Philadelphia Sixers. Nate Silver, statistician, author, and founder, 538. And Bill James, former senior baseball operations advisor, Boston Red Sox. Our panel will be moderated by Michelle Steele from ESPN. And as you probably have known by now, the panel will run for 45 minutes, and we will have 10 minutes at the end for questions. Please submit your questions at Twitter using the hashtag #LastOfSports. Questions will then be selected by the moderator. With that, I'll turn it over to you, Michelle.
Yes. Hey, everybody. Good afternoon. We are in the home stretch of the 2023 Sloan Analytics Conference. I've got a lot of energy today, you guys, because I think we're going to get weird. Yeah, in this panel. So the the official title of this panel is The Last of Sports. Has anybody seen The Last of Us? Yeah, so it's just like that.
We're dying of a fungus?
Yeah, yeah.
Boston in 2023.
Boston in 2023.
Oh, nice.
We're going to be talking about a genie, a magical genie. You know, Malcolm Gladwell was here last year. Phenomenal panel discussion that he led. But one of the things that he said was, if you could wave a magical data wand over any sport to improve it in any way, what would you do? So that is the theme of today's panel. And full disclosure, I don't think you can knowledgeably forecast the future without having a sense of what has come before. And because I like to do extra credit whenever I can, I looked up the March 2nd, 1923, 100 years ago, sports section of the Boston Globe.
Oh, this is awesome.
Yes, to see what they were covering in 1923. I'd like to highlight a couple items. Page 1, Babe Ruth swings a mean golf club. That was their lead story. He was in Hot Springs, Arkansas, golfing. Christy Matheson gives big ovation at gathering of 300 newsboys. Matheson had just taken a job as president of the Boston Braves in 1923. And MIT swimmers to clash with Brown. I looked it up. That was the last time MIT was mentioned in the sports page.
The engineers.
Feel free to boo on that one. Of course, they had the boxing and the horse racing forums. And finally, Daryl, you might be interested in this. Basketball, 2 words, basketball facts worth knowing. A weekly series on the new sport, relatively new sport, of basketball. And the sexy headline of that weekly series on March 2nd, 1923 was, How to Play Basketball.
Wow.
The first sentence was, sleep is of prime importance to any athlete. So, Daryl,
Well, this is a hot topic in the NBA. So.
Can you believe?
I can believe no one sleeps.
That is a verbatim quote. Daryl, first question to you, how do you play basketball?
Well, I'll steal Red Auerbach's line, actually. He had a famous thing. He said, all it is, you have to put the round ball through the hoop more than the other guy. That's what he said.
Wrong. It starts with sleep.
Oh.
All right, we'll loop back.
You even gave me the answer.
Okay, we'll loop back around to that one. So my point in starting out with this kind of like a little bit of a monologue is that history is very interesting to me because it shows you a way that life was. Like, this is not like an abstract concept that at one point boxing and baseball and horse racing were the dominant sports. Maybe one day they will become dominant again, but we know that that was the way that life was, and maybe that's the way that life could be. So my question to the panelists today is, what can we do now? Say we had unlimited resources, you know, like Malcolm Gladwell with his magical data wand. What can we do now to help evolve the dominant sports? And what are the sports that might be dominant in the future? For the people who are sitting in the audience now, their lives are going to be very different in 50 years. Jessica, start with you. The big 4, right? Basketball, baseball, football, hockey. Are those the sports that are dominant in 2050?
Wow. I would have to say, so I think the big thing in 2050 will be that sports overall will be much more global. I mean, we've heard a lot over the course of this weekend how much more global the sport is becoming, in part because of player power. I loved the stat that Tamika shared about how LeBron James has 7x the number of social media followers as the Lakers, and that his presence is global. And so basketball being a super global sport and had a focus on it for the past, let's call it 40 years, really, since David Stern first made the entry into China. Like, the NBA has a big head start. That said, with the NFL starting to move into international, some of the biggest challenges with the NFL or with football in general is kind of interesting. Many years ago, I was part of the Patriots planting a seed in China. And one of the biggest concerns was the size of the locker rooms. And, well,
not enough lockers for the size of the team?
Yeah, so
Fit Tom Brady's ego in, or?
No, but an NFL team is what 80 people are traveling, and that's is not what most global sports have, even soccer teams. So there is infrastructure changes that need to happen, that will happen, because the way that that NFL or football is played is really primed for viewership, for engagement, for what's coming with gambling, obviously here in Mass on March 10th, that is going to drive increasing engagement. And as football can actually be played more, and the infrastructure changes, but like, just think about like planes and bringing 80 plus people to another country, the speed of travel, all of these things that can evolve to help make sports in general more global and for people to see it. So I'm going to go with, I think football will likely be dominant, because they haven't really...
Will continue to be dominant, and it'll be...
Well, they're dominant in the United States. They are not dominant around the world. I mean, soccer is, right? But I mean, soccer obviously will continue to grow too, but I think from a global perspective, I think football will increase in that regard.
Bill, what about you? When you look at the Big Four, and baseball in particular, right?
Yes.
Does baseball continue to be part of the...
I'm not sure hockey's in the big whatever.
In the United States? You don't think?
Yeah,
you think that MLS
no.
is bigger than the NHL?
What's that?
Do you think that MLS is bigger than the NHL?
Doesn't matter. MLS will be bigger.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's bigger now, but yeah.
Well, first of all, I would like to point out that on March 4, 1923, the national champion in basketball, which the NCAA had not yet been founded, but the national championship in basketball, as established by a poll, was the Kansas University Jayhawks. So
Rock Chalk.
Rock Chalk Jayhawks. As we still are, although there've been a few years we didn't win. And they were again in first place in the polls in 1923. Oh, I did. You mentioned boxing and horse racing. Boxing and horse racing, in my opinion, mostly slipped out of their premier spots because they screwed up the transition to television in different ways. Horse racing is like, we don't want to be on television, it'll kill our audience. And boxing screwed up the transition by funneling all the money into so few hands that there weren't enough people who were profiting from it. So there weren't enough people promoting it, and also they were hurt themselves very badly by being fractious about who was the national champion, who was the heavyweight champion, the middleweight champion, et cetera. So I would suggest that a key determinant of exactly which women's sport becomes really strong will be who handles the transition in technology well. We're moving toward more streaming, more availability of well, you don't really know what the technology will be, but who handles that transition how well will be critical to what emerge as the the dominant sports.
Can I just add one more thing because, on the streaming and the global nature?
Yeah, for
because
sure. I didn't know that about horse racing and boxing, that they did not want to be on television.
Yeah,
Horse racing did not want to be on television. Boom, you're irrelevant.
A lot of our early sports didn't want to be on social media, so they corrected.
But just that streaming component and being able to many people be watching the same stream, but it being delivered in different ways. I'm sure that would be some of the things that we would talk about with what AI can actually bring to bear to like real time. I mean, Maurice Donahue said yesterday about how they have a different type of a broadcast in the UK for the US Open and Roland Garros as well, based on the particular location. So imagine if in real time those changes could be made. I mean, it really opens up. It's so much.
I mean, I do think soccer should not be excluded from this conversation. It's the biggest sport around the world. It's relatively popular in the US with the younger generation.
Yeah, I guess I should qualify that this is we're looking at the United States.
Look, I think one of the most shocking things that I would not have predicted 10 years ago is that MLS is not bigger, in part because they have this salary cap, right? We should have like MLS be a big 5 franchise right now. Let these rich hedge fund guys pay $2 billion for a franchise, right? And import some of the best players in the world. So we're one of the top 5 or 6 leagues internationally. Like, it's shocking that that hasn't happened. It feels like a failure of the market in some ways. I mean, you can look at the current trajectories. You know, I think baseball, I like the rules changes this year. I think it's in a fair amount of trouble. Hockey, I'm from Michigan. I mean, hockey is like a big 4 sport in like a third of the country.
Baseball falls off. You think that MLS?
It's hard to, I mean.
You said 3 years ago, PS, in 2020, when we did a similar panel of the future on sports, you said that MLS would essentially capitulate to a larger and better funded, and like you said, lack of a salary cap league, soccer league in the United States. Someone else would come in and
I'm surprised that hasn't, I mean, again, there is such demand for like sports franchises, and the Washington Commanders are going to sell for $5 billion, a frankly poor brand and a poorly run team, right? Like, you're leaving money on the table by not having like MIFC be somewhere in that department. And I think Americans would respond to like, I mean, Americans are competitive, right? They want to have the best athletes in the world competing. So I don't know, maybe that will happen at some point, maybe it won't. I mean, football is weird because I was reading an article yesterday by like a AI researcher named Holden Karnofsky about why does utopia suck so much, right? Because there's like no competition, there's no risk, there's no like danger basically, right? And like football is an extremely violent sport, right? It's like much more violent than even hockey, which is a big contact sport, right? A lot of former NFL players are not in good shape for the rest of their lives, right? But the NFL keeps doing really, really well, in part because it's combat, and in part because the more liberals rail against the NFL, the more conservatives will like it. So I wouldn't make any predictions about football, but I think basketball's in pretty good shape. Soccer will continue growing. Baseball and hockey are, you know, not going away, but I think are in at least good shape.
But it's hard to remember how much trouble football appeared to be in just 6 or 7 years ago.
That's what I'm saying, though, yeah. So now you wouldn't bet against football, I don't think.
Not now, but 6 or 7 years ago, a lot of people were saying that because of the concussion issue and because of other mistakes that the NFL had made, failing to discipline hyperactive players, et cetera, but it didn't turn out to be true. It just is a blip.
I look at the structure. They have such good structure of one and done. Any give like high variance to outcomes. I mean, they've mastered the structure of the sport. They sort of stumbled into it, and the other sports stumbled into horrible structures of, 82 games and so it's long series that don't interest a huge swath of especially younger folks. Like one and done is such a powerful thing. That's why March, everyone immediately gets interested in every college basketball team, unlike you, Bill, on March 14th. They're like, oh, Davidson, this is my team, because it's one and done. And look, we struggle on forecasting the future. When you say 2050, because we don't really know. Like, I think we all sort of map ahead and say, okay, this should be this other soccer league, this should be this. So I don't know when, but like when I think about what sports will win, I think like what is the dominant thing that is winning right now, and the dominant thing that's winning attention right now. There's nothing to beat the slot machine effect of scrolling one of the major social media apps, the dopamine hits of little videos delivered to you, customized. That is winning. That is gaining market share at a huge rate. So what sport will win that, and will that itself be a sport? Will someone who would be good at like winning the slot machine of delivered videos?
Yeah. What sport will most be able to leverage like that dopaminergic?
Right.
Kind of
Nobody watches sports under 30. They just watch the highlights. They just do. I mean, it's just reality.
There's like two things. I think the World Cup being here in a few years is going to have a step function impact in terms of interest. And what MLS just did with the Apple deal, I think is, we have seen the impact of NFL being on Amazon Prime in terms of going younger. And so again, the difference here is that with the Apple MLS deal, people will have to pay for it. So this is a really, really interesting component of it. But I think there will be a step function growth. The other thing I would say that we're kind of leaving out of the discussion right here is that I think women's sports is going to rise in a really significant and meaningful way, and I'm very bullish on that. And so will it compete and compare to men's sports? Like, I certainly hope so.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, it has to. We can't go on. History changes. But I strongly agree with that point. If you're investing in a sport, invest in a women's sport, that's the best bet. But I'd also point out, in 1979, my friend Dan Okrent visited me in Kansas, and he was explaining this new game he'd invented, which is fantasy baseball. But fantasy baseball, although we don't think of it as a sport, we think of it as a derivative product. It's a sport in itself. It's a sport in which many millions of people compete, and it has acquiring a spectator side to it. So,
and how I got my start in sports was running, or one of the phone operators for Bill James Fantasy Baseball. So,
is that true?
That is 100% true. Yes.
I sort of mentally put a pin.
I was a fantasy phone operator.
That is. We'll need a demonstration here. So I sort of mentally put a pin in something that Nate said about the risk of football sort of like inherently being part, or the inherent risk of football being part of the appeal of that sport. As someone who has covered the NFL for a little while now, health and safety was like priority number 1, 2, and 3. I would say it's still, a huge priority for the NFL. I was able to catch some of the AI panel right before this, and they mentioned health and safety on the AI panel. I am very fascinated by AI. I do think that there are lots of kind of like healthcare solutions that artificial intelligence will hopefully deliver for us. But my point in bringing that up is if healthcare AI could increase, say, the lifespan, or not the lifespan, but the career span of a football player, let's say the average career from 3 years to 30 years, Nate, would you be less interested in watching football?
I mean, I'm not sure AI is going to do that.
What about 300 years?
I mean, I don't think player longevity is a problem per se, right? I mean, Tom Brady is probably
career longevity is what I mean. I'm not talking about actual.
No, I think career longevity is good, and having fewer injuries would be really good, right, for almost all sports, right?
Yeah, totally. I think having fewer injuries would be great for all sports, right?
I mean, I wonder about AI, though, the effect on alternative forms of entertainment. Like AI-enhanced, video games are probably going to be really compelling, more so even than products today. And on the one hand, there are some great sporting games that can increase it. On the other hand, if you would rather play NBA 2K in this incredibly hyper-realistic world and be the athlete yourself, instead of watching a Sixers game, I think that has that's.
Oh, we'll be watching Sixers games. Yeah, that's very important. Yeah. When you were the danger of the NFL, are you saying people are pining for gladiator matches? That's this, evolutionary thing?
People don't want utopia. They want competition, right?
But then they want violent competition, is what you're saying.
They want competition. I think one thing that sports does is channel the competitive impulse into less violent forms of competition. Right. I think the Olympics and the World Cup are actually probably quite good for creating peace in the world and things like that. Football's a sport where it actually is quite violent.
But I was intrigued by what Bill said, that like you think if boxing hadn't fumbled and it kept going, and then obviously it have sort of merged with UFC and all these other forms of, sort of more raw combat, that it would still be somewhere near the NFL today, do you think?
I think if it had handled that transition better, yes, it would still be a front page sport.
Well, it's also pretty interesting, though, because what the NFL is really how they're trying to grow football is through flag football around the world, right?
Yeah.
And trying, in fact, I believe, to have flag football as an Olympic sport in LA 28. I believe just this past week in California, they passed legislation for flag football to be a high school sport for boys and girls. So like we're expanding who has access to be playing. In some ways, almost like it is a different sport. And I would say for myself as, a mom of two young boys, I'm much more likely to be like okay with them playing flag football than obviously because of the concussions and the concerns of that.
Right.
Your point on the science side, though, is you're saying that if people get concussions, it can, I'm asking you, Michelle, I think that if people get concussions,
I'm like, please ask all your questions to Bill, please. He's much wiser.
But you think that they'll be able to address it?
Perhaps. I mean, I think that the possibilities of AI, to me, at this point in time, seem virtually limitless. And maybe there are healthcare solutions, or maybe there is, a way for AI to read the entire human genome and essentially spit out, right, or your genome and spit out like a customized micro pill that will treat the exact issues, the exact problems that your body has to increase the longevity of your body. And relative to sports, where there are plenty of injuries, and certainly in football, is there an AI healthcare training solution, for the NFL's athletic trainers to use to fix a football body, right? And increase the longevity of those careers.
At some risk of hijacking the discussion, I would argue that which creates change is not brilliance as much as it is stupidity. And so what we really ought to be
fighting words, Bill.
really ought to be focusing on is what are the stupidest things that each of the major sports does. Well, in football, the stupidest thing they do is to allow so many injuries. I mean, one should not get hurt while playing sports as a general rule.
You get hurt in the preseason.
Yeah, that too. But
before the games.
The stupidest thing that baseball does is to play so slowly that it's gotten to be quite boring. The stupidest thing that basketball does is play so many games that each one has less impact than would be desirable, I think. Then the issue becomes, to what extent is each of those things endangering? Baseball has endangered itself by failing to correct its obvious errors for a long time, and thank God we're finally moving on that. But to what extent does each of those intellectuals tell me I shouldn't be using the word stupid? I don't think of stupidity as a lack of intelligence.
Weaknesses.
I don't think of stupidity as lack of intelligence. I think of it as an active thing.
Intelligence, atypical, or
no? Stupidity is an active thing. It's like a block. It's not like a weakness or a failing. It's like a block. It's like one can see the right thing to do, but God damn it, we're not going to do it.
What are the two stupid things though for soccer and hockey? Because you're on a roll.
Isn't soccer inherently? Never mind.
Daryl has some thoughts, I think, on.
No, I don't want to go to.
Oh, fine.
The soccer people hate me. I wanted to ask Jessica though, because women's sports going to grow. Will there be the opportunity for open or co-ed, whatever you want to call it, sports where men and women are playing together, and will that be a form of sport? Because right now, obviously, with many of the sports, because of physical advantages or whatever, they're generally separated, often with different rules, which usually drive me crazy. But like, what do you see that?
So if we were talking about the data that I think could maybe create some opportunity. What I've thought about is the mental side. I mean, you know that the performance under pressure is something that I've studied for a really long time. I'm very passionate about it, is in part why we had this panel yesterday. But I often wonder, you know, about anxiety or stress or whatever, pain tolerance, and if we could actually be tracking that data and then gamify it in some way at the end of games, where, you know, if, for example, someone had a very high stress level and we could be tracking it, if they made a shot, it would be like a, you know, Moneyball, and it would count for more.
Worth more if they're under stress.
Yes, worth more if they're under stress. And so I don't know. I've been playing. I don't have an answer, but I think that I hope that there can be more opportunities for women and men to play at the same time, and for like.
What would that sport look like?
I just think the current construct of how we're tracking. Or, you know, giving points, we can adjust it in certain ways that it could be, you know, more interesting. I mean, of course, I love basketball, you know, as having been a basketball player. So, I mean, I just keep thinking about it would be really fun to have a Moneyball type of a point at some point in the game, and you know, it doesn't need to be that it's based on gender. It could be based on these other characteristics that maybe today we can't see or track, but are really interesting.
You know, we have soccer with, you need to have 6 women and 5 men, and you get to allocate where you put them on the field.
You know, there are devices now. I mean, there is a enhanced MRI machine that can read the electric signals in your brain and like correctly deduce what you're thinking about.
That might be hard to use on the field.
You'd wear a helmet.
You wear the MRI helmet.
And you'd wear an MRI. Listen, we have a magic wand here, Daryl.
Okay.
You'd wear an MRI helmet. And I was talking to someone yesterday at the conference about this, and he was like, you know, the issue there is that if fans could see the thoughts of players in the game, you know, the thoughts, it might be upsetting or exciting or disappointing.
To go back, the NBA can't fix their games problems because we're in a local optimum and there's risk of exiting it. And no one, like, while the Golden Goose is spitting out billions in an amazing sport, no one wants to take the risk. So it takes a crisis like baseball to get to a new...
That was part of my point. It does take a crisis to fix a lot of problems. The problem with this machine that reads your head is it's either got to censor your sexual thoughts or get used to the fact that everybody has them all the time. One of the two.
I can tell Nate wants to jump in on that.
Yeah, I guess I'm like the technophobe here. I don't want a machine that reads my fucking thoughts. Jesus. I'm worried.
Everyone else does, Nate.
It would help your Twitter account. People would like
does.
you so much more if it just dumped your thoughts.
And I worry about AI in some ways more than I'm excited about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the last panel.
Do you mind, Daryl, sharing what you tell your kids? We talked about backstage, like be careful because...
Oh, I've told my kids since they were little that they probably won't die. So just make sure they're doing the right things in life.
I think that's good advice.
Yeah, it's very likely. I mean, like the advances that are in de-aging, even de-aging, they're not even talking about stopping your aging. There's like in fairly high level carbon-based life forms on Earth, mice, they are de-aging right now. Now humans are way more complicated, so it may take a while, but
so you'll see
who knows? We may be
year.
in time to save the 50-year-olds and over. So
You heard it here first. Tom Brady's coming back out of retirement.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna Benjamin Button it. He's gonna be like,
No, totally. He'll play football just as long as that like AI healthcare stuff kicks in, and then he'll play for the next 400 years.
Well, how many wives will be on?
Oh my God.
One thing that you mentioned, so like before I was a sports reporter, I was a business reporter, and we would always report on insider buying and selling, right? So, I always used to say, like, we shouldn't really cover selling as much because there's a million reasons why the CEO of a company or CMO or whoever wants to sell. Like, maybe they're buying a house or they need cash in another business. But there's only one reason to buy, and it's because you think something is going up. So we're talking about sports that we're bullish on. Some of you on the panel are investors. For instance, Daryl, you talked about League of Legends in this panel in 2020. Oh, you did? I was going to say, what happened to that?
We doubled it and sold.
So in
I still am bullish,
2000, Daryl Morey in 2020 was a League of Legends investor.
That's true.
You were bullish on League of Legends.
Still bullish.
What are you bullish on
Did
now?
sell though, but bullish but sold. That can both. That can
Still bullish. Yeah, sure. And that's exactly my point, which is like there's a million reasons why people sell, but they can still be.
Yeah, I'm still very bullish.
sanguine.
I don't know which ones. Similar to my like dopamine scrolling thing, like it's going to be these super engaging games that win in the future. I don't know which ones. So, you know, there's now going to be mobile League of Legends just games that already exist. So yeah, no, I don't know which one though. Like, or I'd put the money in, and I did put money in others that didn't make it. That's part of investing. So.
I mean, well, like I said earlier, I'm bullish on women's sports in general because you know, it generally hasn't gotten the awareness, and I think that's changing just women's sports and the gist, and there's lots of the Athletic, ESPN, they're starting to really cover women's sports in a different way. So if I'm looking at women's sports, and you know, I obviously think soccer is a huge opportunity, but as a sport that is a lot of women, I believe, are playing, is volleyball. I think is a really interesting.
Why volleyball?
I mean, well, I think, you know, it's funny because while basketball is incredibly popular, when thinking about this panel, I was like, you know, volleyball is something that I think is coming. I didn't know the history of when it was invented, and that it was also invented in Massachusetts, but it was 4 years after basketball.
Volley space ball.
Yeah, but it was here in Massachusetts, and it was basically a counter to the pounding of basketball. And so as we're thinking about health,
Was there theory women couldn't handle the pounding?
No. It wasn't. It didn't start as a women's sport. I'm just saying, as a sport, and we think about injuries, and we don't really hear about, I don't believe, injuries in volleyball. And so I think it's a sport that's gaining in popularity in the United States. I think it is just starting to have analytics around it. It's just really interesting to me, and I think it could potentially.
It's played at a very high rate in high school.
Right.
Because of Title IX.
Yeah, no.
In college, yeah.
Volleyball is a great sport. Really, I loved playing volleyball when I was young enough to move around. And KU is, I mean, obviously we sell out every basketball game, but they also sell out every women's volleyball game, and they're not a national power. It's just that people love, and you know, it's 11,000 people, 1,000 seaters. No, it's not that big. I don't know how big it is. Anyway, but I know you can't get a seat. You can hardly get a seat there.
Is it held at Fog? Same arena?
It's like
Next
20 feet from the Fog, yeah. Every game sells out. So.
Well, I mean, and also there's like really, I mean, we had the Caitlin Gao from Love B was here yesterday on the new leagues panel. Like there hasn't really been volleyball leagues. I mean, we've had the like professional beach volleyball and stuff like that. So it's just.
There should be, in women's volleyball, I think, superior to men's.
Why?
If you watch the highest level Olympic volleyball, it is insane. They're all like 7-3. It's like one serve, one kill, one serve, one kill, one serve, one kill. It's very uninteresting.
Oh.
Like one level down is more interesting. There are some sports like that, I think.
Could they solve that by moving the net up?
Yeah, or down. Yeah.
Yeah. Up. You know what's a great thing about basketball is that you handle the ball so often. I mean, in baseball, each player has like 4 at-bats a game, and any 5 or 6 chances in the field to field the ball. But in basketball, each player handles the ball like 100 times a game, which makes it analytically interesting, but also it just this pace of the action is so great when it's played at a high level.
Nate, if you were a sports investor now, where would you be putting your money? What are you bullish on?
I mean, I guess I'm being redundant, but like I think soccer in the U.S. It just seems like maybe it's the World Cup here, maybe it's more investment in the domestic league, but like the places where it's popular, it is a big deal. And the fact that you've had, I mean, in this kind of social media age, the fact that all of a sudden, like, I see like a lot of like women's college volleyball clips tweeted, right? All of a sudden I see a lot of like F1 fandom or Premier League fandom among American like hipsters, right? Like, I think it's like, I think the shifts could be more rapid, and that the chance of having like a tipping point where soccer takes off is, you know, it may not be totally linear.
Yeah, you know, I think it kind of fits into what Daryl was saying with sports that will fit in or at least be able to leverage that social media behavior, you know, the scrolling behavior that we all have. And social media is just about personality. It's not about stats. It's not about the score sheet or the box score. And what are the sports where athletes are using their personality? Like I think sometimes, you know, especially in this milieu where we're talking so much about data, sometimes the soft skills can be overlooked. And, you know, you mentioned F1, you know, drive to survive, right? The drive to survive phenomenon, and the personalities of those drivers sort of being so out there, and the stories and the drama behind the scenes drove a lot of that interest in that sport, right? Like, I wonder if we sort of underrate personality in this picture.
Which means the sports are going to engineer them more, for sure.
Engineer personalities?
Engineer personality, yeah, because like, you know, when it's like a Pete Sampras, or even when we're talking in chess, Fabiano Caruana was the first U.S. player to play since Bobby Fischer. Should have been a big deal. You know, amazing player, but he's who he is. He's not, like Tim Duncan. There are these like players who were amazing players, but not personalities. But they drive quite a less interest.
Yeah.
And what's interesting is the tension too between coaches are, I think, correctly trying to generate these team dynamics that are positive, but they're almost completely at odds with generating these individual narrative storylines. And so like that tension will just continue to grow, I think.
Could I ask a question? Do you think that sports suffer when too few people dominate them or too few organizations dominate them? I think that one reason, let's take auto racing, and let's ask the question: could auto racing explode to a yet higher? And auto racing has millions of fans, right? Now, well, we don't talk about it at the same level, but it's a high level thing. But could it, if there were 4 times as many leagues, 4 times as many types of competition, would it explode more rapidly? Or it seems to me that when it's too tightly controlled by too few people, that tends to inhibit its inherent.
You're arguing for more like the international model of sports, where like clubs can be formed and play at different levels, and you can have relegation. Is that what you're mentioning? Or no, I'm missing your point.
I think if you look at, I think when fans potentially, it was a little bit of what Michelle was saying, but if there's a really dominant team, meaning they win a lot, but they're not blowing everyone out, so it's still very competitive. But I think if people get those storylines about the athletes and they're like, oh, they're really compelling, I want to see what they do next, and are they actually clutch, and are they going to fail? That people will tune into that, and but it needs to be competitive. It's a blowout, and the game isn't in question. Well, that's less interesting. So, I mean, if you look at some of the growth of particular leagues, I don't actually know this, but has it paralleled when a team has been dominant for an extended period of time, or won, I guess, a lot over an extended period of time, but it's been very close. Like the games and the likelihood of winning is, I don't know.
I mean, I think the NFL is the closest to that balance with the Patriots, for example, right? Where, I mean, hockey and baseball are too fucking random with the playoff structure, right? I mean,
that's great.
What are the Bruins, which is one of the best regular season teams in years, right? Were they like 20% to win the Stanley Cup, like 17% or something?
Yeah, it's less than 20.
Like, that's stupid.
You want more certainty in your sports. You're like, that's so wrong. That's just wrong.
It's where if you're like a Tom Brady level franchise, right? You'll probably win a couple of championships, but also in any given year, maybe you're 40% or something like that. To me, seems like optimal for balancing these dynamics.
You know,
people want less certainty in knowing who's going to win when they tune in, not more certainty.
Yeah.
But you want like storylines, right? You want some predictability. If you're a casual fan, you want to tune in. If somebody turns in once a year to the NHL or NBA playoffs, right? You want to see like some teams that you recognize, because there are a lot of casual sports fans and players you recognize.
So golf pre-Tiger Woods, like just there's a new random person winning. You hated that. You know.
I mean, I've never been much of a golf guy, really. I mean, you don't want tennis. Although the tennis model, like having like these three all-time great players whose career overlap. I mean, I think that was really great for tennis. But there are three and not one, which makes a big difference.
I think it was Justice's point about storylines. Remember how captivated the country was by the Jeremy Lin phenomena? And it's the story was this kind of ordinary guy, ordinary prospect, all of a sudden was
won 10 in a row, 10
right.
in a row, yeah.
Or Tiger Woods. I mean, the country was so. I don't watch golf, but I'd watch.
Or Bobby Fischer.
Yeah. So I do think that is a valid point in understanding what it takes to cause a sport to take off. Is it's got to be designed in such a way that there's a storyline there that everybody can get into at some point.
I think it's difficult to engineer those.
But I think people will try. They're going to try because it's so important. And you know, like you're in the media. They definitely engineer storylines. You know, let's be real, right?
No, I didn't say that they couldn't engineer storylines.
They have
I said it's
meetings
hard.
to like say, okay, what are we going to have
elite level
trend?
media talent, Daryl.
What's that?
It requires elite level media talent.
Oh, absolutely. You need to pay them a lot, clearly.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
But my point is, like, you have meetings where you decide what will be the big narrative.
Maybe I should say it's harder to engineer personalities. It's harder to manufacture. You know, there's some guys have great personalities and interesting stories, and they want to share those things and want to put themselves out, and some people don't. I think that's one. You know, I think that's one challenge for hockey. Is I think the culture of hockey is kind of don't put yourself out there. You know, don't.
But that's
I mean, there's exceptions to
That's
that.
like every sport. The coaches are trying to manage this tension of like they're trying to create a team.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to create a team environment that helps you win. And that's almost directly opposite to the thing that drives interest in the sport and entertainment often.
I think that the coaches who are successful, though, will evolve to encourage and maybe even incentivize, because they know that the game has changed, and at least from a recruiting perspective, those players do want to create their own brands, right? I mean, I don't think, Andy Reid certainly didn't stop Travis Kelce and Jason from doing their podcast the week of the Super Bowl. Preparing for the
Draymond's
Super Bowl.
done amazing stuff.
Yeah,
with Golden
Draymond
State.
Green during the.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I think it's valid. Right.
Yeah, Bill, do you think that you talked earlier about baseball being in crisis and the pace of play? That's something you talked about through the years consistently. Is the pitch clock enough to cure what ails it?
It isn't any one thing, but it's a step in the right direction. And I was asked on a different panel whether we were moving too fast. And yeah, we're running too fast because we're trying to catch up from things that should have been done years and years ago. Yes, the pitch clock is going to help, but is it the last step that needs to be taken? No.
I just actually would love to get people's thoughts. I've been thinking a lot about this year as this year of the retirement of these icons: Brady, Serena, Bird, Federer, and I'm mostly just wondering, is this really all of these all-time greats retiring at the same time, or is it what are the changes that are going to be happening that are going to create? Has this happened before? Is it then? It seems so interesting and odd to me that so many of it happened this year. I'm going to look to the statisticians over here, but it's odd, right?
It could be, yeah. I remember we had a year in baseball about 3 years ago when there was a rush of deaths, and it was the year before COVID, so it wasn't COVID, but a whole bunch of highest level superstars died in 1 year. I think you just get clusters like that that occur. It'll really be something if LeBron suddenly retires.
Bill, is baseball structurally in trouble no matter what they do? If baseball was invented 5 years ago, would it have any chance of breaking through to be one of our big sports?
Yes, because if it had been invented 5 years ago, it would not have yet developed all of its bad habits. Really. What happened is it just developed a lot of bad habits, and because it had so many powers in play, it was hard to fix them.
But it has all these structural things that even you said are bad, like the right fielder stands for forever, doesn't touch anything.
Right.
You know,
Well, if you like simulated the world 1,000 times, I think you wouldn't wind up with like a baseball like sport that often.
Exactly, that's what I mean.
Rare.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. Like this is a
soccer
sport, like,
almost always. I think.
What are you doing with it? You're throwing. You're trying to hit it with a stick. Why round? Like that seems
Yeah.
harder. You know, like
Yeah.
like it'd be a whole set of things. You'd be like, no. Like,
Baseball played well is a great sport.
of course, but so are any weird thing you could come up with to play well.
Exactly. The definition of sports are arbitrary. It
Yes,
doesn't
of
have to be
course.
90 feet. It could be 105. You could make up any number of new sports, which in theory and in practice would be just as exciting as the existing sports. But the only thing is they have no base. They have no fan base. And that's what's wrong with the argument that the players are the game. The players are not the game, because if the players were the game, you could invent a new game that nobody had seen. You could invent it in such a way that's terribly exciting, but it would have no fan base. So,
I think if you take the NBA players and throw them into a random game, they do the best. Like if you just pick X game, the NBA players would just
do the
translate
worst.
the
Absolutely.
worst.
The NBA has the worst. The NBA has the worst athletes of any pro sport.
What?
Absolutely. They're so big that they
They are the
look.
tallest.
Yeah, sure. That's not an advantage. Tennis. Well, I guess it is an advantage.
All right. No.
How about swimming?
No, you're ready for ESPN, Bill. Stephen A. was proud of that take.
I couldn't handle that much money.
I like your simulate worlds. Like if you just simulate the world, like what
maybe you
sports do
just
we
have a
have?
bunch of guys. So like
We'd have a soccer type game for
Because
sure.
in chess, right? You can come. What's it called? Chess 8, 7, whatever. You can
960.
you go and you like randomly generate the rules, or poker will move toward having like mixed games where the rule varies every time you go around the table, right? Maybe have like a sport where like you don't know what sport you're going to play until you show
That's
up.
Calvin Ball, Calvin and Hobbes. Calvin Ball, yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna get to some questions from the audience.
Michelle didn't like that. Eh?
That's my default
Move on.
segue.
We have questions from the audience.
Anyway.
Save us questions.
So Jessica, this is a question for you. When will a woman play in the NBA? Is the talent level there?
Oh wow, that's a. I don't think we're too far away. I think it has more to do with rule changes. I mean, I personally, no offense, Daryl, love the women's game much more than.
How does that offend me?
Because you work in the NBA. I love the passing, the teamwork. I think the WNBA is a far superior product at this point in time. I love the women's college basketball. I just think it's more pure actual basketball. Bill, I would appreciate your thoughts on this too. It's about like the passing and finding the open person, and there's much more teamwork in it than what I see in the NBA today.
For years we had season tickets to the women's games as well as the men's games, and we enjoyed the women's games very much for the reasons you point out. There is a purity and a team orientation about it, which is greater. But there's something really missing from the fact that so many people, the crowds are so small, and
I think it's awareness. I think literally we have not been putting women's sports. People don't know who the players are. They haven't connected the stories yet. Right. And so I think, as we have more women helping to promote, and maybe it's this direct to consumer component, and people start following female athletes, women's tennis, I believe, is more popular than men's tennis, right? Because the Serena Williams and Billie Jean King before her, like, they were compelling personas.
We have an AI question. Will we see a future where AI/robots, at least not human forms, right? So either artificial intelligence or perhaps some kind of physical robot, are competing in televised sports or
BattleBots.
BattleBots.
That's a real thing too. So I think this one's pretty straightforward. Yeah, a lot of sports have dealt with this tension. sports will either have just the one form, which is like, we're going to try and just have, us humans with as few enhancements as possible. They'll just have their genetic advantages and training over time. But then there may be other versions of each sport where you're allowed to have bionics, enhancements, genetic engineering. You can use PEDs. You can, right? It's sort of F1, NASCAR. In F1, you can do a lot of advanced things. NASCAR, everyone gets sort of the same car. I think you always have the NASCAR version of every sport, and then sometimes you'll have like a version where you can use any enhancement you can come up with, like a bionic leg or whatever.
I would short that idea aggressively.
Which part? Which one?
The idea that, first of all, the idea that like robotics, AI is way behind physical tasks as opposed to mental tasks, right? They are much harder. That's a part of the human brain. By the way, a lot of brain is devoted toward movement. That if you don't actually reverse engineer the human brain, that symbol manipulation doesn't work nearly as well. So that, number one. And number two, like, in some ways, I think AI will create more value for like human art forms, right? That the fact that like anyone can make like a coherent like rock song using AI means that my identity as a creator becomes more valuable, right? So I think in some ways, like, professional athletes who A, have like athletic skills that we probably will take a long time for robots to recreate, and B, have personalities and connection with people, I think that's actually quite robust for elite professional athletes. I might get put out of a job, but like LeBron James will not be.
But so Nate, how long will it be before we have AI that can write a paper you can submit to an MIT class that won't immediately be detected by your teacher?
Well, that's now.
Like now.
Sorry,
yeah.
I don't know.
No, now.
I live in an academic community. Everybody who gets those things knows immediately that they're false.
Now.
By a show of hands, who has used ChatGPT to write a paper?
Wow.
Okay.
Did you get by with it?
I mean, AI
Please
kind of writes like a college freshman.
I mean, Bill, have you done it?
Have you what did you write a paper for?
He writes
I
talent
applied for a talent visa for a friend who needed to write some bullshit 2-page thing like why they're talented to get a visa to another country, and it wrote it, and for sure it checked the box. Like, have you actually used ChatGPT to write a paper? You will be convinced the moment you do it that it will pass many professors.
Well, students tend to think this is going to get by the. But first of all, there's now a counter AI.
Not for that.
You submit that to the counter AI, and it will say
That's
yes.
coming, yeah.
No, it's not coming. The teachers already.
They have it, but it's losing to ChatGPT right now.
No, it isn't. The ChatGPT is losing to the counters.
No, it isn't.
First of all, every professor I know gets those things regularly, and they spot them. They spot them like that.
Yeah, I know about those. They are behind. It's a spy versus spy, and they're behind right now.
Well, and also you can like go. You come back. You're out in college. You come back home from a late night, right? And you're like, shit, I have to file my paper by 9 in the morning, right? So then you give it a prompt, and then you edit it a little bit. You add a few errors. You add a little bit of personality, right?
Right.
And the AIs will get better and get better at like responding to instructions. So I think homework is kind of fucked.
Can we have an audience poll?
They shouldn't have had homework in the first place.
I agree. Yeah.
Someone tweet that out.
Can we have an audience poll here? How many people agree with Daryl that the cheating AI is going to win this debate? Could we have a round of applause for Daryl's position? And how many people agree with me that it's still not there?
Can I say one thing?
Sure.
So to me, it is not something necessarily though to be like, don't use it. It's actually something to be embraced because it's going to create efficiency for how certain things that we are spending time doing today, we will not be spending time doing because we will be leveraging the AI, and we will be asking it to do things based on our knowledge, and we'll be doing more meaningful tasks. So, I mean, I don't really think it's any different than...
Right, like next year, it won't be me here, it'll be Clippy.
No, but it's like, I mean, it's like Excel. Like, you used to use a calculator, now you
None
use
of us
Excel.
are looking forward to that, Michelle.
Thank you, Bill. We got to go like kind of lightning speed here. Are you bullish or bearish on the future direction of college athletics? I mean,
well, I'm a huge fan of Charlie Baker, so if anyone can fix it, it's him.
He's the new president of the NCAA.
Yes,
Yep.
thank you.
I don't even know what college athletics are, so.
I'm very bullish. Very bullish.
I think that the football component of college sports needs to be addressed. It technically operates outside of the NCAA, but the NCAA is basically deals with all of the risks of football. So if there's lawsuits that are brought for football injuries, the NCAA is dealing with that, not the people who are making all the money, which is largely the Power Five. So I think that being solved will be better for the college football.
We have another
colleges, universities, though. I mean, like college enrollments are declining in the U.S., especially among men. That seems not great, right?
Yeah, right. I guess
it could be
maybe
great.
bullish in the immediate.
Well, maybe, but like
different training methods are going to be far superior.
So I think there is. I mean, partly it's affordability issues, right? Partly it's a certain type of thought leader thinks that like college is not the ideal way to train people, or there are more alternatives, right? But like I think college football teams are having trouble filling out the stands, and if you have fewer alumni because more people don't go to college, then that can cause problems.
Last question here. How do we use ChatGPT? Another ChatGPT question, very popular. I mean, that is, about that is what 2023 is about thus far. How do we use AI ChatGPT to promote female athletes in a positive way to advance women's sports? How can we use it for good, right? Data for good.
I would just, the narrative generator. It's really like the interest in women's sports will go up when there's compelling personalities and compelling sports. And again, like if you just want something to create narratives, in fact, on our last panel, someone was doing that for the Fox hosts. I was like, okay, that explains a lot of the bad takes, And so, yeah,
right.
Again, like we're narrative creatures, and so.
Can you design a sport through AI where men and women have like their different skills balance out perfectly?
Absolutely, yeah. Feels like it.
In the words of Kevin Garnett, anything is possible. Thank you guys for coming to the final panel of Sloan.
The Alpha Awards are.
Stick around. No, we're coming right now. These guys are.
Yeah, no, like right now.
Yeah. So I think you guys are gonna exit the stage. Thank you, and Daryl and I are gonna stay up here and kick right into Alpha Awards.
This is great. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, guys.
I think. Are we just moving over? Here.
Thanks, Nate.
Definitely.
Thanks. Yeah, that was fun.
Thank you. That was. Thank you.
Oh, hey, Rich. Hey, what's up, man? Awesome. Get the
Yeah. was really interesting.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
Carol, I think we're going, bud.
What's that?
I admire you.
Oh, thank you for saying that. I appreciate it. I'm still with you. Still with you. Thanks. Hey, that was fun. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, good, good, perfect. All right, here we go. All right, okay. When are we doing the thing? Okay.
Oh,
That's
we're
it.
only handing out one.
Okay.
All right, that was the best changeover ever.
Was it? I almost ruined it. I was. Yeah.
No. That was such a fun panel.
12th annual. This is awesome.
But that was such a fun panel.
Appreciate everyone staying. That you are the
Thank you.
diehards.
The diehards,
awesome.
they know. Can we close the doors over here, please?
Oh yeah, we don't want. This is secret.
No. That it's just loud and distracting.
Yeah.
I think this is the first time that I have sat on this side.
I actually was thinking that. I'm a little thrown off.
I think this is a better side for you, though.
Oh, this is. It's yes. I don't have a good side, but it's fine.
All right, you're up.
Oh, sweet. All right. Great conference. Again, seriously, thank you for staying. We have some amazing folks we're going to honor. Every year we honor, the best research out there, the best new startups, the best ideas, everything. So we're very, very, very excited to do this every year. It's something near and dear to our heart, and it really is the diehards who make it to the end of a Saturday. And so we appreciate that so much. And to talk about how great the conference was this year, we had over 2,500 attendees. We covered 42 states. I guess Idaho didn't come through for us this year. What's that?
It's up here. You don't have to read them all if you don't want to.
Oh, it's up there. I thought this was my job they were giving me.
Well, no, it is, but I'm just sharing.
Okay, so I'll just hit the highlights then, and just you can read. There you go. I'll be Vanna White.
It was great.
I'll be Vanna White instead of reading.
Yeah, and we talked about in the opening, over 10% of the attendees were international. I think the furthest was Japan.
Well, where are you getting the secret data?
No, what do you?
Not on my thing.
This is the panel highlights. This is the panel highlights.
Yes.
Don't be jealous.
But you're saying stuff that's not on the script.
Oh, I did my research before the conference started.
See, that's a good idea.
So, as you know, on the panel, from the panel, we had over 30 panels, 28.
Why do you just get to read what it said?
Because it's not on the slide.
Okay, all right, we'll move it on.
The 28 competitive advantage talks and 4 workshops. And as you all know, we said data for good. We also really focused on inclusion and ensuring great representation on our panels. 51% of our speakers.
This is incredible. We have more women than men panelists.
So it's 38% women. It's 41%.
Oh, well, yes, I understand.
Are women and/or diverse speakers. But the fact is that overall, we massively increased the percent of women from last year. We increased by 13%, and the percent of diverse speakers we increased by 72%. So, big shout out to the students for the focus on this. And it's I talked to Sarah Rudd in the back room. She was on the soccer panel, but I didn't know this, but she first kind of conceived of going into sports analytics because she came to the conference in 2009 or 2010.
Now she's like the best soccer analyst. She's crushing it.
She said that when she saw like us up on stage and was like, oh, a woman can do this. And then she was like, I'm gonna go do it. So that's was such an awesome story.
To be credit to her, I think she might have done it anyway, but maybe
she
it was
definitely
a
would have.
Catalyst.
But sometimes it's just like you need to see it, like the representation to like, oh, I'm gonna go be that. So Performance Under Pressure was a phenomenal panel. The future of the fan and the impact of Moneyball were among the highlights. I'm not sure if that's what those were.
How did they decide those? Was those like the?
Maybe those were the most viewed. I'm not sure.
Oh, cool. All right, they were great. All right, what are we on?
Highlights.
The pro. All right, so we had pickleball this year, which is incredible. Michael Lewis, I know, went down to play. We had some amazing. Is this on? No, this is not on the slide. We had some amazing pros: Jesse Irvine, Jay DeVilliers, Leah Jensen, Sam Flaxman. We do like to highlight these up-and-coming sports, which we just talked about a little bit. Which sports would be up-and-coming every year? Somehow the chess demo made it. Thank you to those who wrote this. I did win. Thank you for.
You did?
Yeah, it wasn't very fair to Jason Robbins. It really wasn't. Yeah.
You I mean, to be fair,
we set the rules and everything.
No. I was going to say, to be fair, you're always going to set the rules so that you can win.
But over half of winning is setting the rules and only playing things you're good at.
Yeah. No, when we used to play in that, because we're too old now to play against the students, but when we used to play, now he has the torn MCL, I have the bad back, and the students are still the same age. They
never age.
Yeah, yes, but we keep aging.
Yes.
But yes, so I'm not surprised that you managed to rig it to beat Jason Robbins.
Not on purpose, but it did get very riggy-ish. Yeah. So.
And so then, of course, I want to shout out the 5th annual Women's Luncheon that we had today. And we had over 225 females who were at the conference and were able to attend. Yep.
Yeah, I love it.
There wasn't a single seat in the room. I do want to say.
Notice chess didn't get any claps. But women in sports did, which it should.
No, but I can't remember when you did it. You tweeted out a photo.
Oh, that was a bad form by me. Yeah.
No, but it was like, okay, we need to fix this. There was no line for the women's bathroom, and there was a long line for the men's bathroom many years ago. And I was walking with Corbin, that's my wife, and I was like, I actually said, don't tweet that. Is she here?
No, I lost her.
She's with the kids.
Yes.
So, but I said, don't tweet it, and you and Corbin said, but it's reality. So maybe, hopefully, the bathroom lines
I think accountability like that, forces change.
Yeah, I agree.
Which was good. So it ended up being good, even though maybe it wasn't the best.
So Jess Berman was the keynote, and again, we believe firmly here that data and analytics can be a great equalizer for women in sharing insights and being heard. Oh, I get to do the next one too. The mentorship program, we grew this year thanks to Major League Baseball, who was the presenting sponsor, and the Eugene Lang Foundation, who also supported and helped us with some of the, so I guess the equivalent of financial aid. We provided hotel rooms for some of the students, and and obviously everyone who came attended for free. So it was a great initiative. Over 70 students. You can see here that on Thursday they went and got a tour of Fenway. Thank you to the Red Sox for that. And then this is the actual mentee lunch that we had yesterday, which was incredible. Here was something that was, I often say, the students come up with so many innovative and creative ideas, and yes, you got my water. And there was a little bit of a bottleneck because they had assigned tables to everyone getting in. I'm like, just let them in. And they said, no, we assigned them because we wanted them to have mentor-mentee families. So instead of just one-on-one, they wanted to have 6 and 8, like a group. And I was like, that is awesome. So kudos to the students.
That's one thing, because the students are amazing, as you probably learned, and how smoothly everything ran this year, but they also are generating new approaches, new ideas. The content, every once in a while we throw an idea in there, but they generate all the initial ideas. So it's a true learning experience for them and for Jessica and I. It keeps us on our toes,
right.
And keeps us on the latest and greatest of everything. So I think we're on to the Alpha Awards with the first one this year. Some folks might have missed it. She had to leave, but Sue Bird got the Lifetime Achievement Award. I think everyone knows of her as a great player and knows of her as a hero for many athletes and many up-and-coming male and female athletes. But one thing that maybe folks don't know is that at this conference, she challenged the community and said, why are there not better data for women's sports? And look, she would have been honored anyway, but this is a very specific thing she did at the first conference and generated and pushed all these data providers to equalize or get close to equalize the data that's available and the analysis that's available publicly for women's sports. So an innovator in everything.
Yeah, she uses her platform to create change, and there is nothing more impactful. And she has a lot of life still to go, but like the point is that not only was she a great basketball player, a great focus on social reform, but she's actually asking the questions from her own experiences, and so obviously that's why we honored her.
And the most confident athlete I've ever heard speak.
Oh my
I was
God.
floored. I was very impressed. So
you said last night that you said she has an aura of confidence.
yeah, it's people. I was never around Michael Jordan, but people talk about this aura, and then she seemed to have like you could see how her teams have always succeeded, not just from her own talent, but her ability to elevate her teammates. So kudos to Sue. We're very excited. And our first woman
She is our
winner.
yes, thank you. She is our first woman to win the Lifetime Achievement Award.
Long overdue, probably. Again, not a good thing, but look. I think she's the 7th or 8th winner. That's
I think,
right?
yeah.
So, all right, great. All right, so we had some amazing competitions. I know the folks in the crowd were a part of it. We're all very excited to hear who won, and I think you're.
So no, I'm just going to read what you're not reading, which is we'd like the first place winners to come up for a quick picture, and then we're going to ask you to exit the stage. Okay, so the first pitch. Sorry, I didn't look at the first pitch. Very excited to. These are the finalists for first pitch. You guys can read it, so I don't have to butcher any of the names. And okay, Can I just ask a question? Don't go forward on the slide. The next slide is the winner slide? Okay, because last year. And okay, so drum roll. Drum roll. The winning team is the group from Barcelona. Barcelona, Spain. Is this our first international winner?
Yeah, might be.
Team La Masia. Hi. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hey,
Congratulations. Yay.
That's awesome. Yeah, we are pretty sure that's the first international winner of that competition, which is
All right.
amazing.
The hackathon finalists. Here we go. Student division finalists 1, 2, and 3. Oh, and then I want to take a second on the student division. Bella Rinaldi, she interned at Kager in January. Shout out Bella.
Woo!
We taught her everything she knows. And then you can see the list of folks on the open division. Okay, next one, drum roll please, for the winner. Again, the hackathon is presented by Ticketmaster. We had nearly 40 participants, which is a new high for the conference. What the question was, what they were asked was, identify a sports franchise expansion opportunity using record level data provided by Ticketmaster. And the judges were Carlos Kesbers from Ticketmaster, Chris Long from Sumer Sports, and Ben Alamar, who is a longtime OG of the conference from across. I think he's been to almost all of them.
Chris Long, former Houston Rockets.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and they were presented yesterday. They presented yesterday. Okay, change slide for the winner. Drum roll for the student division. I feel like, Daryl, why am I doing everything?
You're better. You're not
okay.
going to disagree with that, are you?
No. No, but I feel I'm getting. Can you take this one? I'm just like a little. I need to drink some
You
water.
need to drink some water.
Yeah.
Got
Is
it.
this what the joke is, that I'm doing all of them?
I think it's great. All right, startup competition, please.
Sorry.
Next slide. I believe. There we go. All right. So 2 divisions. There's a less than $500,000 and over $500,000 funding. As you can tell, we've tried to split the competitions to, in the best way, level the equality of opportunity for it. There are 18 startups. The companies from all over the world. That's been one theme this year, is that the conference has gotten more global, especially in the competitions and the attendees as well. And it ranged from improving betting odds to improving the performance for athletes. The judges were Nancy Lee, Joe Cardona, Yasmin Robinson, Grant's son, Tiffany Morris, Palazzo.
Tiffany, who's an advisor, Joe, who is a Patriots player.
All right, and so I'll say, I'm going to go, so under 500K, there was, the third place was Athlogic, and then the winner was Gondola, and you can see him on the site. Congrats, Gondola. Cool name.
Oh, they're here. Are they here?
Gondola here.
Okay.
I love the name. That's a cool name. They're going to make it on their name, maybe. All right, and then the...
Oh.
They're here, all right, yeah.
They were in the bathroom.
Oh, it's like the Golden Globes.
They're at the back table.
Really far in the back.
Hi, we're Gondola. We've created the first system for creators to take credit for their work on social media.
I love it.
That's awesome.
Hey, good pitch.
Yeah. Pithy.
Yeah.
Quick.
Hey.
Quick.
Let's see, yeah, you know how much?
Yeah. Startup competition over 500.
Are you taking over now?
No, sorry. Yes, I will. Over 500K. Third place. Oh, sorry. Probably not supposed to be. Okay, so here they are. We have the 3.
No, that's the next.
Oh,
that's the next.
yeah. Okay. Well, one plan.
Good job, one plan.
They may not be here. Due to
Might be on a flight.
They're on a flight. I thought
Let's see if they got the Golden Globe table in the back. No.
I think I heard that
Yeah.
weather was bad today. I haven't been outside, but I hear a lot of flights got canceled.
All right, not here. Congrats to One Plan and Rithman and Ocula.
Now this is you.
Okay. That's why it says Daryl.
Yes.
All right. All right, so research papers near and dear to my heart. These were the top 3 you see there. We had some great, as usual, Hall of Fame level judges. Brian Burke, Yale.
Yael. Israeli.
Yale. Oh.
Yael.
Jessica played in Israel, so she is good at knowing names.
Professor from an associate senior dean at Dart and UVA, and she has led cases at the Multiplier Summit the day before, so
Awesome.
in the past 2 years. Yep.
Pico Hosai, Nate Silver, and Bill James. So there were 7 presentations that made the final round. 3 finalists, as you see up on the board. And drum roll, the winner is lots of Dubo. The winner, not to brag, but the winner of the research papers have gone on to do some amazing stuff. Companies founded, things like that. Oh, you're looking for that in your script or something?
No. I didn't understand what slide 19 was, so sorry.
I got you.
I thought those were I thought we were.
They're all alpha awards. There's a little confusion. It's fine. All right,
Okay.
so now we're on to the best sports innovation nominees. As you can see, They're on the board. Lots of great nominees this year. I guess we'll just go straight to the drum roll. We need a I thought we didn't have a drum roll.
Okay.
No.
All right, drum
All right,
roll.
drum roll, and the winner this year is Generative Pre-Trained Transformers, GPT. So I don't believe they're here. Not here. We would probably need someone from OpenAI. So not this year. They made a flight earlier.
They did.
That's what we're going. That's the stuff.
Yeah,
we're going with.
they're flight cut out.
Very important technology, the underpinnings of pretty much all the large language models and many other machine learning innovations. So, all right, the next one we're going to go to the best sports transaction. You can see the nominees. I'll read the nominees on this one. Donovan Mitchell, Laurie Markkinen trade. The Haas F1. They took off the team on these, but that's all right. I'll add that color.
Yes, good. I'm glad.
Haas F1 signing Kevin Magnussen. Arsenal signs Zinchenko de Jesus from Man City. The Eagles signed A.J. Brown from the Titans. The Seahawks trade Russell Wilson. The Broncos for Geno Smith. Yeah, a lot of the detail was taken off these. Utah receives 4 first-round picks for Kessler, Vanderbilt, Beasley, and Rudy Gobert. The Phoenix Suns trade for Kevin Durant. The 49ers trade for Christian McCaffrey. And finally, the Yankees re-signed, not made Aaron Judge resign.
Yeah.
They re-signed Aaron Judge.
They're missing the hyphen.
The little hyphen. Grammar matters.
You didn't resign.
It's all right. Drum roll, please. The winner is... All right.
Oh, I didn't know that they had that.
The Utah Jazz, 4 first-round picks, Kessler, Vanderbilt, and Beasley for Rudy Gobert. I believe we have someone from the Jazz here. There you go. Yes. Make sure Justin.
Sorry, picture with
puts
the
that
award.
in his office.
Wait, picture.
Thanks,
hold
Steven.
that picture with the award.
Steven's thrilled to be accepting this. I can tell. we won't make him say something. Let's not do that.
Okay.
Unless you want to. Oh, he wants to. Let's do it.
Just want to give
Oh yeah.
just thank you to our hardworking front office is really just who I want to shout out. So thanks.
All right, perfect. Thanks.
You have a mic right here.
I know. Steven, in Justin's office. I wanted it in Xanix's office. All right. Oh, okay, perfect. All right, and then the last of the biggie awards, the best analytics organization. The nominees this year were the Houston Astros, Cleveland Browns, Arsenal, Brentford. These were not the nominees. I'm going to read the actual nominees. 1 second. Hang on.
You wait.
Little confusion.
That's.
All right, we're gonna get the actual nominees so that we get this right.
Oh, just go to the next slide. Okay. Stop.
What's that? No, I'm gonna read the nominee.
Okay.
All right. The actual.
How did that get it? That's hilarious.
It was Arsenal, the Boston Bruins, the Boston Celtics, Brentford, Houston Astros, LA Dodgers, LA Football Club, Oracle Red Bull Racing, and the Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh.
And the winner is Arsenal. And we have a video.
Oh, we have a video.
We have a video from Arsenal. They did not make it.
Hi, everyone. I'm Chris Dove, Head of Software and Analytics at Arsenal Football Club. I'm delighted and honored to accept this award on behalf of the club, the rest of my hardworking team, and all the StatDNA and Arsenal alums who came before us and laid the foundations for our success, especially Sarah Rudd and Jason Rosenfeld. Thank you also MIT Sloan for the recognition, and thank you club stakeholders whose support and engagement have lent impact to our insights. Thank you.
I think that's
All right. Awesome.
Cool.
Oh,
That's
the end.
Yay!
Hey. Well, we have one more. One more award. What could this be?
I have no idea, but you guys have been whispering, so I'm
What could this
obviously unaware.
be? So since the start of the conference, don't be peeking. Since the start of the conference, Jessica and I have played in a fantasy football league together for 17 years. And how many times has Jessica Gelman won in this league until?
I won this year. I won this year.
All right, Jessica.
I'd like to thank myself for never losing faith in my ability to not make any trades and just draft really well.
Yeah. Who was your key player this year?
I don't.
Oh, you don't even know who's on your team.
No, I do. I just don't remember right now.
All right, and.
Oh wait, actually, hold on. Let me tell you. Okay, I drafted him in the 3rd round, and I didn't play him the entire season, but I played him for the final weekend, and he was incredible. And you will not believe me when I tell you that it was Tom Brady. I only played him once, and it was in the finals, and he literally had.
He was clutch.
He was clutch. He had like 45 points, and I won.
And we want to invite up all the students.
Yes, come on up, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone,
for the
conference.
Shout out to the students. Congratulations.
Hey, they're hugging. They're hugging. Hug up here.
Here, did you get a photo of us first?
Oh, yeah, sure.